every time. Every time. Is it like a way you can set the fucking camera to where it'll be facing me every time? It's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, just go to your settings. You go to your settings on your account, and it'll tell you which way you want to have your camera facing.
Got you. Oh, I can see my comments tonight, man. We're in the building. Peter, what's good?
There we go.
Sis is in here. Okay, I can see the comments. I can see like the bottom of my screen finally. It's good times. I'm locked in, bro. I was watching this. I'm watching the Scream 6 featurette. This shit's about 38 minutes long, and they do it all without giving away any spoilers. So it's good shit.
Oh, really? Is that on YouTube?
Yeah, they got it's just called Scream 6 featurette, and they got like cast and crew interviews and shit. So it's kind of giving me hope for the characters that I feel like I'm not gonna give a damn about, because there's a couple of these new characters I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah. There's a lot of those within this franchise.
Huh?
There's a lot. I cannot wait for Scream 6. That's gonna be, my hype meter is off through the roof after reading IGN's review this morning.
Oh, you read?
To say that it was no
You
spoilers,
read
but I read one review, and it was a 9.
A 9?
9. And
Yeah,
IGN do not give horror movies like that high of a ranking.
I haven't read any of the reviews like in full, but every headline I've seen, I've only seen one bad review where it said that it's lost its edge. And I'm like, I don't know about that, because the trailer alone looks like they're taking this shit seriously, like probably more serious than they've done any other Scream movie.
Lost its edge. I think it lost its edge. The last one, I think Scream 5 didn't really have an edge to it. And honestly, I didn't think Scream 5 had that much of an edge. There were some decent things, but it's just kind of retreading the first one. It's like that one is. It's interesting too, because I was doing a Creed trilogy earlier today, and one of my main points was that your third movie often has to mirror your first movie.
Yep.
And Scream 5 really mirrored the first movie in a lot of ways. So
more ways than Part 3 did, honestly.
Yeah, Part 3. Oh god, we'll get to that.
Listen, that's gonna be my shake shit up one tonight, man. Because I will die on that island, that mountain, that island.
I know. I've seen your TikTok on it, bro. I've seen it. I know how much you love that fucking movie. Like, oh, dude. Yeah. It's gonna, yeah. Like you like to say, it's gonna get dark when it gets there.
It's gonna get dark. Yeah. It's gonna get dark, man. It is. I wanted to do earlier last week, I wanted to do like a revisited commentary or whatever, just to like gear up for Scream 6, but then I'm like, I've already touched. It's the only series that I like, commentary-wise, that I've covered every single entry. So I'm like, nah, it's no point in doing that. I'll save it for the episode. But Scream 6, man, I'm hoping it's wait. So you saw? I don't know if I asked you your thoughts on Creed 3.
Yes, I saw Creed 3. My thoughts on it are very perplexed and complicated. In all truth.
Damn it, man.
I want to like this movie, but I do hate this movie, and let me shout out Michael B. Jordan. Let me shout him out, because he directed fucking shit. He directed the shit out of that movie, man.
Yeah.
He was on point. he was just on another level directing that. Like, I thought the fight scenes were really good. That whole thing in the arena when like it just goes dark and it's just them just boxing him and Diamond.
Everybody disappeared, and then the ropes turned into like jail bars. I was like, oh shit!
And
like,
then
he's taking liberties with
turns
this
into
movie.
the mattress who used it as a kid. I was like, oh, dude, this is. And then the only thing missing, it would have been funny if they actually had the two kids from the beginning of the movie actually fighting each other. That would have been
dope, though. That probably would have been like one of the highlights. Because I think that was okay casting, like that they had to play young Adonis and young Damien. It was solid enough casting. We just didn't really get to spend a lot of time with them. We saw them in 2-3 flashback sequences or some shit like that.
Yeah,
I think it was
like
2,
5
and
minutes.
then we saw like flashes of them at the end. I did like that part too, where they were like sitting across from each other, and all Adonis saw was like Damien flashing like from present day and younger him, and he saw the same thing. That was like Michael B. Jordan saying that this was probably his most personal movie. Like, you could tell. Yeah. You could tell like in the content and everything.
I do think that my issue though is that I have a couple issues with this. One, Marianne Creed. She deserved better, in my opinion. She deserved way better than what they did her. She should have been more proactive in the series, and that scene would have held much more weight. When that scene happened, sorry, spoilers for anyone that's haven't seen Creed 3 yet.
Yeah, if you have not seen Creed 3, get the fuck out now, at least for the next couple of minutes, and then come back. Yeah, come back. I didn't feel anything there, you know? I didn't feel anything. And for a movie that really wants to be emotional, that was a swing and a miss, in my opinion. Like, it wasn't there for me. You know what? Like, as much as I love this movie, I can definitely see, like, I can see where you're coming from with that, because I didn't think we were going to get a lot of Marianne in the movie, but it happened so fast. Like, they kind of used her. I like the reveal, but they kind of used her as a plot device just to have Damien and Adonis start beefing. And then after it happens, you really don't see her after that. And then, you know, oh my God, what is Tessa Thompson's name in the fucking movie? I can't remember her name, but Bianca. Yeah. Bianca called Adonis, and she's like, it's almost like, I hate to say it, man, as much as I love this movie, it's almost rushed the way they get rid of her.
Yes, exactly.
Because it's like, because it's like, she's like, they had a stroke, multiple organ failure. It might be time to say goodbye. And it's like, God damn, like, let me get to the fucking hospital first to like talk to her and see what happened. And then he gets there, they had their little back and forth, and then the funeral just goes by just like that. And honestly, I was a little salty about that shit, because I thought that was going to be Rocky's funeral scene. I thought that they were going to write Sylvester Stallone out of the movie, and that was going to be that.
They kind of did. They kind of did.
Yo, that was one of the things I loved about the movie, though, because they could have easily had Rocky in flashbacks. They could have had Rocky in his, when he gets knocked down, Adonis could have heard Rocky's voice in his head and pushed himself back up. They could have used him as a crutch. And I love that, because Michael B. Jordan, this was his first time directing. This shit gave him a chance to spread his wings and get out of the shadow of the Rocky franchise. They don't really mention Rocky at all in Creed 3.
Yeah, but I feel like
I don't think they mentioned him once.
No, there's one reference with Diamond Dame that says, your father gave the underdog gave the underdog a shot. Why can't you?
And he doesn't even say his name, though. He's like, if Adonis, he doesn't say his name. He's like, if Apollo Creed can take a chance on some underdog, why can't you?
It almost feels like malicious. Like, it almost feels like intentional. It's like, that's fucked up. And if you look at the backstory of what happened, like, between the producer and Rocky and Sylvester Stallone, it's like, totally. Because there's also, if you watch the trailer, there's also a scene with Creed in a press conference saying, if it wasn't for my family, my mom, Rocky, wouldn't have this. You know what I mean? And they cut that scene out. Also, too, there's a scene in the trailer where Creed is in jail. Why is Creed in jail? And how come that scene is not in the movie?
Was it? Did they like recycle that from the first movie? Because remember, he got locked up. It
was a full. It was Adonis President Adonis with Bianca and his kid, and they're sitting at the LA County Jail, and they start looking around. All the inmates are on the chairs, and they're Creed. What was that?
I forgot all about that. Shit, I don't know. Maybe it's a deleted scene where I don't fucking know. Maybe because remember that guy that bashes Ivan Drago on the arm and just knocks him out the competition. Maybe that guy got locked up and maybe he goes to the prison or some shit. I don't know. I'm going out on a limb here. Maybe they go to the prison to get information and
Adonis paid me. Adonis paid me to knock out Drago.
Right. Yeah. Then that's a plot. That's a whole plot twist for Creed 4 that we get right there. It's like that shit's crazy.
So I mean, I do like this movie, but I don't like this movie, and I also hate that ending. I hate that ending. I just hate it. I hate it.
Which part of the ending? Like the ending itself, or like when they reconcile in the locker room?
He beats Diamond. He shouldn't have beat Diamond. He should.
Listen, the way they did it, he countered him because what's the name? Dame he kept doing this. Like he kept doing this shit when he was blocking, and then like Creed saw that opening and just bust him in his shit and hit him again. But that's one thing I could say. First of all, Jonathan Majors, bro. That dude, man.
Second movie. He is the best thing in.
Yo, like he does this weird thing. Like I have yet to do a review. I feel like I'll do my review either this weekend, Monday at the latest for Creed 3. But Dave, like his stance, like his boxing stance, like he does a lot of like particular shit. Like the way that he blocks and all that type of stuff, he does this thing where he hits people's arms. Like, did you see when he was not sparring, but when he actually had the match with Chavez, he punched him in his arm, and I'm just like, well, what the fuck was that about? Like, was that to just like kind of like throw him off or like disable him a little bit? But he does really particular character things in the movie, like even from the shit that he says, like he's got certain, like he's always saying homie. Like he's always saying homie. He's always saying you feel me in the movie. Like I'm telling you, man, Jonathan Majors. I don't want to get too ahead of myself right now. Yeah. Jonathan Majors. He. There was a podcast. You watched Double Toasted, right?
Yeah.
Double Toasted. I think it was it Corey Coleman that said it? He said that he thinks Jonathan Majors is trying to become like the next Denzel Washington. I'm not going to say he is, but that dude's got a different type of range that like a lot of my favorite up and coming actors don't have. I don't know what it is about this dude. Like his intimidation factor is just built different as shit. Like he's up there, like as far as his range, he's up there with people like not physically, but his range, like he's up there with people probably like I don't want to say Daniel Kaluuya, I want to say Lakeith Stanfield, because they both were in The Harder They Fall, and Lakeith Stanfield was a villain in that movie. I don't know, it's something about Jonathan Majors' range when he's a villain. Like he was a bad guy in White Boy Rick for the most part. He was a bad guy in Ant-Man. He's a bad guy in shit, we were just talking about it. Creed 3. He's good at playing like villains. So I don't know.
It's so interesting too because when I was watching the fight, when I was watching him box, I got Tyson vibes. He was moving like Tyson. And he was kind of like built like Tyson too. I was like, holy shit.
Built like him too. Yep.
It was like he was moving like that. He was just like a pit bull, just like boom, 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 boom. Yep. And it's interesting too because he confirmed, because an interview had asked him that, and as you seem very Tyson-esque within the fight scenes. Tyson, Tommy Hearns, and Sugar Shane were all influences on the way that he boxes in the movie. And I'm like, I can totally see that. I totally see that. But this is an okay movie. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. It's gonna take a rewatch for me to like really appreciate this. But I think the fight scenes in this movie are outstanding, honestly.
I felt for it. Wasn't necessarily a fight scene. It's just a one punch type of thing. When he socked the shit out of Creed, when Creed walked up to him, when he found out, he was like, "Yo, man, I brought you into my house. Like, I love that scene because Creed, first of all, he walked up fearless. The dude like tried to step in his way. He socked the shit out of that dude. That was like a callback to the first movie when he socked that dude. God damn, what's his name? He's known out in Philly, but I don't really know dude like that. The guy who was who asked for a picture for the gram. That was like a callback to when he punched that dude at the little venue.
Good job, baby Creed. Don't call me that.
Tone Trump, I think is his name. Yeah, he was like, hey, baby Creed, take a picture with me. So he socks the shit out that one dude at like the bonfire. Then he walks up to Dame. He doesn't give a fuck that the guy's got a gun, like, you know what I'm saying, untucked. Yeah. He's just looking at him. But I love how, like, two things. I love how he walks up fearless and Damien's just not taking him seriously at all. He's like, you must be punchy. And he's just like, I'm just getting started, little brother. And then when he calls him Baby Creed and he turns back around, he socks the shit out of Creed. And it's like, it's almost, it's a callback to when they were younger. And he's like kind of, they're best friends, but he's kind of afraid of him. Like, that's like his big brother that he's scared of. Mm-hmm. He's scared to fight him. He's scared of confrontation. And you could tell because when he first sees Damien outside leaning on his car, it's this awkward shit between them, man. You could tell that something went down and it's unresolved issues because he's like he doesn't know what to say. He's like, how long you been out and where you about to go now and all that. But when he punches Creed in the face and Creed can't even do shit, first of all, he didn't just punch him. He leaked his shit. Like, his shit was bleeding. And then he leans down and he's like, yeah, let me see. He's like, let me see, man. He's like, you be all right. Pick yourself up for once by yourself. And I was like, damn, that is like humiliation 101 right there, man. That was a great fucking scene right there.
Also, too, I have a big problem with that scene because there's a bunch of drunk people. You mean to tell me none of them pulled out their phone to watch the heavyweight champ get knocked on his ass? Like, you know that would have made it worth some money on TMZ, you know what I mean?
And first of all, if he just got out of jail, where the fuck did all those people come from? Nobody. It's like, where were y'all when I was locked up? If I didn't have anybody and nobody came to visit me or write me or send me some Playboy magazines or some shit, where did all these people come from? He's got the one dude who's just a dick rider. He's just like holding the belt on his shoulder, like yeah. Like, it's just like, stop. Like, stop it. I don't even know.
Like, he won the belt.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you're the designated belt holder. None of you motherfuckers were even in the movie for the rest of it. Like, I don't know who the fuck those people were. They were just, I don't know, maybe they were just fodder just to add to the humiliation factor, I guess.
There were just people on the beach and they're like, oh my gosh, the heavyweight champ, you knocked out Chavez, let's go, man, let's drink. I'll buy you a drink.
That's probably another deleted scene where he walked on the beach and was like, yo, I'm the champ. And they're like, oh, like, let's be opportunists and party with you. Like, that was probably a thing. We'll have to wait until the DVD drop for all that. Yeah, it was. Yeah. So is that shit?
Huh?
Is it your least favorite of the three?
No, I think 2 is my least favorite.
Everybody says that, yo. Everybody that's seen Creed 3 is always like part 2 is their least favorite. That's crazy. I mean, part 2 is cool. I don't know. I don't know. Part one went a little harder. Part 1 was a little more grittier.
I feel Creed is top 3 Rocky films.
The first one?
Creed. Yeah, Creed is top 3.
They just put all the Rocky films on Tubi. I got to go back and watch all of them because I'm not even going to.
They're all on Netflix right now.
All of them?
Yeah, except 5 and Rocky Balboa.
Yeah, I got to binge. Like, Rocky Balboa was actually the one that made me want to backtrack to the series to begin with because I'm like, I don't know if that was before or after Rambo, but I was like, Sylvester Stallone keeps coming back to these, these franchises. Yeah, he kept coming back to these franchises, and I'm like, all right, let me check it out. And it was okay. I don't like him. I don't want to burn no bridges here. We might want to get him on the show one day. What's his name? Milo Ventimiglia? Whatever his last name is.
Ventimiglia? Yeah.
It's something about him I did not like as Rocky's son. I don't know if it's like he's got that fucking jaw like that, just his shit's like all the way over here when he talks. I don't know what it is. Like, he's got like fucking cocaine jaw or some shit.
You know what's sad about that, man, is that Stallone's real son played Robert Jr. in Rocky V.
Did he?
Yeah, that was his actual kid. And
Wait,
Stallone died a few years ago.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, didn't his son pass away at some point? Up,
so, and that was one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why Stallone was really apprehensive about doing doing Creed. He didn't want to do it. It's like because of his son died, and he's like, I don't want to do it.
And then he jumped on board for 2 whole movies, and who knows how many others just to get the rights taken from him. Like, I watched that interview where he was explaining everything, and I understand like completely why he doesn't want to be involved, because he could have easily just been a yes man and just, all right, man, I know we're not getting along, and I know I don't own the rights. I'm going to get out my feelings, and I'm going to get this bag real quick and just make Creed 3. But he, like, I respect his, his integrity. He's like, listen, he called that dude nefarious. Like, I don't even hear that fucking word every day or every week, but he called that dude nefarious.
He called him a fucking hack, dude.
Like, that shit... Those still waters run deep with those two, man. And he said, I could never watch Creed 3, but he said, if Michael B. Jordan wants to do Creed 4, we can come up with a story and I'll do it, but as long as the other guy isn't involved. And that makes me think, like, where's Michael B. Jordan's loyalty? I'm not saying him and Sylvester Stallone got the best relationship, but you would think that, I don't know, like, if I was Michael B. Jordan, I would probably, I don't know if he reached out to Sylvester Stallone, but I would probably, like, get him on the horn and be like, listen, like, can we come to some type of agreement where you're on board for it? Like, because that was something that threw a lot of people off, and there was a lot of people that said that they, like, couldn't stand the movie because Rocky wasn't in it. I don't know. I thought that was, like, one of the movies.
It's not that, like, he wasn't in it. It was just that no mention of him. That's just weird.
Yeah.
Like, that's weird.
I mean, you know,
especially with the
about.
first two, how they just really hammered it home, like their family. You know what I mean? And so it's so weird in the third one where it's just not brought up. Like, his name is not even. It's nowhere to be seen.
They treated Rocky the same way they treated Jesse in D3 The Mighty Ducks. I don't know if you're, like, big on the Mighty Ducks movies, but the black kid that was in there from the people under, he was fooled from the people under the stairs. Brandon Adams.
Yeah.
He is not mentioned in D3 The Mighty Ducks. The only black duck is Keaton Thompson. And I don't know if it was like creative differences why Brandon Adams didn't come back, but he is not mentioned. Like, none of the other ducks are mentioned when, like, that's what they treated it like. They treated it like some shit like that, man. That's crazy. They didn't even, like, give it like a Mortal Kombat Annihilation, like where you recast somebody briefly to play them or some shit. They didn't even give a fuck enough to do that. Because, you know, in Mortal Kombat Annihilation, they were like, oh, like, Christopher Lambert's not coming back, and Lyndon Ashby's not coming back, and what's that chick's name? Bridget Wilson's not coming back. Okay, we'll get James Raymar and what the fuck is that dude's name they got to play Johnny Cage? Goddamn. Oh man, he was oh, I know his name. He was the guy that played Johnny Cage in Annihilation. He was the love interest in the next Karate Kid. Chris Conrad, that's his name. Chris Conrad.
Really?
He was Eric McGowan, that short, stocky son of a bitch from the next Karate Kid. He was Johnny Cage in that movie. And it's like you can kind of like squint and look at him like, is that Lyndon Ashby? And it's like, nah, his neck is a lot more stockier, and his shoulders.
You mean the time Johnny Cage got a little bit heavier within like 3 minutes?
Let's talk about it. Yeah, yep. Within minutes. And Sonya Blade changed her costume and got perkier titties and threw on some shorts.
And a short haircut.
and a shorter haircut. She cut her hair like, when Shao Kahn was coming down from the sky, she was just like, I got time. Like, these portals are just taking this sweet-ass time opening up. And fucking James Raymar, man. Like, that's another... Wait, when are we doing our, like, video game adaptation discussion, man?
April. I don't know if it's going to be the first episode or the second one.
Oh, Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
The second one so we review Super Mario Brothers. So you might save that one for that one.
Either way, Mortal Kombat Annihilation, I got something special for that one. I got something special for that one, man.
Yeah.
Woo, that's a bad one.
Mortal Kombat Annihilation. I had that DVD, bro, and when I lost it, I was like, no big deal.
Yep, man. Fuck it.
No big deal.
Fuck it.
I don't need Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
And I went to the movies to see that shit when it came out, man. Me, my cousin, and a friend of ours, like my cousin's brother, took us to go see it on some Big Brother shit, and we thought it was the best thing ever. We were like, oh my God, there's Cyrax and Smoke and Shiva and Mataro, and then you go, like, you get older and you watch it, and you're like, this movie's fucking terrible. Like, this shit, they didn't even fucking try. They just threw everything at the wall, and nothing stuck at all.
They just reused the Double Dragon sets. That's what they did.
That's one, as far as the video game adaptations, that's one I got to go back and watch. I don't remember anything about the Double Dragon, the live-action movie. I think Robert Patrick was in it. Wasn't he a villain or something?
Shadow. Play Shadow.
Yikes. That was bad. That's a bad
Dark Daddy
one.
says, Dark Daddy 831 says it did not hold up.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't hold
At
up.
all.
It
At all.
doesn't.
I mean, look,
Alyssa Milano is just...
She's in there, too?
Yeah, she's the, I guess, the quote-unquote love interest or something like that. For Scott Wolf.
Nah. I mean, I feel like Double Dragon, in comparison, no, you know what? Fuck this. Mortal Kombat Annihilation is safe in comparison to House of the Dead. That's the one for me. That is the one where when we do these video game adaptations on the show, oh, you better believe I have a multitude of shit to say about House of the Dead, bro. Whew.
As a general rule, I only allow myself a one Bao film a year, or every 5 years. The fact that I'm going to have to watch fucking like 3 of them within the next couple of weeks, just making me gag inside.
Oh man, you know what? I don't give a fuck if we burn this bridge and don't get Uwe Boll on the show. Uwe Boll can kiss ass. I don't give a shit. Uwe Boll has got to be one of the worst and like most childish fucking directors I've ever seen. This dude, he was like, "Oh, you don't like my movie? Go fuck yourself." And then he challenges fans who don't like his films to boxing matches. You're obviously not built for this industry. If you bitching at criticisms and all that type of stuff, like I'm not gonna lie, I'm not getting in the ring with Uwe Boll. That motherfucker's big as shit. He's a big ass diehard villain. I'll call somebody up for you that is your size. Like I know to stay in my lane. He's too fucking big. But like that is just so like childish of that dude. Like if you're a shit director, you're a shit director. I think he'd be cool, half decent if you stay away from video game properties where people are going to have expectations. House of the Dead, I used to read Game Informer magazines, and I remember reading one, and they were talking about the production of House of the Dead, and Uwe Boll and the crew were talking shit, saying, yeah, we're going to show the headshots and the gore, unlike Paul W.S. Anderson. Take that shit, Resident Evil. And it was like, I was like, oh, they talking big shit. I can't wait to see this. And then when you see it, you see it.
It's what? Yeah, the reason we see someone's head explode is because you put a fucking video game clip of it in the fucking movie.
Oh yeah, the fucking cutscenes said Bobo was the best character. Bobo.
Well, is that from Double Dragon, Dark Daddy?
I think so. I was about to say I don't remember a Bobo in House of the Dead unless it was a deleted scene that I was so unlucky enough to miss.
Dark Daddy also says there needs to be a Metal Slug movie adaptation.
Metal Slug, was that on Nintendo or was that on Sega? It sounds familiar, and I'm mad I don't know.
That was a Neo Geo game. It was an arcade game. It was a side scroller game where you just like get in a tank and start shooting people.
Okay, it says it was a running gun. It was a running gun game.
Yeah,
Metal Slug.
I'd be in for that. I'd be in for that. That'd be dope.
That's another thing we can do when we talk about like the video game adaptations. We could just take like suggestions from the like everybody that's watching and say like who we would have direct and who we would have star in it and stuff like that. Metal Slug. Like, why do I feel like I've never played this game before?
You never go do laundry? It's just one of the arcade games in the laundry match. It's either that or Street Fighter 2.
Street Fighter 2. That listen, we are owed a good Street Fighter game in general. Not game, but a Street Fighter live action adaptation. Because the original movie is just comedy. And then when they did that, did you see The Legend of Chun-Li when they did that shit?
No, I did not see that.
Oh, listen. If you want me to watch what Wraith and Last Shift, you have to watch Street Fighter, The Legend of Chun-Li. Your man Robin Shou is in there. Liu Kang, the original Liu Kang, is in there.
I know Neil McDonough's in there too. He's Bison with his bleached blonde ass hair. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Oh, this is another bridge I'm about to burn, and I don't care. Fuck that guy. I don't like that guy. He is the same character in every fucking movie. He's the same character in Apex with Bruce Willis. He's the same fucking character in Walking Tall with The Rock. He's the same character in Street Fighter. He's one of those actors, like, I feel like I wouldn't trust in real life. You're just too fucking, that's where you use the word that Sylvester Stallone described that guy as. You're too nefarious. Like, you're nefarious and shit in real life. Oh, but he plays Bison, bro. You got to see that movie. It is awful. And the one chance that they had to make a epic scene, they fucked it up. They had Vega, who runs into Chun-Li for an alleyway fight sequence, and they completely fumbled that shit. And I'm like, y'all had potentially one of the best scenes in a video game movie ever. Whether the whole movie was garbage or not, you had Chun-Li versus Vega. You have to. I don't know if you saw like the animated movies or that type of shit that they came out with back in the day. There's a scene in one of the animated movies where Chun-Li and Vega fight to the death in this house, like in this bedroom, and they are just tearing each other to shreds, and it does not let up. Like, it keeps going and going, and they beat the shit out of each other. And I don't know, like, that director that did The Legend of Chun-Li, he's the same guy that did, he's a very, very odd director. He did Romeo Must Die and Doom and Exit Wounds and Cradle to the Grave.
Wounds. I like Romeo Must Die.
Romeo Must Die was cool. Exit Wounds, that's the one with
DMX and Steven Seagal and Michael John. Yeah. I you know what? I have not seen it in a long time, but I remember liking it a lot. That scene with the truck where they're ripping off Steven Seagal's truck and he starts beating all of them up is like, look, man, I'm working on my anger. DMX as a tech millionaire?
Huh?
DMX is the tech millionaire? Like a tech guru?
It's not plausible, man. Like, rest in peace, shout out to the late great DMX, man. One of the GOATs. But this goes back to me talking about rappers turned actors. I'm sorry, man. Like, I love that guy. I cried genuine tears when DMX passed away. Acting wise, it's not there. It wasn't there. I'm sorry, it wasn't. Like, people love Belly, right? Belly's cool. But the more and listen, I grew up. Belly was like a campfire story to me. Like, my big sister saw it with all her friends, and it was like a campfire tale because, like, I wasn't really old enough to, like, go see it. So everybody came back, oh, Nas and DMX and Method Man and Terrell Hicks and T-Boz and all this other, and Kane from Menace Society, and I was like, oh shit. So as a kid, like, I'm like, this is like one of the best hood movies ever. I put this up there with Boys in the Hood and Menace Society, and then I swear it's another one of those cases where the older I get, the more I say, this is just a long-ass music video with bad acting. Like, I'm sorry, man. It's a very long music video with bad acting. The movie looks great because, what's his name? Little X? Not Little X.
Hype Williams.
God damn, what is that fucking director's name, man?
Hype Williams.
There you go. Hype Williams. Thank you. Hype Williams. He's got a directorial, like music directorial background. Cinematography was on point. The movie looks great, but there isn't really a good performance in that movie, man, at all. I mean, not even like Tyron Turner, like came from Menace to Society. He can't even like hold this shit together. It's not great. Like it's monumental, but
no lie. It took me till about like 5 years ago to realize that was Tyron Turner. He was that
you couldn't get past like the 50s nuclear hairstyle and shit.
Like what the hell? Yeah. Like what the fuck? That's not Tyron Turner. No way. And then he's credited as like, where is he? Is he the guy talking to AZ at the barbershop? Like no. And then like I looked and someone had pointed it out on YouTube, and it's just like him using the banana. Like I don't like this shit. I don't like this shit. I don't like this shit either. I don't like this shit.
Yeah.
I still maintain that the opening to Belly is arguably one of the best openings to a movie.
Oh yeah,
but it never reaches that height ever again. Never reaches it. It's just dull.
The way it looked, the song. Wait, you haven't seen the House Party reboot yet?
No, I have not seen the House Party reboot yet. It's on HBO Max now, so I might chance it.
This is how you know this movie doesn't know what the fuck it wants to be. They completely rip off that Belly opening sequence. Same slow motion, same black light, same however they want, and it's awful. And it's like, what the fuck does this want to be? Do you want to be a modern reboot to bring in a new generation, or do you want to be like an ode to the 90s? Like that movie has no clue what it wants to fucking be. I promise you. You're gonna have a good time with that one too. That movie's awful. It's bad. Yeah, they ripped off that Belly sequence in there. It was out of nowhere. It was out of fucking nowhere.
Now I'm curious. Like, okay, how do you fuck that up? Now I'm curious. Now I gotta see this.
It's literally out of nowhere. It's like the two main characters. They dap up and it's like, all right, let's go get this place cleaned up, huh? And they go back to the party and they're walking in slow motion with the "However Do You Want It" song playing. I'm just like, I was like, what? This doesn't make sense. That director, listen, I'm scared. Like, the people that love White Men Can't Jump, he's doing that shit too.
With Jack Harlow. With fucking Jack fucking Harlow. Yeah. You might as well put fucking Jonah Hill there. You might as well just do that. Call it a day.
Hill might be a hell of a basketball player. You never know. I still got this.
I don't know, man. Those cuts were pretty brutal to make him look good.
Listen, White Man Can't Jump. If it's streaming, the reboot, I'm not going to waste a commentary on it. I'll probably watch it and then review it. The same thing I did with House Party, but I'm sure it's not going to be worth my fucking time at all. And then the black guy that's in there, that's the Wesley Snipes type of character. He was in Shark Night 3D. I don't know if you saw that. Shark Night 3D.
Already sounds like a good time.
You listen. There is a bright silver lining to Shark Night 3D. There's a lot of practical sharks in that movie, and they look good. They look great. It's a lot of like you got the regular sharks, you got tiger sharks, you've got hammerhead sharks. It's a nice little variety of practical sharks in there, but the movie's just terrible, man. Same dude that did Snakes on a Plane and Final Destination 2, but you would never be able to tell because the movie is just dry. Like you made a PG-13 Shark Night 3D movie where these kids are just at a resort, not a resort, but they're at like a lake house, and there's tons of sharks going around eating people, and you just made a PG-13. It's terrible. It's fucking awful. It's awful. Joel David Moore is in there though. You know, he's like the goofy guy, and he's basically the same character from Hatchet. Yeah, he's in there. He's basically the same guy he played from Hatchet. But that's really about it. The movie's not. It's not good.
But at least in Hatchet, he was cool. He was.
Yeah, I liked him. I liked him in Hatchet once he got past the whole "I miss my girlfriend that cheated on me" shit. Like that was annoying. Because if I'm the token black guy friend, I'm not going on a fucking swamp tour to cheer you up. I'm going back to the room to drink and do Mardi Gras shit. I'm not going on no swamp tour to cheer you up. Sorry, I can't do that.
Man. That was like the funniest shit ever, though. That was so funny. He just bitching and complaining about his girlfriend. Like the first half of the movie. That was
it really
good.
is, though.
You see Cocaine Bear?
I did not. I saw you posted your review for it, but I didn't get a chance to tune into it.
Yeah. It's basically what you think it is, bro. It's basically what you think. It's cocaine and a bear. That's all you fucking need. And it's so funny too because I wonder if they used the Paddington bear, the Paddington bear face template for the bear, because there are certain parts where the bear looks like Paddington. Just went out the hat.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't Paddington the bear with the hat and the jacket and shit?
Yeah. Cocaine Bear is a good time.
Listen, I want to see that movie so bad because it is literally one of the movies where my expectations are exactly what they should be. There's people coming out of this movie doing their reviews. Oh, the acting was like, fucking stop. I feel like sometimes, and myself included, we go into certain movies expecting the wrong fucking things. If you are going into a movie called Cocaine Bear and you're stepping out of it expecting great acting performances, whether Ray Liotta's in it or not, rest in peace, shout out to Ray Liotta, man, but you're going to get exactly what you're going in there for. And I'm here for it, man. And it looks like they put something into it. Like, it doesn't look like that cheap Asylum bullshit that they come out with. You see Asylum's about to do...
Meth Gator. What the fuck is a Meth Gator?
Fuck!
Brian Spears says Paddington doing lines is the funniest thing ever. Yeah, I agree. Paddington 3 is... Paddington 3 is going to be Paddington just doing cocaine. I want to see that.
And Elizabeth Banks wants to do Cocaine Shark after this, and I'm like, let her do it.
Cocaine Jaws? Yeah. Oh yeah. Why would?
I mean, honestly, if you go back and you watch Deep Blue Sea, those sharks move like they are on cocaine. They do. Those sharks move like no other sharks I've seen in any other movie. Yeah, the CG looks shitty a lot of times, but it was 1999. But listen, every animal needs to get the Cocaine Bear treatment. Let's do Anaconda. Let's do Deep Rising. Let's do shit. I didn't really like Deep Star 6, but let's do Cocaine Deep Star 6 monster, whatever the hell that thing was. I don't know what that shit was.
Supposed to be like a Leviathan,
Yeah, it was, but I did not like. I wanted, somebody sold me on Deep Star 6 because they said Steve Miner directed it, and I'm like, oh, all right, but Steve Miner, was it Steve Miner? Oh no, it was Sean Cunningham. I'm fucking speaking blasphemy right now. Let me check to make sure, because I just remember Deep Star 6 was very fucking boring. I was not satisfied. Like, Leviathan was way better than
that's the
Deep Star.
One with Peter Weller, right?
Peter Weller, Ernie Hudson, Daniel Stern. Leviathan is not to be slept on. It was Sean S. Cunningham that did Deep Star 6. It was not great. It was not great.
Sean Cunningham is not a good director. I mean, let's just be real. He's just not. I mean, House, anyone? I mean, come on. Let's just be real. House.
I've never seen it.
You never seen House? Then you're not missing much.
With William Catt and his Jufro, I've never seen it. I've seen one clip of House where some woman comes to visit him and she leans under the table, and when she comes back up, she's like this crazy looking fucking monster. I don't know what's going on. Is it what?
Ex. It's I think it's his ex-wife that's dead, that died earlier in the movie, and he buried her in the backyard.
I've only seen House 2 back in the day. I remember renting that back in the day, and all I remember is a dead war veteran and a dead dog. That's all I remember from House Part 2. And apparently there's 2 more movies after that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They get worse as they go on. But I like House 2, though. House 2 is actually kind of fire. It's a cowboy
that's under, is it Paramount Plus that's trying to, one of the streaming services is trying to remake that. It's trying to reboot that series, the House series. Is it Paramount Plus? I can't remember. But somebody's trying to reboot it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you could reboot House.
They'll probably just try to unless they want to add the humor to it. They'll just give it like a more serious tone, I guess, because the movie just seems goofy as shit.
It is goofy, but the first one is just not that great. It has like a cool Power Ranger villain at the end, but other than that, it's not that great. There's like
I'm with it.
there's like Sergeant Slaughter Power Ranger villain type. He's like a skeleton, and he has like an army hat. He has a skull. He looks like a fucking Power Ranger villain, dude. No shit.
You know what? I've seen pictures of that guy online. I know who you're talking about. He does look like a fucking Power Ranger villain. He damn sure does. He does, though. And I never, like, I see that picture. I used to see that picture a lot. And I never knew what movie that dude belonged to. I just thought it was like somebody doing cosplay or some shit. Like really bad cosplay.
Yeah, he's only in like the last 10 minutes of the movie.
I'm with a I would watch I would have to watch the first one. I'm with a remake of that because I feel like the lesser known properties are the ones that should be remade anyway. Like bring new audiences to it. Don't remake something like I don't know. Like I was about to say, don't remake something like Phantasm, but I feel like they should because they can get crazy with it. I never understood much of the Phantasm series to begin with. I only really like part 3 for the most part, and that shit doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, 3 that's the only one I can sit through, and it's stupid, but I'm entertained. That little kid that's in there is Kevin McAllister. He's Kevin McAllister of the horror genre. That's who the fuck he is. I hated that kid, but yeah, he is a badass. You cannot deny him that shit. He had that frisbee with the razor.
The little with the garden shears around it. Holy shit, yo! That kid was not to be fucked with, bro. For real.
Yeah, but where was his parents at? Like, was that his house? Or was that somebody else's?
That was his house. Yeah, that was his house. His parents were taken by the tall man. He says it to Reggie toward the end of the film.
Yeah, I like the whole Phantasm series. I know everybody loves it. I don't know what the fuck is going on in that series. Like, if somebody was to ask me the plot for Phantasm, I got nothing. I got nothing for you. I ain't got shit.
Nothing.
No disrespect to Don Corson. That guy. Don, that guy. No disrespect to him. Maybe we'll get him on the show one day and he can explain the plot for Phantasm to us. I don't know.
It's funny because he was on a podcast and he says, and one of the co-hosts asked him, what was the what were the mythos and the kind of Bible that you were pulling out all these mythos for? And he was like, I really didn't have any mythos. I was just fucking making it up as I was going along.
That's some ballsy shit to admit on an entire show. Like, I don't know, man.
Hey, got him fucking 5 sequels, so obviously.
Well, yeah. Didn't he direct all of them?
Yeah, he directed all of them.
Oh, well, now see, I admire stuff like that. Like, that's like, regardless of how I may feel about some of the Child's Play sequels, Don Mancini has been a part of every single one. Like, I like shit like that. And I feel like if Wes Craven was still alive, he would still have hands in, ironically enough, that's what we're going to be talking about. He would still have hands in the Scream franchise. Like, that's rare, man, for somebody to just stick with the franchise, whether they're like writing, directing, producing, whatever the case may be. That shit's rare, man. Like, I wish we would have had that for fucking Halloween franchise. Like, some type of consistency. That shit went.
No, John Carpenter had to fucking go off and prove that he was a filmmaker, not a franchise filmmaker. Fucking asshole.
I mean, well, he did want to direct. He did want to direct. Was it Halloween 4? Or was it? I know he wanted to direct H2O, but they were like, "Listen, the money you want can start another production company. Like, we don't have that type of fucking money for you, bro. We can't do that shit." Honestly, I would have rather he directed than Steve Miner.
It would have been a much better fucking movie. I'll tell you that right now.
And we would have had one mask.
Yep.
One mask. We would have had one mask.
So I wanna ask you something before we go into our screen. How do you feel about David Flanagan? How do you feel about David Flanagan directed a Nightmare on Elm Street.
Nah, nope, no, absolutely not, absolutely not.
Man, you shut that down quick.
Nope, that's the guy that did Dr. Sleep, right?
Yeah.
Nah, absolutely not. And don't get me wrong, I like Hush. He directed that movie Hush, and that movie is basically a remake of Hear No Evil. Like Hear No Evil was this movie that came out in like '93 with D.B. Sweeney and Martin Sheen and what's that dude's name? Not John C. Reilly. John C. McKinley is his name from
McKinley. Yeah, okay.
So yeah, that movie was basically a deaf chick. You know, she doesn't know she's got this gold coin in her possession, so she's got a bunch of crooked cops and goons coming after her throughout the whole thing. It's a solid little gem from the '90s, but Hush is probably the better movie. I love that movie. That was one of the best movies to come out of that year. Dr. Sleep, I get why people would want him to direct a Nightmare on Elm Street movie because he did Dr. Sleep and everybody was flying and little toy boxes were opening up in at the Overlook Hotel and everything was mystical and magical. No, I do not think he's got enough experience with movies like that under his belt for him to just up and direct a fucking a Nightmare on Elm Street movie. I was just saying this to somebody on Facebook the other day. I said that I feel like if me personally, if there was anybody I could pick to direct a Nightmare on Elm Street movie, it would be Andy Muschietti, because he basically directed fucking Dream Warriors with It Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. And somebody once told me that, and it made all the sense in the world, somebody once told me he made a better Nightmare on Elm Street remake than Samuel Bayer did in 2010. And that's fucking true. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think Andy Muschietti would be the guy. Like, all this Mike Flanagan shit, I'm not sold on that shit. And the poster, it's like, oh, everybody's hype about the poster. Let's have them do it. Nah, I don't think it's a good idea. Just like I don't think it's a good idea for Blumhouse to get that series. I don't think they're built to handle something that's that wildly creative.
Yeah, I think Blumhouse would be the wrong house for Freddy, honestly. Warner and New Line need to get their shit together and really figure out how do we keep Freddy under our roof. They need to really figure that out.
What? Listen, Freddy, yo, you might be on to something there. Was it Izzy Tech Solutions? You might be on to something there. I'm going to tell you why. Because imagine, okay, we've all probably more than likely seen the Dream Child.
Yeah.
You remember when Dan jumps on that motorcycle and Freddy basically turns him into like fucking like whatever, like a transformer mixed with the fucking Guyver Skeletor. Imagine Michael Bay directing that shit. That sequence would go on for 3.5 hours, and that's only the first act of the movie. Like, we would have so much more shit to look forward to if Michael Bay did a fucking Nightmare on Elm Street movie. What? Oh my God, we need to listen.
Yeah.
I love the way our viewers.
You're so right about that. Oh my God, that's right. He made that scene like a whole half hour. Each nightmare is a half hour long. It'd be a 4-hour movie.
I'm there for it, man. Like, Michael Bay doing Nightmare on Elm Street? Shit. Listen, but you know what? I don't know. While that sounds good, I would not trust Michael Bay because this is the same guy who was stamping his name on every fucking remake in the 2000s. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, he put his name on that for a reason. Friday the 13th, he stamped his name on it, but he walked out during the premiere because he said it was too, like, gratuitous and it was too much sex. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with
you? Objectify women in your own movies. What the fuck are you talking about?
Camera up Megan Fox's whole anus throughout the whole movie, and he walks out of the premiere Friday the 13th. Like, it doesn't add up for me. The math ain't mathing at that point.
It's for real.
Then he stamped his name on. He stamped his name on the reboot, and it's like, did you even consult? Did you even meet? He probably never met Samuel Bayer or Jackie Earle Haley. Somebody called him and was like, "Yo, would you like to produce Nightmare?" He's like, "How much?" "All right, go ahead and do it. Put my name on it. I don't give a fuck." And we got that.
I mean, it was his company. The Platinum Dudes was his company. It was him and Brad Fuller's company. So
Platinum Dunes, they were
I
on.
can totally
They
see
were on
that.
something special, man. Platinum Dunes, they were about to do magical things, man, but they just lost their way. I feel like everybody just kind of pulled the plug on them once that Nightmare on Elm Street reboot came out. I don't remember them doing shit after that.
Yeah, Brad Fuller said that the phone stopped ringing for like 5-6 years, and they couldn't even get work. Like they were all blackballed. They're like, we're done.
Said, what about a Jordan Peele? A Jordan Peele Nightmare on Elm Street? Oh, the black director stepping in the chair. As much as I want to say yes, I don't know. It depends. It depends on how grounded you want a Jordan Peele Nightmare on Elm Street movie to be. Because I'm thinking about shit like Get Out, where he plays with, the sunken place effects and shit like that. Maybe, but how far will you take it? Like, nope, they don't really play. He doesn't really play with a lot visually, other than like the a jean jacket, the alien. So Jordan Peele would really have to fucking like, honestly, if we're talking Jordan Peele, I would have him produce it. Maybe the chick that played Candyman, I hate to say it, I would probably trust her more than I would trust Jordan Peele with a Nightmare on Elm Street reboot. She took a lot more liberties in her movie than Jordan Peele has, like visually, like with the mirror tricks and all that type of shit. She took little more liberties with her shit than Jordan Peele. But I mean, I could see it. He just wouldn't be. Unfortunately, he would not be like one of my top 3 choices.
Top picks.
Yeah. Unfortunately, man, I wish I could say he would be one of my top picks because Jordan Peele's like one of my favorite new directors. But I don't know, like Andy Muschietti's right there. Uwe Boll is number 2. So I'm fucking. I'm fucking with y'all, man. Listen, I'm burning my own bridge on this show. My phone's about to stop ringing. Listen, man, we can't do this show anymore, bruh. These motherfuckers called in after you said Uwe Boll, we can't do this shit.
Stream off. That's it.
Could you imagine Uwe Boll like the Nightmare on Elm Street? Oh man, it'd be epic.
Oh my god! Probably the only good thing he'll ever do.
I don't know if you've seen Rampage.
I think
Betty Alvarez. Betty Alvarez did Don't Breathe and Evil Dead and
Don't Breathe. I think he could make a really gritty Elm Street movie.
Ooh, listen, if there's one thing I know, his practical effects in a Nightmare on Elm Street movie would be fucking insane. It would probably take us back to like those first 5 movies for the most part. Well, the first 2, yeah, because Fede Alvarez, like, he kind of does like a little bit of body horror in the Evil Dead movies, man. And could you imagine, like, if he did anything like that that transformation sequence in Nightmare 2? If he did some modern day shit like that?
No.
Yikes.
Oh, or if he did the cockroach scene from 4. Oh, man. Probably to this day, probably one of the best sequences in the Elm Street franchise. I would have to think.
That one's rough, bro.
Ooh.
That guy who did those effects, Screaming, like K&B did the effects, but they brought in that guy, Screaming Mad George, for that scene specifically. That shit it's probably the nastiest in the entire fucking franchise, yo. That scene, man, is straight up nightmare fuel because it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. Like, and when you think it's going to be over, like her face peels off, and then oh my god, that look.
Yeah, her
Nightmare on Elm Street series.
Oh,
Nightmare on Elm Street series. That's one thing people do not give the Nightmare on Elm Street series credit for is the fact that out of all our slashers, it is one of the best body horror slasher franchises of all time. There's body horror in not so much the first one, but almost every sequel after that. You got Jesse transforming into Freddy in part 2. You got Philip with the fucking, when he turns it into a marionette. Yeah. And then you've got the cockroach sequence, and then you've got Dan's death is body horror, pretty much. Even Carlos' death. even Carlos's death and Freddy's Dead, when when that shit gets a hold of his ear and starts like,
it looks like a fucking face planter, like one of those like the face planter in his ear. Like,
yep.
Oh,
that scene. I know a lot of people
damn.
don't like that, but that scene is cringe. That scene is so cringe to watch.
Yeah, I have to watch that scene on mute.
Yeah, because he's like the way it sounds when it's like spreading in his ear, and then when Freddy's like scratching across the
chalkboard. Yeah, done.
Everybody's favorite sequel.
Yeah, I think Fede Alvarez, Annie Machete, and the sleeper will for me would be Alexander Aja. High Tension.
Hills Have Eyes got right.
Yeah,
Hills Have Eyes. High Tension. Yeah, and he did. And you know what? He did. I'm not the biggest. I fucking love that movie, man. Crawl. Piranha 3D. I'm not the biggest fan of Mirrors. He directed Mirrors, but that is probably like if somebody was going to hire him, that would be their incentive. Like they would probably have to go watch Mirrors and be like, okay, this guy can play around with like imagery and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So him, he's solid enough, man. What is his nationality? Is he like French or something
he's
like
French.
that? Yeah, that dude.
Yeah.
Dude, he's got an eye, man. Like I remember when I first like watched the Hills Have Eyes remake, and I'm like, this shit is just brutal as hell. Like parts that make you cringe and shit. Like his violence is built different in his movies for sure.
Yeah, because they're all kind of grounded and real.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, and they're designed to hurt also. Like when you watch it, they're supposed to hurt you. Like, ugh.
When Ted Levine is getting like burned at the stake, his eyes turn like cloudy white when he's being burned alive. And I like at first you don't even notice it, but then it's like, holy shit, like you said, it's grounded. Like the violence is grounded in that in all his movies. Even in stuff like stuff like Piranha 3D. When that girl's hair gets caught in that propeller and that shit pulls, like it scalps her, but it takes her whole face with it, and it's just a skull. Like that's Woof. That is a ride, man. Anybody that has not seen Piranha 3D, do yourself a favor. Don't stay away from the sequel, but yeah, definitely Piranha 3D is a hell of a time.
Yes, it is. It's a fucking fun time. All right,
the sequel
you ready?
Yeah,
the double D, right? The double D.
Yes, but Piranha 3 Double D is just like y'all didn't even like they took the cheesiness of the first one and somehow made it worse in the second one. I don't know how. Like that is an accomplishment. I don't know how they managed to do that, but that is awful, terrible.
Okay, so let's move on to our main topic: Scream. It is Scream Week here, everywhere. Because Scream is coming out tomorrow night at 7 p.m. in certain theaters and is opening nationwide on Friday. So do yourself a favor. Go get yourself a ticket right now. We're going to talk about Scream. So how are we breaking this one down? So how do we break this down? We go by one movie, we talk about it, we review it, or...
Yeah. I guess we can do that, and it's like, fuck, man. Like, where do you start with something like Scream, man? Like, I first of all, I saw this shit in the theater. Did you see the first one in the theater?
Yeah, I saw the first. Yeah, I think I saw all of them in theaters, actually.
Oh, that was a nice, quick little flex. You saw all of them. I've only had the luxury of seeing the first one in the theater. That was it. These are probably like the most. I can imagine these are like some of the most fun movies to see with the right crowd of people. Because that first one, like I remember the theater we were at. I don't remember which one it was out here, but they were literally in the aisles handing out Jiffy Pop. Those the popcorn that Drew Barrymore was making in the movie. And people had no fucking clue. Like, this was brand new. You know, everybody was just like, what the fuck? Like, what are we supposed to do with this? then when the movie starts, everybody's looking like, oh, I see why they gave it to us. But that is like probably top 10 theater experiences ever. Like every reaction that Wes Craven and Kevin Williamson went for, they got it. Yeah. They got every, like, even the unintentional shit. Like, I remember there was a group of girls like sitting across from us, and they were laughing at Tatum when she's like playing with the bunny's feet. Like when she's like, bam, sit, super bitch, and she's playing with the bunny rabbit's feet. There was a group of girls just laughing at that shit. I don't know, like, what they found funny about that, but people were laughing at unintentional shit. Like it was a wild ride, man.
She's a teenager playing with a bunny. I think that's why.
And one of the best openings of all time. Like
it is one of the best openings, honestly, because you think that's Drew Barrymore. You don't think they're gonna do that to Drew Barrymore, and
they dragged
Barrymore was a star. I mean, not to say that she's not a star, but Drew Barrymore in the '90s was the it girl. You know what I mean? She was your lead, and they plastered her all over the posters.
Yeah, like she was going to be a top character or something. False advertising. I mean, they do that. I think there's one person on every poster that's not really a big character, but I think Drew Barrymore is the one person out of every Scream poster that is on the poster but gets killed right away. Right away. Mm-hmm. Everybody else Jada Pinkett's on the front cover of Scream too. I mean, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. And listen, I know the name I just mentioned. We don't want no smoke with Will Smith or Chris Rock at all. We only mentioned her name because she's in Scream 2. That's it. All right? We just need to make that shit clear. Now we go back to Scream 1 where we're in much safer territory. But
yeah, we're not going to be much safer once we get to Scream 2, I'm telling you right now.
Listen, I'm not going to touch
We'll get there.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch that until we get there. I can't be the one burning all the fucking bridges, man. Sometimes I got to leave that shit up to you. I have to.
No, don't worry. I'll burn it real quick.
And, no, what you about to say?
I saw Scream opening weekend with my stepdad and my mom's. We kind of just went on a whim. It was like Christmas, and we just wanted to go to the movies. And I knew nothing about Scream. I knew nothing about Scream. I was just like, okay, whatever. And I went and I saw it, and it just like blew me away. It's like, what the fuck? What's going on? And I remember my reaction in the theater where I was just so intense, dude. I was just like, oh my God. I was like, dude, this is crazy. And I remember walking out, and we went to like the early showing. We walked out, and it was still broad daylight, and I just remember just feeling so uneasy. It was just like, that was an experience. And the movie came out in 97, mind you. I'm like 13, 12. Like, I'm not as well versed in movies as I was back then, you know what I mean? And this was like really my very first experience watching a movie that had that kind of profound effect on me. And I'm like, ooh, you know, so yeah. And this was kind of the movie that kind of just sent me down that path. Just like, I want to watch movies now, you know?
Because I don't think now, we always say that popcorn paved a lot of it laid down a lot of bricks for Scream, but I feel like as far as what they like, that whole self-referencing, and these were probably the most self-aware fucking characters we had ever seen at the time, man. So like that was literally like even though we got sequels galore now, like that was like one of the most like groundbreaking, I guess, slasher movies at the time, because you didn't have movies that like spoke directly to you, like spoke directly to the audience, like Scream did. You had so many characters, whether they were male or female, that said shit that you related to. Like especially like for me, Randy was always like the it guy for me in that whole movie. Like I loved all the other characters. There's not really a character I don't like in the original Scream, but Randy, I was like, yo, not only is he like just savvy as shit, funny as hell, he works at the video store too. And then at the party, he's just geeking out. Like, he's like, yeah, she was nominated for Prom Night and Terror Train and all this. I'm like, yo, this dude is like the geek that I wish I was and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, his movie prowess was just, like, out of this world. Like, I've never seen a character like Randy. R.I.P. Randy. For sure.
For real. You know, and I agree. I think I had seen Clerks before I seen Scream, so for me, like, Randy was a younger version of
Randall?
oh my god, what's his Randall? Yes, like that was the teenage version of Randall. You know what I mean?
I could see that. For
and
sure.
And Randy was like, he spoke to all of us. You know what I mean? We were Randy in the audience. Like that's who he represented. And I feel that's why he was such an endearing character, because he's us. And he's not written in a way that's a caricature. He's written in a way where we can all be related to him. You know what I mean? Like, we all relate to him.
Yeah. And so much so that you, like, that scene, like, everybody loved Randy so much. That scene where he's watching Halloween and Ghostface is behind him, everybody in the theater was losing their fucking minds. Everybody was going crazy. And you don't normally, like, Scream was probably, other than the Halloween franchise and Nightmare on Elm Street, I'm not even going to say Friday the 13th, but Halloween and Nightmare on Elm Street are the franchises where you genuinely give a fuck about the characters. You genuinely give a fuck about the characters, and Scream, I feel like up until that point, Scream, there wasn't really a slasher movie or franchise where I was like, I don't want to see anything happen to the majority of these characters that we've been introduced to. Even, like, Gail was a bitchy character, probably at her bitchiest in Scream 1. Didn't want to see nothing happen.
My mom, I used to watch Friends with my mom back in the day. That was like our thing. Every Thursday, 8 p.m., I would watch Friends with her. And I fucking hated Monica. So when she showed up on screen, I was like, man, I hope she gets it.
Oh my God. I didn't want her to die, and especially, like, when you get those moments with her and Dewey that set up what we're going to see for the rest of the series, I was like, yeah, Dewey, like, I love it. Like, it goes back to what Randy said in Scream 2, where he's like, I'd let the geek get the girl. Like, Dewey's just this, not bumbling cop, but Dewey's like this cop that's just like, yeah, I kind of know my position of authority, but I don't know if I'm as strong as I want to be. And he ends up getting a fine-ass reporter chick who's just, you know, snooping around everywhere. Like, I love that shit. Even smaller characters, like, down to, like, Principal Henry. I love that Principal Henry, he was taking action. He's like if Sheriff Meeker was from Halloween 4 was a principal at a high school. He's not fucking around. Like, he expelled those 2 kids. You know, he's in, like, questioning the kids when they come into the office. He's like, yeah, remember your principal loves you. Like, when he's on the loudspeaker and shit, like, he was an active character. They didn't make him like a cliche type of, you know, throwaway character. But I mean, it was kind of salty when he died. I mean, did we ever see Principal Henry die? What if he's the killer? Has anybody ever even thought about the fact that Principal Henry might be the killer in Scream 6? We never saw him die. Space said, I know what you did last summer was better than what? Oh, okay. He said I'm trolling. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. He's trolling.
Cinema Space also asked, what's your favorite movie slap?
Favorite movie slap? God damn. That's a good question.
Next Friday, the uncle, so good, make you slap your mama.
Fucking Uncle Elroy?
Yeah.
Greatest movie slap? Horror movie slap or
favorite.
Movie slap?
Favorite. He said favorite.
Favorite? Just movie slap in general?
Yeah, in general.
One that comes to mind is when Jason in the Power Rangers reboot slapped the shit out that dude that was bullying Billy. He slapped the fuck out of that dude when they were in detention, and that's so hard that dude's like, did you just slap me? He's like, yeah, I think I did. Slap the shit out of that dude. He shouldn't even been standing up after that. Like, we gonna have to go to jail and get kicked out of school at that point. If somebody ever slapped me that fucking hard, he slapped the dog shit out that dude. He really did. That was a slap that came to mind. Shit, I almost said Ben from Night of the Living Dead, the original, but he didn't even slap Barbara. He just socked her. And I hate that part of the movie. That's like, oh my God, I'm rooting for this guy, the token black guy, one of the first, and you just punch that fucking woman in the face.
Hey man, but he had to maintain the situation. She was endangering all of them.
He socked the shit out of Barbara, man. Like why? Like and he socked her so hard that she went to sleep. Like she got up and then she goes cross-eyed and then just falls asleep. Like she had to think about how hard that contact was for a second. It's terrible.
What happened? Like you fell.
Yeah, he didn't explain shit when she woke up. He's just like, I got the place all boarded up and got you some shoes and shit. You all right? No? Yeah. Okay. Let me just board it up here. He didn't want no parts of that shit. He knocked her like senseless to the point where she doesn't bounce back from it after that. She's just out of it for the rest of the movie. It's ridiculous, man.
It's also interesting too because what?
What you about to say?
I was gonna say it's interesting because last night I was watching the horror show on TikTok and the guy asked, "What are your favorite top 3 horror movies of the '90s?" And his number one is Scream, obviously, because that's everyone's number one movie of the '90s. And it got me thinking because my number one was New Nightmare, right? New Nightmare, and I was thinking, and I just thought about this after I posted it. I was like, would he have gotten Scream had Wes Craven not directed New Nightmare? I mean, we would have gotten Scream regardless, because if you listen to what Kevin Williamson said and the inspiration behind Scream and how he came up with the idea of the telephone, we would have gotten that anyway. And then he showed it to Robert Rodriguez, Sam Raimi, and someone else, and they all didn't get it. But Wes Craven got it, but I think he only got it because a few years prior he had did New Nightmare, so he knew how to do the inside baseball without really breaking some of the cardinal rules of filmmaking. So
he already laid the groundwork for it.
Yeah, so would we still have gotten the same kind of Scream without Wes Craven? Or would it be a different Scream without him?
It would have been a different Scream. If the concept was the same under Kevin Williamson's pen, I don't think it would have been as effective with Robert Rodriguez directing. I don't think I love Robert Rodriguez. Like I love that guy's movies. I love how over the top his movies are. But I think Wes Craven. No, I know Wes Craven is the superior director in comparison to him. I know a lot of people love Sam Raimi. I think Wes Craven's above Sam Raimi too. Who else did you say was offered?
There was a third director. I don't remember who it was. It was another prominent director at that time. I can't remember who it was, but it was Raimi, Rodriguez, and someone else. And all three of them passed on it because they didn't understand the material. They didn't understand the fourth wall.
And at that point, it was almost like fate, because at that point, who better? Like you said, he already did New Nightmare. New Nightmare, I know everybody's got their opinions on New Nightmare, but I think I did commentary sometime last year for it, and I watch it every once in a while. But when I did my deep dive commentary on it, I found such a new appreciation for fucking New Nightmare, man. Like that is arguably. I like Dream Warriors better, but New Nightmare is definitely top 3. New Nightmare is top 3 Nightmare on Elm Street movies, hands fucking down, because that movie they get so deep into that fourth wall. Like there wasn't anybody that was ballsy enough to do that at the time. Fuck all those other movies we're about to do. This isn't even a legacy sequel. This is something completely different. Everything that you've known, all these characters y'all love, all that shit is all cute and everything. This is clean slate. Freddy's real. We're about to do this. Like nobody had ever seen no shit like that before. So I think Wes Craven, he was the guy to do it, because you didn't. Robert Rodriguez at the time, I mean, he did Dusk Till Dawn, I think, around that time. Sam Raimi, obviously, he did The Evil Dead and Army of Darkness and stuff. But
and then he went on to do Spider-Man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't see. I mean, I know it's a little biased because we're so used to the franchise by now, but I just couldn't see anybody else but Wes Craven doing a Scream movie. I mean, unless you wanted to get the guys from Popcorn that did it, but it was 17 of those motherfuckers that directed that movie, so we wouldn't even have the consistency for Scream to begin with. It was a whole bunch of those, a whole bunch
For
of them.
real. It just got me thinking because, like, would the movie be the same had Wes Craven not have done that? But Kevin Williamson would have still had penned the same script even without New Nightmare because he was watching a documentary on the Gainesville Ripper.
Yep.
And he was on the phone with his best friend walking around the house, and he's like, you know what, I'm going to call you right back. And he started writing the scene that we all know the opening to. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. So it just got me thinking. But I think we all know the answer because Scream 3, but we'll get there when we get to
Telling you, man, I'm gonna ruffle some feathers when I get there, man. I watched all the movies so far this week just to gear up for this shit. But I stopped at Scream 3 today. Like I was trying to rewatch them just to be on my P's and Q's. But the last thing I was watching, like a little bit before we jumped on the stream, was Scream 3, and I will talk about it when I get there. But another thing I want to say about Scream is the kills. Like the kills were different. Like the kills aren't like super gory and crazy. And the crazy thing is, while they're not, they were. Like the MPAA cut down a lot of shit from the original Scream, but it still was effective. Like Scream is one of those movies that made stabbings in slasher movies scary again for me. Like I was already used to Jason killing somebody with whatever. Michael Myers doing the same thing or with his bare hands. Freddy just does whatever. Ghostface, regardless of who it was, like he makes you think like you don't ever want to get stabbed by one of these motherfuckers. Like ever. Yeah. Because like from the first stab, like not when he kills Steve, but when they slow the camera down and he runs behind Drew Barrymore, you see the knife go, they don't cut away. Like you see the knife go into her shoulder. And he has a retractable blade, but they sell it. Like they sell it as if it's a real stab. And to the point where when she falls on the ground and looks at the wound, you see the blood pouring out. It's like, yo, like poor Gert, what's her name, Gert from E.T.? It's like, she can't die. It's fucking Gert. She can't die. And I just saw her in, prior to Scream, I don't know if this was before Scream, Drew Barrymore was in this movie called Boys on the Side. Yeah. With, that was before. Mary Louise Parker and Whoopi Goldberg and shit, and everybody's favorite Raiden, James Raymar, was in there. But I did not think that they were going to kill Drew Barrymore off in that opening, man. That shit is vicious. And the fact that they drag it out. Like, it's not just like, boom, somebody gets killed. Like, no, Scream is one of those franchises where they don't just really kill anybody too quickly. They're going to let you kill it.
Also, too, like the salt in the wound is that she gets up and walks and tries to call for her parents. And you think, okay, it's gonna be okay, it's gonna be okay, and then boom, the rug gets
and she was right there. It's one of the, she was right there. Yeah, and it's plausible. It's so plausible. It's not. It now while we would normally want to call bullshit about this, it's plausible because he's choking the shit out of her before she knees him in the balls, and she tries to scream for her parents, but she can't because she just got the fucking life choked out of her. And then he just knocks her ass back down, and then they start playing that. Oh, they start playing that music. That music is gut wrenching, man. It's all sad, bad. It's awful. Then they show the aftermath.
Oh, I know. You should watch the. They have the alternate cuts. For the opening of Scream, you actually see more of what they did to the jock. You actually see them opening up his stomach, bro, and you see everything just come out. So that scene was a little bit more gruesome than what they initially showed. And then her death is a little bit more brutal also because she doesn't get stabbed once; she gets stabbed like 3 times. Then she gets choked. So it's like, holy shit.
Fucking MPAA, man. And they speaking of MPAA, they toned down Tatum's death too. Tatum's death was supposed to be a lot crazier, and I would imagine so because somebody getting their fucking head smashed in by the garage door. Like,
but it looks like shit though, dude. I've seen that. I've seen it. It's on YouTube. Yeah. Have you seen it?
It looks it looks yeah.
It looks like a fucking dummy. It looks like a fucking mannequin. Like you just see her head just like get crushed in. Like, oh. I can see why they want to cut that because that just did not look. I didn't look as good as it should have.
I thought Tatum was going to live. It's another one of those things where they don't kill somebody right away. Like Tatum is fighting back. She's throwing beer bottles. I remember people were in the theater cheering for that shit. She's throwing beer bottles at him or beer bottles at him, and then when he runs towards her, she like ducks down and he flips over, and it's like, yo, she's going to get away, and then you see her stupid ass. First of all, Rose McGowan's titties nor her ass would fit through that doggy door to begin with, so she should have known better. She's always been stacked. Rose McGowan, like, I swear to God, she was definitely one of my childhood crushes between Scream and Phantoms and Jawbreaker. And Planet. You know, Marilyn Manson wanted that ass for a reason. He wanted that ass so bad that he said, I'll make a cameo in Jawbreaker without the makeup on. You want me to put a little handlebar mustache on? I got you. As long as I can hit that ass on the set of this movie. Marilyn Manson was obsessed. He was obsessed with her, man. But and then, you know, they came out with Planet Terror. That didn't help my crush at all because like that one leg machine gun shit, Jesus Christ. Christ almighty.
Scream is a good movie. This is a good movie. Like it is a solid entry. I really don't have any nitpicks about this movie. I think I have one nitpick, honestly, after rewatching it, and it's fucking Billy Loomis.
Yeah. I mean, well, what's the nitpick? Like, I'm curious to know what the nitpick is.
He's a bitch. I often wonder, how many people did he really kill? I don't think he killed anyone. I think he killed Tatum. I don't think Tatum. He killed anyone else. So I think Stu was the one that was doing a majority of the work. I think Stu did the principal. I think Stu did Drew Barrymore and the jock.
Who else died in this fucking movie?
Who else? Mark's not really that high in this movie.
Kenny? The cameraman? Remember he gets his throat slashed real quick?
Because Stu disappears.
Maybe Billy just maybe he just killed Tatum and he just did all the snooping around. Like maybe he was the one in the supermarket that was like creeping around in broad daylight and shit.
Jail at the time. He was still in jail.
In the supermarket? He was out of jail. That was when they were in the supermarket.
That was
right.
That was after.
Right after they went to, right before they went to the party because they were in there food shopping and throwing shit in the cart, like whatever. They were throwing shit that didn't even they threw in ice cream and tortillas. Like that's just not. It's not a good combination of shit to you're gonna be drinking alcohol at night.
They're like just go in here and just grab a bunch of shit.
Yeah,
it's just exactly. Like okay, here we go.
That was probably Wes Craven's direction. They're like, so what should we put in the cart? Whatever, doesn't even matter. We can pay for it anyway. Just grab whatever you want. Type
right,
of shit.
Santa Rosa has been good to us.
I mean, my nitpick is small, and like I'm pretty sure there's like a couple, but not a lot. But one of my nitpicks goes back to when I first saw this movie, and this is how much of a movie geek I am. When, like, even as a kid, like when Stu stabs Billy up in the bedroom, like where he's like, "What do I have to do to prove to you I'm not a killer?" And Ghostface stabs up Billy, and you think he's dying. That was some of the most overdramatic shit I've ever seen. That was a bad sell, and he didn't have any like knife wounds. He didn't have any knife wounds. Like he didn't have no knife wounds. And then when he comes down the steps, he falls down the steps, and she's like, "Oh my God, Billy, you're bleeding." And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "I'm like a stuck pig, but I'm okay." And it's like, where are your wounds at? They're nowhere in sight. Like, and I don't know if that's just the geek in me where I'm just like, okay, there's no puncture wounds at all. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on right now. That was like a small nitpick. I did not know that, in his defense, I didn't know Billy was the killer. I thought it was going to be the dad. Everybody in the theater thought it was going to be the dad at some point in the movie. Towards the end, especially, like, I thought it was going to be Neil Prescott. I never thought it was two killers. That was another thing that Scream kind of broke ground with. I don't know if we've had multiple killers in our slasher movies before, but Scream was like, holy shit, like, this dude's got an accomplice with him too? Crazy. And it was two characters that, like, some people might have liked, especially Stu. Like,
and they were prominent, and they were prominent throughout the whole movie also. Yep. You know what I mean?
And the first Scream, I think the first Scream probably does the best job of, you don't really wonder, like, when everybody's killing, if you do think it's Billy or Stu, you don't really wonder where they're at, because one of the two is always on screen. And that's something that the rest of the sequels kind of, like, some of them drop the ball with. Because some Scream sequels, and we'll cross that bridge when we get there, it's like, well, where the fuck is this person throughout the third act of the movie? They're the fucking killer. Like, I never would have guessed that those two were the killers. And I didn't think.
I think that reveal. I think the first movie actually had the best reveal.
Yeah. Because of how they play it out. I mean, you quoted Psycho shot Randy. I thought Randy was dead when he took the bullet, and then you get one reveal, and then she tries to run away, and then you get the second reveal right away. Like, they don't waste no time with that. So yeah, I think that is probably the most effective reveal in the franchise. I don't think I've been, like, super shocked. Other than the first one by the reveals, like, some of them is just like, oh, okay, that person's a killer, but none of them were like, oh shit, like how the first movie was.
Yeah, for those that are just joining you, we're talking about Scream. We're going down the list of the movies, giving our overall thoughts on each movie, and we're going to be moving on to best kill, best character, and worst character.
I forgot all about that portion. Oh shit!
Do you have it or no? Because I have mine.
I mean, I can just go off the top. Wait, which one are we doing? First what? Which first are we doing?
Okay, so first one's best kill. So Scream, best kill.
I mean, hands down for me, even though it looks kind of crazy, best kill for me is Tatum. Tatum, because I did not, like, it's going to end badly, but I didn't think it was going to be a close-up shot of her shit just getting smashed in. Like, I remember when I first saw it, I'm like, oh, shit. Like, I didn't think they were going to, like, show all of it. And then they, like, the aftermath, they had to show her body, like, and it's like, yeah, she's dead for real. She's
dangling.
Yeah. Yeah, that was vicious. And Tatum was a good character. She was sassy. She was a good best friend to Sydney. Like, I wanted to see her make it out, but her death scene was just brutal. That was when you knew K&B was behind this shit, right? Wait, I'm pretty sure it was K&B. Let me make sure. I think K&B.
I think it is. I think it is K&B.
Okay. We need to get them. We need to get them on the show. They've done everything.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
If it's 90s effects, like 91.
K&B or Screaming at George. It's one of those two. You know what I mean?
And Greg Nicotero, man,
someone needs to find a Screaming at George is still alive, because we need to talk to that guy.
He is. He's got an Instagram page. He does.
Oh, does he?
He does. I found his Instagram page, and I'm not even trying to be smart, but I was sadly mistaken because I clicked on his page. I was like, oh, he's got a page, and then I started looking through the pictures. I was like, well, who's this Japanese woman on the pictures? And it was Screaming Mad George. It was not a Japanese woman. I'm not trying to burn no bridges here. I'm not. We would love to have Screaming Mad George on the show, because I want to ask him about Nightmare on Elm Street 4 special effects, and I want to ask him about Silent Night, Deadly Night 5. It's a terrible movie, but...
Is that the toy maker?
The toy maker with Mickey Rooney. Mickey fucking Rooney, bro. Played
Holy shit.
Joe Petto.
Hey, you know what, though? That, out of all of them, that has the hardest poster.
It's the little boy, right? with all the
It's a
toys
little
behind
kid
him.
was sitting there with all the toys, and they're all have that evil look on them.
I'm not gonna lie, man. Like that movie scared the shit out of me as a kid, only because Pino scared the shit out of me, man. Like not so much as when he's just creepy. Like he's creepy. He's trying to be cool with his little curly hair and his leather jacket, but at the end, where he's like got like that like he looks like a doll. He looks like a doll. It looks silly, but the whole idea of it is just fucked up. Like he was nightmare fuel for me. I don't know about everybody else, but that shit was a weird movie. It was a really weird movie. But yeah, Screaming Mad George did the effects for that shit.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Definitely have to.
He
Definitely have to
probably
figure
doesn't
out a way
know
to
that.
get them on this show for real. Yeah, best kill Tatum. I think that's the best one in there. Best character.
Randy.
Best character.
For
Tatum.
me is Randy.
For me,
You
it's
like Tatum over Randy?
I like Tatum a little bit better. Like you said earlier, she's the solid best friend. You know what I mean?
She is.
So, I just like Tatum a little bit more because I think Tatum is just like the best friend. You know what I mean? She's like a good friend. So, but Randy's okay.
One thing I'll give Tatum over Randy is she's got more. Even though she's being like an asshole best friend, she's got more wholesome moments with Sydney where she's just trying to be that best friend where she pulls up on the first thing smoking. She pulls up in the little buggy and she's like, oh my God, Sydney, are you okay? She goes to the police station with her and she's like, listen, you can spend the night at my house. She's like trying to comfort her. When she gets the phone call at the house, she's trying to comfort her when, it's a moment where she's talking shit about her mom when she's like, yeah, there's been talk of other men, she says something about that Richard Gere gerbil story. She's basically telling Sydney her mom's ahead. Her mom was a big ass toe bag, and that's what if Sydney's mom was the killer in Scream 6? Like, what if Maureen Prescott never died, and she just comes back in Scream 6? I wonder how many people will walk the fuck out the theater at that point.
I'd be fucking pissed, bro. I'd be pissed.
The fucking
like you gonna retcon the whole franchise? Fuck out of here.
The killer in Scream 6 is Maureen and Neil Prescott. Like, they're the two killers. They're the cult of Ghostface. It's them three, and they brought Roman back to life. Let's just go supernatural with the shit at this point.
Oh, that'd be great. Maureen, Neil, and Roman.
I mean, they would definitely have to go. Roman's not in the running at all. Like, that's not even a fan theory because that motherfucker is dead. Like, anybody that caught a headshot, I don't want to see them ever again, unless they're like a ghost, like Billy Loomis was. Yeah. I don't want to see those motherfuckers ever again.
Worst character.
Oh man, Casey Becker. And I'm going to tell you why. Cause she ain't shit. I don't have a boyfriend. You want to ask me out on a date? And then when shit start hitting the fan and getting real, I got a boyfriend who plays football and he'll kick your ass. And it's like, first of all, you was ready to cheat on your boyfriend with the phone sex operator on the other line. You ain't shit. You wasn't loyal. She is who Chris Brown was talking about when he said these hoes ain't loyal. I love Drew Barrymore and everything she's in. But Casey Becker wasn't shit. Don't call on Steve when shit hits the fan when you was just flirting. Steve was probably yelling through all of that tape throughout the whole sequence because he was cursing her to fuck out. Like, yo, for real? Like, we just went out on a date and all this other shit. And now you don't know if you have a boyfriend? Like, fuck out of here, man. Fuck out of here.
Exclusive. For me, Billy Loomis. I don't like Billy Loomis.
You do not like Billy Loomis.
I do not like Billy Loomis, man. I think Stu was like the mastermind. I think Stu was the one. People say that Billy Loomis was the mastermind, the manipulator. He was the one that was controlling Stu. But Stu was a psychotic motherfucker, dude. Like, he was over the top. Those are the guys that you need to be scared of because he is not going to hesitate at all. You know what I mean?
And Stu,
Billy Loomis is a bitch. I think Billy Loomis is a bitch. Randy said
Stu,
the best, dude. Scream 2.
He said he was a pussy ass wet rag. That's what he called her. Yo, yeah. Randy was going in on fucking Billy Loomis in Scream 2, bro. He was letting them have it in that shit. That's one of the funniest fucking scenes in Scream 2.
Yeah.
Hands down.
Billy Loomis, Johnny Depp looking ass, man. Fuck that guy.
That's one of the reasons he got the part. Like, you ever notice, like, and I think Wes Craven says this in the Scream commentary. He says that Neve Campbell and Skeet Ulrich kind of favored Heather Langenkamp and Johnny Depp. That's why he had the whole, boyfriend sneaking through the window because Johnny Depp was going through, Heather Langenkamp's window. It's a lot of callbacks to Nightmare on Elm Street in that movie, if you really pay attention to it. And I didn't even know at first until I went and watched the commentary and listened to them, like, break down scene for scene and stuff like that. Billy Loomis, man. You do not like Billy Loomis, bro.
No, I do not like Billy Loomis. Billy Loomis is a fucking punk bitch. Dude, fuck that guy.
He said he's a punk bitch. I mean, even Sydney called him out. She said she called him a pansy-ass mama's boy.
Yup.
Damn. Yeah, Billy Loomis, man.
That guy. That guy's a... Fuck that guy. Fuck Billy Loomis. Moving on. Scream 2. Possibly one of the best sequels ever made in certain circles. People put this movie up there with T2, Alien, Spider-Man 2. This is up there as one of the best horror sequels and one of the best horror sequels, or sequels in general. Sorry. Been a long day. Sequels in general. So, I don't know. By the look of Romero's face, he does not agree.
Listen, Scream 2, my gripes with Scream 2, it's like, it's more than a few of them, but to fucking categorize Scream 2, like, sequel-wise with shit like T2, that's fucking blasphemy. That is, because Terminator 2 almost makes the first movie, I love that first movie, it almost makes the first movie non-existent. I've still to this day never seen action sequences like that, man. But Scream 2 is a solid sequel. It just suffers from just dropping the ball with certain shit, man. Like, I don't... For one, I guess who one of these killers were two and a half acts into the film, because one person just fucking disappears for the entire third act, and I'm like where is this person? Oh, I can guarantee that's the killer. I didn't know it was going to be two this time around again, but I guessed who one of the killers were. Scream 2, it does have a lot going for it, man, and it just, I don't know, man. Like, the guessing one of the killers thing is bad. Killing Randy was one of the biggest fucking mistakes that this movie made, and they blew their load so early in the franchise. And Kevin Williamson, I think he said in a statement that he wanted shock value. They wanted shock value, and they wanted the audiences to know, yo, second time around, we mean business. We're not fucking around in this one. I feel like if they did it, they should have saved it for part 3. But Killing Randy, the movie's over for me after that. Like, I'm still engaged, but as far as that, like, I'm dropping my shoulders. Like, I'm not really tense anymore. I'm not like on edge. I'm not as invested as I was. Like, the moment that scene is over, when Dwayne Martin just passes out when he sees Randy's body, the movie just takes a little bit of a dive for me after that, man. The third act is okay. Like, the third act is cool. I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know. And Jerry O'Connell, I know you don't like Billy Loomis. Jerry O'Connell, as far as like the boyfriend character, is no Skeet Ulrich substitute. Jerry O'Connell is pretty fucking annoying for me in that movie. I don't know what it is, man. It's just something about him as the boyfriend. He's almost too concerned. Like, he's so overly concerned. It's from the moment he walks up, he's like, hey, Sid, I heard you weren't in class. Are you okay? And he kind of like steals her away from Randy while they're having their best friend bonding moment. And he's just like, yeah, I can do something to take your mind off of everything. And he just kisses her. And that's it. And then he's just like, he's like, well, how am I going to get you alone? And it's like, you trying to get pussy at a time like this where your girlfriend's almost like she's been attacked and bodies are dropping on campus? Like, this is the reason why women think we've only got one thing on the brain, is because of motherfuckers like Jerry O'Connell's character, man. He's just a little annoying. But on the flip side of that, I was sad to see him go. when he gets shot and he starts like bleeding out, dying, I was like, oh no. I was like, no. He's gonna be all right? Like, just put your hand over it, put pressure on it. He's gonna be all right. And then he just fucking dies. I was sad. They make it sad. Like, they make you feel it when he dies. And Sydney's reaction makes it like realistic. And she's got terrible taste in men. Like, terrible taste in men, apparently. A great fucking opening, though. A great opening. I'm almost scared to touch this because I still want to get Will Smith on the show, but we got to talk about that opening with You Know Who and Omar Epps.
Ooh,
I think You Know Who, because we got to keep that fucking name out of our mouth.
God damn. I will say that opening, I saw this in the theater with my parents again, my stepdad and my mom's. We all went to go see this again, and watching that sequence in the theater, like full theater, was surreal. It was so like, oh my God. Like, I thought the first one was intense, but just watching the theater and being in the theater and just having this like really surreal moment, it was just mind blowing to me. It's like, holy shit. And it just kind of stuck with me for like the longest time. I was scared. I shit you not, I was scared to go use the bathroom after that. I did not want to go use the bathroom.
Yeah,
I was like, yeah, I'm good, man.
They opened with a bang, man. And I'm wondering, like, at that point, we're only in the second movie. I'm wondering, was everybody already savvy to the fact that, okay, whoever this movie starts off focusing on, they're going to get killed? Or I wonder, did people look at it like, oh shit, Omar Epps and Jada Pinkett, they're like black people in a horror movie, maybe they'll survive, because Jada Pinkett was on the front cover too. She gets knocked off in the beginning. Well, she was on one of the covers. I think she's on the main poster.
She was on the main poster when I saw in the theaters.
Yeah, but nobody knew Omar Epps. Yeah, nobody knew Omar Epps was in the shit at first. And then when he goes into the bathroom, like, I didn't see that coming. Like, I didn't know what was going on and what he was listening to. I still don't really know what that person is, like, what Mickey's saying or Mrs. Loomis, whoever was in the stall. I don't know what they're saying.
They were moaning. That's what it was.
So he probably was trying to listen in and be a perv. That's what he was doing.
They were moaning, and so I was like, oh, like, that's why he was listening while I was smiling, like, all right.
It's another one of those things where when that knife hits, it's like, oh shit, like, that's Q from Juice, like, not Q from Juice, not in the brown leather jacket. And then when the knife comes out of it, like, when he pulls himself off the knife, I'm like, wait, is he going to be all right? He just got stabbed in his ear. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. And then when they show him on the ground and then Ghostface pops up with his jacket, I'm like, yeah, that motherfucker's dead.
No, he didn't get stabbed in the ear. He got stabbed in the brain.
It wasn't in his ear?
It was in his ear, but because of your brain.
In the brain. But I'm thinking, like, oh, shit, like, he's going to be all right. He didn't die right away. And again, the Scream series, they do not kill people right away. Like, even when they, like Kenny from the first one, he gets his throat sliced. He doesn't die right away. He like looks at Sydney and tries to tell her to lock the door and shit. Yeah, that was a bad one. That was a bad one. And then you get that Jada Pinkett sequence, like that was rough too, because they dragged that out too. He just like nonstop, and I love the shot where he's slicing her up while she's running, and that girl's looking at herself because she sees blood on her arm. The girl that's sitting in the audience, like, she gets sprayed with blood, and she's like, what the fuck is this? The realest movie I've ever seen type shit. This shit is in 4DX. And then she just gets up. I mean, that's another small gripe is it was kind of dramatic. Like, if she was going to die slowly, that's one thing, but she gets up there and she's like Plava Laguna from The Fifth Element. She's singing opera and shit in front of the whole movie theater. And then she dies. Like, if she dies slow, like, she drops, and then she sits, and then she drops her head, and it's just like, well, goddamn, like, this thing, if I wanted to watch Black Swan, I'd watch Black Swan back in the day. That shit was so over the top, but it was effective, though. Like, her death scene was effective.
She said, she gave an interview, I think it was a couple years back or something like that, and right around the time, like, the anniversary of Wes Craven's passing, and she said, like, I talked to Wes Craven, I wanted to be in the she originally wanted to be in the first Scream, but they couldn't fit her in there. And Craven's like, I'll put you in the sequel. And she's like, I want to die, though. But I want my death to be the most dramatic thing ever in the movie. And Wes Craven's all, okay, we could do that. And so that's why it's like that, like so dramatic, because like he allowed her to like go for it. Be over the top with it. I don't care, go for it.
You know what, man? I'm talking like I know him personally, man. I miss Wes Craven so much because how fucking dope is that? That, like, could you imagine one of us going up to Wes Craven while he was alive and being like, yo, I want to be in, like, can I be in this movie? He's like, listen, we're all booked right now. I got you. And you kind of might take it with a grain of salt, like, oh, whatever. And then you get the call for the sequel. Like, that's fire. That's like Steven Spielberg. Joe Johnston came up to him and was like, yo, I want to direct the Lost World Jurassic Park. And Steven Spielberg was like, sorry, little brother, like, I got you on the next one. And Steven Spielberg let him do Jurassic Park 3. Those are the gestures I live for, man. Like, when people, like, keep their word with shit like that. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, I know a lot of people don't like Rob Zombie's Halloween, but, you know, Rob Zombie probably saw what a shitty deal Danielle Harris got with Halloween 6, and he fucking cast her as Annie in Halloween the remake. And I'm like, those are such good gestures, man, on those directors' behalf. Like, I love shit like that. I didn't know that she auditioned until you just said something. I didn't know she auditioned for the first one. I never knew that.
It wasn't an audition. She wanted to be in it,
but
I don't know what an audition. She said that she wanted to be in it, but they couldn't find a way because she wanted to have a death scene after seeing Drew Barrymore. Like, I wanted to have a death scene.
Yeah.
And like, okay, I'll get you in a death scene. Don't worry about it. I got you. And made it into the theater. Like, I think that's like the best. That's like the best sequence of the movie, honestly. That whole theater sequence.
The opening sequence?
Yeah. The frat house comes a close second, but they kind of just Sarah Michelle Gellar dirty.
Listen, she should have at least survived. She can't get a sweet deal in any. She can't get a break in any slasher movie. Like, she gets these chase sequences where it's like, oh my gosh, she might get away, and then it's like, oh, like, fuck. Listen, something about, like, I was already a Buffy fanatic to begin with, but something about Sarah Michelle Gellar when she was in Scream 2, I don't know if she just gave me, like, was she no, she was in Cruel Intentions after that. I think Cruel Intentions was 99.
Yes.
But something about Sarah Michelle Gellar when she's on the phone with Ghostface and she's just, like, so comfortable on the couch, I'm like, this chick's got it. She's got something. She needs to be around for a lot longer. She should have definitely been around. I think her and Joshua Jackson definitely should have had bigger roles. I was excited to see him. I'm a Joshua Jackson.
Rebecca Gayheart also.
She is in it. She is in it, isn't she? Her and Portia de Rossi's in there. Is it Portia de Rossi? Yeah, that's her name.
Portia de Rossi.
And they were just like were they a couple?
They were supposed to be the mean girls, like the popular girls, and they were never brought up ever again. Like, what the fuck for?
So fucking disrespectful, because when, you know, when Elise Neal is kissing their ass when they walk up, she's like, hello, sister such and such. They're like, hello, pledge. Like, they just call her pledge. They don't even call her Polly. Like, they just call her pledge. Disrespectful. Holly was supposed to be the killer, by the way. Her and Jerry O'Connell were originally the killers in that movie. And I'm like, Elise Neal was like 5'2". Now, I know that Ghostface changes height in all, you know, once they put that costume on, they grow like 2 feet taller than they are.
It was supposed to be 3. There were supposed to be 3 of them.
3 killers?
You know who the third one was? It was in the first one.
Cotton Weary?
No, Stu.
Stu was the killer in part 2?
He was supposed to be the third killer. There were supposed to be 3 of them in part 2. At the end, there was actually... He was
supposed to be the killer in part 3, too.
Yeah, in part 3, because it was supposed to lead into part 3. But we'll talk about why that didn't happen. In part 2, originally, if you look back at the frat party, Stu was in the background.
He's an extra. Yeah, like Matthew Lillard's an extra. Listen.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That
So
is
it was
leading
supposed
me
to
to
be
believe.
Stu, Mama Loomis, and Mickey. But Mickey was actually supposed to be originally Sydney's boyfriend, and Derek was supposed to be the best friend.
That
But
would
they
have made more
switched them
sense to
around
me.
because of script leaks.
That would have made more sense to me. I think, first of all, Tim Oliphant's one of the most underrated actors ever for me. I love Tim Oliphant. Like, even in bad movies, Tim Oliphant's fucking fantastic. And Mickey,
Justified, bro.
I love Mickey's character, man. But when Mickey disappears for the whole, where is he at after that? After that, I Think I Love You. When Jerry O'Connell's singing in the lunchroom to Sydney, you don't see him. You don't see him anymore after that. And I remember when I saw Scream 2 for the first time, I'm like, well, where's the cool guy at? Like, I thought he was the coolest dude ever. He used to walk around with the camcorder. I liked his lines. But I'm like, well, where's he at? And then I'm like, no, he's the fucking killer. That was just...
They could have done so much more with the camcorders, and they didn't do it. Like, he could have been making his own horror movie. Like, that's what he should have been doing.
And they give you a little bit of that, like when Dewey and Gale, like when they break into like the auditorium and they realize that Ghostface has been, and this is like before Scream 4, Ghostface was kind of filming all the murders, like, well, prior to the murders, he was filming Maureen outside of the movie theater. He was filming Randy, and then he was filming Gale and Dewey, and he was filming Sarah Michelle Gellar. So, like, I mean, now that I think about it, that was a dead giveaway that Mickey was the killer because he walked around with that fucking camcorder throughout the whole movie.
It also puts Sarah Michelle Gellar's death in a whole different light. Also, after that argument about sequels and how she just kind of made him look stupid, like, you got a hard on for Cameron.
Yo, she did, because he said he
talked her out of the window, like, what, bitch?
He was pissed. That was probably the most personal kill next to when Mrs. Loomis killed Randy. Can we talk about Randy for a second?
Yeah, go for it.
Why? I know why. I know why they did it. That was the craziest sucker punch of the 90s, like of 90s horror for me. I did not see that coming, and then it's another one of those things where I was like after the sequence, I'm like, wait, is he going to be all right? Like, is he going to come back? And it wasn't until years later I realized she doesn't just stab him up; she cuts his fucking throat. Like, that's the last sound that you hear when she slides out of the van. She cuts his fucking throat. And then they had in Scream 3 originally, Randy was supposed to be in witness protection. His parents hid him away, and it's like, no, motherfuckers, you're not. I refuse to believe that he would survive that shit. There's no way.
Jamie Kennedy often said he often jokes, says, like, I was actually supposed to be moving, like they were supposed to film me moving. I was supposed to survive.
Yo, I'm telling you now, yo, if any of these characters get resurrected in Scream 6, if we see Stu or Randy, I'm not giving up on the series, but I'm going to call bullshit. Because if this is where we're going, let's just go supernatural with it. Let's go full-blown, like the Stab movies say. At one point, we involve time travel and all this other shit. Let's just go. Let's shoot for the moon at this point. Because everybody wants to, Stu's the killer and maybe it's Randy. I'm going with the theory that I wanted to rock the boat a little bit a couple weeks ago, and I said, well, fuck it. Why can't Charlie from Part 4 be the killer? We didn't really see a body. We saw him get stabbed in the heart and all of that, but people have survived. Why can't Charlie be the fucking killer?
That's a good point.
And there is a mention in Scream 5 when Jen Ortega gets the phone call. He's like, yeah, is your mom there? Tell her it's Charlie from Groot.
Ooh.
I'm just saying.
It is radio silence. And they're, I don't know how well they are with continuity, and so I don't know. We'll see. Because I think this is their first sequel that they've done to a property of theirs. So we'll see exactly how that plays out.
Does VHS count?
Yeah.
They were behind.
Well, no, not really, because they're individual stories.
Yeah, it was a bunch of other people. It was like Joe Swanberg, Radio Silence, Ty West. I want to say Mike Flanagan. Did he do any of the VHS ones? I don't fucking know. I have no idea. It's going
No, that seems a
beyond the
little too
creative.
low ball right now. That's for real, like it does. Yeah, I don't know. Charlie, that might be good. That might be a good idea.
Oh,
Stu? I don't
and
know.
the
I like Stu. I don't know. I think Stu might be the killer. I don't know.
how Sway? How did he survive? You got that's head trauma and electrocution.
I don't have the answers.
Oh, and the reveal. How did you feel about the reveals? Both of them. Like both the reveals overall. Like, is it one you liked better than the other one, or?
Mickey, I'm like, yeah, I saw that coming from a mile away. Even when I first saw it, I was like, oh yeah, he just kind of gave off like killer vibes, dude.
Yeah.
Mama Loomis though, that was kind of out of left field for me. I was like, what the fuck? But then like when I got older, I realized, oh, we really don't care a whole much about Loomis's mom. So yeah, that could work, I guess. When I remember initially, I was like, whatever. I was like, Roseanne's sister's the killer? Like, that was my initial reaction. Roseanne's sister, Jackie? Jackie?
Yo.
He's the killer? Really?
And, like, I didn't really have a problem with Mrs. Loomis. It was the way she revealed herself when Gail comes out behind the curtain and she's like, Gail. Like, Sydney thinks it's her and Gail's like, and then Mrs. Loomis comes out with the gun like she's fucking James Bond or some shit. It's like, all right, lady. You got a 3-piece suit on, like you wasn't killing people with that shit under the Ghostface mask on. But she does have that, like when shit starts hitting the fan, she does have that, like her eyes get crazier and crazier the more she talks about like what her motive is and shit like that. So she sells it, but it's like like you said, the reveal in the first movie, like it's a hard fucking act to follow, very tough.
Yeah, but I do think the motive in 2 is better than 1, in my opinion, or at least Mickey's motive, anyway, because it really hammers home what with a lot of news outlets are like, oh, video games and music and movies are influencing the young and they're making them violent. Wrestling is making kids violent and stuff like that. And I thought that's a really interesting thing because he's going to put the entertainment industry on trial. It wasn't about him. It was about putting the entertainment industry on trial, saying, no, man.
He was looking forward to that shit, too. I love how he says that line where he's like, wait until the trial is going to rock. Like, he had plans. Like, he really had plans. Like, it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to get away with this. And he's like, no. He's like, he said Billy was a sick fuck who tried to get away. Like, he said Mickey's a sick fuck who wants to get caught. Mickey was thrown off. For real. Like, and Mrs. Loomis, like, I don't know. I feel like sometimes she killed Mickey because she was jealous of his motive. Like, his was a little more intricate than hers. Like, hers was just, she said it was just good old-fashioned revenge. Yeah. She's like, wait, like, you using all these big theories and shit. Like, let me just kill you off real quick. She was a little intimidated by his motive or something.
You call my son a sick fuck? What?
Exactly. Exactly.
That's what it really was.
And Cotton Weary, like, bringing him back was okay. I don't know. Like, it would have been stupid. It would have been too obvious, like, to make Cotton the killer. And they kind of hint at the fact that he's a red herring. I mean, throughout the whole thing. But when he's like cornering Sydney in the library and they do a close up of his boots, it's like they did that on purpose. Like anytime they show those boots in the first 2 movies or so, it's like, listen, this person can potentially be the killer. But Cotton's okay. I just didn't like his. I didn't like his hair. I know it's a small nitpick. I didn't like his hair. Like, it was like you want to do the Elvis, but you don't want the bang drop. I don't know what he was going for with that shit. I don't know.
I think Cotton was a waste because they didn't really use him a whole lot. It was just like, why even bother? Like, you're not even using him. Like, you're not even developing his character. So when he dies in the next movie, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean?
You and a whole bunch of other people didn't give a shit that he died. I mean, I think at that point I knew what it was. Like when the movie opened up with him, it's like, all right, we're in the third movie. I kind of know what's about to happen. I don't want it to happen, but it's pretty fucked up.
I mean, even when I saw this, I'm like, making Cotton the killer is just stupid. That's just repetitive. Like, just he tried so hard to clear his name. Why would he start murdering?
Yeah,
that doesn't make sense to me. Just from a story.
To get on TV.
Yeah, I mean, makes you want to get on TV, but
and also, goddamn, I just lost my train of thought. It was something else I wanted to ask you about with this movie. Oh, what was it? It wasn't Cotton. We were just talking about Cotton. I was just looking at it, and I can't remember. What? Oh, did you think Dewey was dead this time around? Like, he got stabbed in the back in the first one? I thought it was over. Dewey got the strongest
sequence in the sound booth.
Yeah.
Like, man, he's done. He's done.
He's got the strongest, had the strongest, like, spine, vertebrae, just back muscles in general that I've ever seen, because in the first one, he gets stabbed in the back, and I thought he was dead in that one. Then you see him on the stretcher at the end. But in the second one, I was like, nah, he's tearing into him a little more, so it was a wrap. And then they made it all dramatic. He's, like, sliding down the glass. I was like, yeah he's dead. But then, like, I'm not gonna lie, I cheered when he came out on the gurney at the end. He's like, and he was screaming,
I was like, oh, yeah, Dewey. I was like, yeah, we can't lose two of them. Can't lose two of them.
Yeah.
Can't lose Dewey and Randy.
And I gotta talk about Joel, the smartest fucking black person in the history of the Scream franchise, who was just like, oh, people get murdered, I'm the fuck out of here. Let me call this cab real quick.
I am booking the fuck up out of here.
And he tried to stick around. He said brothers don't last long in situations like this, and he tried. But when Randy got killed, he's like, fuck this shit. He said, they impounded my van. I'm the fuck up out of here, man. But he came back. Like, I don't know, maybe Joel's the killer in Scream.
No, he came back and was like, okay, all these white people are dead now. I'm coming back.
Yeah, he's like, I'm back. He's like, yeah, let's get the scoop now. You're Gail Weathers. It's like he definitely came back when both the killers were dead and everybody else was. He's like every cop in Haddonfield. Like not Haddonfield, but your average horror movie where they only show up after everybody's already dead.
Right. All of a sudden, there's like 5 to 10 cops. All of a sudden, like, where the fuck were you guys early on in the movie?
That's like the end of Halloween 4 when the state troopers came. They were coming into Haddonfield, and it's like, y'all didn't get the fucking call that the entire police station in Haddonfield died. Like, where y'all been at? Everybody's dead, man. No, we don't even need y'all.
So where does this movie, where does Scream 2 rank in the pantheon of sequels? Not just horror, just in sequels in general. Is this a movie that is worthy of being in that GOAT conversation, or is this just a movie that is an okay sequel?
I mean, honestly, for me, I think it's okay sequel. I don't know, like, I can't stack Scream 2 up there with shit like Halloween 2. I probably like Scream 2 better than Friday the 13th Part 2, but I don't like it better than Nightmare on Elm Street 2. Wait, I'm lying. I like Scream 2 better than Nightmare on Elm Street 2. Let me not do that. But it's okay, man. It's just like, other than Randy getting killed, it just, like, Scream 2 never really packed the punch that I needed it to. Like, as good as that first movie was, when they came out with a Part 2, like, I used to record, like, trailers. Like, I would record shit on TV and then hit pause on the VCR, and then if I saw a trailer for Scream, I'm hitting unpause just to record that trailer. And I used to do, like, frame by frames with VHS tapes. I would hit pause and then hit fast forward so you get, like, the frame by frame shit. And I was hyped for Scream 2, and it was cool when I saw it. But the more I watched it, like, growing up, the more I'm like, this shit does a lot of things that I just don't like, and it should be better than the first one. It should have been better than the first one, but it's not. I don't hate it. It's not my least favorite in the series. We'll definitely get to that shit in a second. I don't know what to like really put it up there against. It does so many things wrong that I can't forgive it for. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna lie, I found more of appreciation for it. Like I watched it this week, like to gear up for this stream, and I'm like, I'm a little bit harder on this movie than I should be, but it's just like for it to be a sequel to a movie that just like blew everybody's minds. I'm like, they didn't swing for the fences like they should have, and the one time that they did, they killed the best fucking character in the entire franchise. And it's like, wow, like I don't. Where would you like rank Scream 2?
I would rank this like in the ranking of Predator 2 and RoboCop 2 in terms of sequels that are overlooked and underrated, in my opinion. I mean, and this movie's not underrated. I think it's overrated in the sense that everyone in the horror community loves this one a lot. But I would equate it to like RoboCop 2 and Predator 2, where like those are two sequels that massively get shit on and they're not appreciated as much.
Absolutely.
I think this movie is not as like you said, Randy. That is the big turnoff for a lot of people for this movie because of Randy's death, and that's what turned off a lot of cats. It was like, nah, man. Like, why would you do that? Like, why would you do Randy like that? And that is the biggest complaint. That is the number one complaint about this movie is Randy. But I even said too, like Randy's hubris got in his way. If he had just shut the fuck up,
yeah, you did
not
say that.
Do anything, she'd still be alive to this day. You know what I mean? But Randy always had to prove that he was smarter than everyone. He had to prove that he was smarter than Mickey. He had to prove that he was smarter than Ghostface. You know what I mean? And we're gonna see that with we see that with Gemma Savoy Brown's character. You know, we're gonna see
don't
that.
Don't.
I don't think she's dying. I don't think she's dying. But you see you see a little bit of hubris in her when thinking about Ghostface and how she's gonna maneuver this. So that's the one thing she's got to keep in check. You know what I mean? It's like she's gotta humble herself because she's gotta because she knows. Yeah. From experience.
Yeah. I'm terrified of the idea of her getting killed because it's like if she is indeed her uncle's niece, then Randy survived the first time around, got murked the fuck off the second time around. I don't know if they're going to do that to Mindy, but everybody's on the chopping block. I do think Chad's going to die. I think Chad's going to die fighting because the more TV spots they show, the more you see him fighting Ghostface. Like there's a scene where he hits Ghostface over the face with something in the shrine room, and then there's another shot of Ghostface swinging the knife, and he like backs up just in time to not get swiped by it. So I think Chad might die fighting. I hope they both get to survive. They're not keeping both the fucking black characters alive in Screams.
You know what would be awesome? You know what would be fucking hella awesome? If they somehow recreated Julius versus Jason in Scream 6.
I mean, it'd be a much better, it'd be a formidable fight sequence all around. I don't think Ghostface is just going to stand there and just take 1,000 punches in a flurry and then just cut Chad's head off. Like, if Chad goes down fighting, then I want to squabble. I want to fucking straight up squabble. Because he's an athlete. Like we keep forgetting he's an athlete. That's why I love how he, I don't know if he clotheslines Amber, but he fucks Amber up. Like, when he gets stabbed in the leg out by the tool shed, and when he's looking for Liv, he fucks her up and he falls into the bush. Yeah, he's this big, this big jock of a character. Like, he's got to whoop ass this time around.
Yeah, for real.
No, I was gonna say, I wouldn't be surprised if we do get, like, other than the subway sequence, we probably will get some callbacks to Jason Takes Manhattan. It's only right. You gotta respect who paved the way for, big.
Even though he was in Manhattan for like 8 minutes, but yeah.
Well, no, they were in Manhattan. I was about to say they filmed in Vancouver, but that Manhattan stuff was on location. Poor Rob Hayden, man. Rob Hayden, we need you on the show, by the way. If Rob Hayden, the guy that directed Jason Takes Manhattan, if you ever stumble upon our show, we need you on there. We need to get the story behind why Paramount and Frank Mancuso fucked you over for Jason Takes Manhattan. We feel like you deserved a lot better.
Yes.
Like
we gave all these legacy sequels to all these other Jason properties. Why can't we get Jason Takes My Hand 2 Part 2? Or Jason Takes Queens.
But how do you follow up? He turned into a fucking little rascal at the end of the movie. When the sewage went over his body,
I know how. So the little baby ends up in Jersey and ends up in a place called Traumaville. And the shit that turned the Toxic Crusader into the Avenger hits him, and then he turns into the Toxic Avenger with the hockey mask.
Oh.
There, that's how you do it. Jason Takes New Jersey.
Jesus, man. Look, New Jersey's already got enough problems as is, man. And that's no disrespect to Jersey, man. I got folks out there. But Jason out there, I think Jason, he gonna go back home. He's gonna take a look at the neighborhood and how rough some of the neighborhoods are. Like they get it in out in Jersey, man. They not fuck around. Jason's gonna see motherfuckers out there, New Jersey Drive, stealing cars, and motherfuckers is gonna be just running up on people. Jason's gonna go right, like, yeah, I'm gonna go back home.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back home. I'm gonna go back to Texas.
Yeah, I am much better off.
Best kill.
Best kill in Scream 2. I mean, I hate to say it, is Randy's kill. As much as a sin as that is, you don't see it coming. And she makes sure Randy's dead, and she even says it. She says, Randy spoke poorly of Billy, and I got a little knife happy. Mm-hmm. Like, and you hear the frustration in her voice. Well, it sounds like Roger Jackson, the Ghostface voice. It sounds like him when she grabs Randy in the car, but you can hear like the grunts when she pulls him into the car and when she slams his back into the van window. That shit was personal. And it shows. That was the most effective death scene in the movie for me. I almost said the cop, but it wasn't enough. It was pretty quick. That cop where he's on the front of the hood and that pole goes through his head. But yeah, Randy's the best kill for me.
Maureen for me, that theater, I don't think someone's got to top that scene at some point, but no one has yet to dare touch that scene. So, Maureen for me, best character.
I don't even want to keep saying Randy in the movie. I'm not going to ride the Randy train too much because he's only in like 2 acts. Mickey, even though he's only in 1.5 acts of the movie, Mickey was my favorite character, and I did not get enough of that character, man. And it's fucked up because when he gets the reveal, he gets killed off almost right away. Like Mrs. Loomis just shoots him the fuck up right away, and then when he comes back for the one last scare moment, he gets killed again. He gets shot the fuck up again. But hopefully Mickey's the killer in Scream 6. If 50 can survive those shots, Mickey can too. Mickey sent. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for Mickey to come back as the killer.
We should design a T-shirt with Mickey and redesign it as the Get Rich or Die Trying.
Cover,
yep. Cover, but the bullet hole is not by the chest; it's in the head.
Tim Oliphant, we need you on the show too, sir. I got a lot of questions for that guy, man. Lots and lots. That dude's awesome.
My best character, Mickey as well. I think Mickey's underutilized, but he is the most charismatic and enigmatic character in the movie. Worst character,
Derek. Jerry O'Connell's character. Hands down, man. He's just too fucking whitey, man. Like, just give her some fucking space, and you'll get the cheeks when all of this is over. But he's just so, and then he just embarrasses the hell out of her, and he's just like, let me get on top of these tables and shit. And it's like, stop, just sit down. That movie, that would have been any other movie, like coming of age teen movie, that would have been the last scene in the movie. Especially with the way they play that music when he gives her the necklace and they kiss. That would have been the end of the movie in any other film. But Derek is
not true, because 10 Things I Hate About You, that was the midway point.
I've never seen it.
You never
Is
seen
that
10 Things I Hate About You?
Julia Stiles and Heath Ledger, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I've never seen it. Like, everybody always has the same reaction when I tell them I've never seen that movie. They're like, what the fuck? I've never seen
That's
it, man.
surprising. That surprises me, honestly. That does surprise me. That's crazy.
Like,
That's
is
a
it
movie
good?
that that's a movie normally that I wouldn't see, but I saw it in school, and I was like, okay, I rented it and watched it like uninterrupted. It's like, dude, this is funny as fuck. Like, holy shit, this is
Is it
really
really?
good. Yeah, it's a really funny movie. It's really, and it's not a cheap. It's cheesy, but it never feels like one of those stupid movies like She's All That or Can't Buy Me Love or anything like that. Like,
She's All That was one of the first teen movies that came to mind when I thought of like all the movies that came out around the time of 10 Things I Hate About You. She's All That. That movie, man, Lainey Boggs, Rachel Lee Cook. We got to get her on the show too. I like Rachel Lee Cook.
Okay. Now
Rachel Lee Cook related to AJ Cook from Final Destination 2?
No.
This might be a thing. Oh, okay. They look alike though. They do.
Maybe, no, I think she's related to the other AJ from Criminal Minds.
I don't even watch that shit. Yeah, I don't think they're related.
Okay. Now we arrive to the moment we have all been waiting for. Scream 3. Oh, boy. Where do we start with this one?
I'll let you I'll let you set it off, you know. I'll let you start it off because there's a lot to unpack, people. There's a lot to unpack for Scream 3. Yeah, I'll let you can
I do not like this movie. I do not like this movie.
You don't say.
Not like this movie. I don't want to say I despise this movie, but I fucking despise this movie. And I think part of it too is because even when I saw this opening in the theater, I remember just not feeling the same intensity walking out of the theater. There was just no, I didn't feel it. You know what I mean? It just felt dull for some reason. But after doing research, like much later on, especially when I did the Scream retrospective on Bump of the Night, and seeing what Williamson had originally planned and heard what he had originally planned would have been fucking fire.
Crazy. They had to change a lot of shit that they were originally going to shoot for that movie.
Yeah, and I was like, oh my God. And then I saw the following, and I was like, this is Scream 3. This is Scream 3. Right here.
The following. TV show?
Yeah.
I've never seen that either. I feel like I'm missing out. I heard of it. I just never watched it. Was that on Fox or something?
That was on Fox on Monday nights at 8 p.m.
Yeah. I remember them advertising.
It is so good, man. It's just like on your edge television, man. It's so good. And just seeing that play out, I was like, God damn, we could have gotten that. But Columbine had happened. The media is all turning into like horror and video games and music, and they're blaming everyone, which makes so much sense when you think about Mickey's motive and his motivation. And it just makes so much sense for them to do that. And then the opening. I rewatched Scream 3, and the opening is not intense.
It's not. That's one thing I definitely agree with. The opening is like, while I got gripes with Scream 2, the opening for Scream 2 is way better. They didn't really up the ante. I feel like they wanted to raise the stakes and be like, oh shit, Cotton's the first kill, but you don't like.
There's nothing
like
there.
You said, you don't get that same. I get what you're saying as far as the opening goes. I mean, I wanted it to be intense, but it was like, all right. I mean, I was sad to see Cotton go.
When you think about the length of the other ones, this is like 5 minutes as opposed to like 10 minutes or 15 or 12 minutes. You know what I mean? That theater scene alone is 10 minutes. The opening to Scream is about like 13 minutes. This is about 5 minutes, and it is not intense, and Ghostface does not play with Cotton. There's not a cat and mouse game in the mansion, which they should have been. It's like, guess what room I'm in? Guess this and that. And you have cell phones.
There's a little bit more. Like, I think there's like an extended or alternate opening on the DVD. There's a little bit more. Like Cotton, he breaks the skylight window and he tries to climb out the skylight, and Ghostface stabs him in the leg and drags him back down. It's not too much, but I don't know if it would have made a difference for everybody if they would have kept it in there. But I definitely, like, as far as the opening, I definitely see I definitely see your complaints about that. The opening, I don't know, the chick that played his girlfriend, Kelly Rutherford, I don't know what it was about that chick, but I'm like, okay, Cotton, you did very well for yourself in your later years. And I did like that it didn't make it scary, but it made it kind of creepy that Ghostface just randomly turned on Creed and they're playing that What If song. That's probably the only song by Creed that I can listen to often. But
I can tell you right now that Creed was not happy about that.
They weren't?
Because they're a Christian band. They don't want their music associated with horror movies.
They did a fucking video with David Arquette and Ghostface in, like, back in the day, like when they did that music video.
That's right. That's right.
In there. And David Arquette was running around.
Yeah, that's right. I can't. Sometimes I can't get past the Christian thing, and I'm like, oh man. You know what I mean? I just can't get past that sometimes.
They probably backtracked, and then when they saw like people weren't really responding well to Scream 3, they probably were like, yeah, we shouldn't have let them use that song. I don't know.
You know, and then also the reveal with Roman, I didn't like that either. I said this also because I was on another podcast earlier today, and we're talking about trilogies. And often your third movie has to mirror your first movie in some way, shape, or form. You have to repeat certain themes and certain events in your third movie to actually have a really good bookend and send off your characters into the sunset. I don't feel this movie does that. It doesn't. Because then you add this character that, by all intents and purposes, I guess couldn't exist, I guess. The brother, I'm like, I don't buy it. You know,
he's the Corey Cunningham of the Scream franchise.
Yeah,
you didn't see a stitch of him in the other two movies.
Yeah, I get it, like Dirty Little Secrets and all that, but I don't feel that was executed, and nor was it explained very well. Because this movie veers off course of what Williamson was trying to talk about the entertainment industry and the influence of violence. This movie doesn't do that. But what this movie does do, when you look at it from a retrospect in the Me Too movement, the Speaking Out movement, this movie has a lot to say about Hollywood casting culture. You know what I mean? Like, this movie really was ahead of its time talking about backroom castings. That's
a good fucking point you just made, yo. That is a great fucking point, and I never even looked at it like that, because that made me think of the scene where Lance Henriksen is kind of like telling all, you know, to Gail, Dewey, and Jennifer, where he's just like, listen, I'm saying things got out of hand, and, you know, she was a bit player in one of my movies, and nothing happened to that girl that she didn't want to happen. That is, it is way ahead of its time, because that type of shit is way more relevant today than it ever has been. But the movie definitely went through a lot of fucking rewrites. Like Aaron Kruger, funny enough, that motherfucker's last name is Kruger, and Wes Craven directed it. But Aaron Kruger did like a lot of the rewrites. Aaron Kruger's credited when it says screenplay. I think Kevin Williamson's name is definitely in there, but when they needed like rewrites and punching up, yeah, there you go. I think
it's a story credit, but when he wrote Scream 2, he actually sent in an outline of what Scream 3 was going to be. Right. But they disregarded that because of Columbine. And I'm like, no, we can't have that. which is what they were doing in Scream 5, which we'll get soon. And they kind of go there. But and me and Elisa often theorize that this movie was kind of a shot at Weinstein also. We feel like this movie was kind of a shot at him. And like, because everyone was saying like, oh, it was an open secret that Weinstein was doing this. Even if you watch that documentary, it's like, oh yeah, we all knew. We just didn't say anything. And me and Lisa theorized that, this is probably a shot at them because this was a Weinstein movie, and the guy, Lance Hendrickson, is kind of playing Harvey Weinstein.
That's meta for real, bro. Like, yo, wait, what documentary is this?
Untouchable. It's on Hulu.
Untouchable? Yes. And they're talking about that Weinstein shit?
Yeah, the whole movie is about Harvey Weinstein and how no one was able to touch him because they're like, no one wanted to cross him because he ruined Mira Sorvino's career, and he ruined another person. He ruined a couple of other careers. Rose McGowan also.
Oh, she's very vocal about the shit that was going on, and it's crazy because, goddamn, man, like what was she going through? Because Rose McGowan's in plenty of Dimension films. She's in Scream. She's in Phantom. She's in fucking years later. She's in Planet Terror. She's in a bunch of those movies, man. But it's like, whoo.
Yeah, she even called out Robert Rodriguez and Quentin Tarantino because apparently the Tarantino monologue in the elevator was something that actually happened to her.
Oh my god.
Tarantino, that Weinstein actually did to her. And so
something about Tarantino, man. I like the guy, but there's just something about him. Like, if it ever came to light, I would just be like, I fucking knew it. I knew it.
Yeah, so I was like, oh shit. And I'm like, holy shit, man, that's fucked. And that's to me, like, I appreciate this movie because of what it's saying. You know what I mean? Like, this movie is saying something about Hollywood culture, and it doesn't shy away from that. But I do feel that it veers off course from the other two movies, where the point of the first two movies was about commentary on the entertainment industry and whether or not it influences violence in young kids or not. And I feel like that's my biggest gripe with this movie. But in retrospect, I can look at this movie and say, this is a movie that's ahead of its time because it's the Me Too movie. It's the Me Too movie.
Yeah.
Just in a slasher form.
Well, with everything that you said, I don't get me wrong. I understand the gripes. You make really solid fucking points. But while I go back and forth with this and Scream 5, Scream 3 is the best sequel in the series for me. Like, I know what it is, but there are times where I'm like, this is the one that I probably, next to the first one, enjoy watching the most. Scream 3, I got to make another comparison here to another Wes Craven property. Scream 3 did what Freddy's Dead did. And everybody hated Freddy's Dead for it. Everybody hates Scream 3 for it. I appreciate Scream 3 because they put a stamp on what the series originally kind of started as. The script was fucking called Scary Movie before it was called Scream. That's why Scary Movie's called Scary Movie. But the script was originally, for the first one, this was a satire. Like, it just so happens that a lot of people were scared by the shit that was in Scream. I don't think Scream was ever purposely written to be like terrifying or scary. It was a murder mystery and it was self-aware, but a lot of the shit is meant for humor's sake. You know, like, especially the fact that it's poking fun at other movies and it's speaking directly to the audience. Scream 3 finally took that shit and ran with it. The fact that this started off as a satire, and I know a lot of people don't like all the humor that's in Scream 3. I think that
I love the humor in Scream 3. The humor.
What movie better than to inject the humor and then Scream 3 when you're in Hollywood? Like, this is the time. And I made the Freddy's Dead reference because a lot of people hate Freddy's Dead, but Freddy's Dead, Rachel Talalay put the stamp on the fact that this is who Freddy has been. Like, roughly, arguably, since Dream Warriors, but for sure since Dream Master. Like, since Dream Master, Freddy is a stand-up fucking comedian. We can't take it seriously anymore. Nightmare 5 kind of dropped the ball because they tried to go to this dark gothic tone and they tried to make it serious again. No, crack these jokes. Let's get silly. We can't take you seriously anymore. And fucking Freddy's Dead really put the stamp on that shit and ran with the idea. Like, they let it be known, this is what the series has become. Let's capitalize on that. Like, I feel like Scream 3 did the same thing.
Dead because there's no Alice and there's no Jacob. That's the only reason I hate that movie.
They should have. That's the direct sequel we need. Like, if we ever get a direct sequel to Freddy, fuck all the Heather Langenkamp. And I'm not saying fuck Heather Langenkamp. I love Heather Langenkamp. Nancy's one of the best final girls ever.
Nancy Thompson's like, yeah, I mean, she had her time, but like, let Alice,
exactly.
Shine. I would love to see Alice and Jacob. I mean, their story could still continue. Like, there's more to that story. You know what I mean? There's more.
Heather Langenkamp got 3 movies. Lisa Wilcox needs 3 movies. Yeah, I feel like Lisa Wilcox definitely needs her legacy sequel. She deserves 3 movies, just like Heather Langenkamp got 3 movies. Yeah. But like I agree what you said about Scream 3. Like, the opening, it's not all that strong. It's really not. I guess that they started it off with Cotton Weary because they wanted everybody to know, yo, we're not fucking around this time, man. You remember we killed Randy? We're killing Cotton in the first scene, and everybody's kind of like, so?
Who gives a fuck?
Like nobody really gives a fuck. Like, it was kind of sad to see. Like, I like Cotton Weary's character, but then his death it didn't linger for me. It came and went. Even when Kincaid tells Gail, like, Cotton Weary's been murdered and his girlfriend, it's just like, all right. But listen,
she even kind of knows tells it. Oh. Okay.
Yeah. She's like, somebody killed Cotton. He's like, yeah, and his girlfriend. But listen to this here, though. Like, we kept getting pictures and shit. Like, they skip right past that shit. But Scream 3 also has 2 of the best fucking characters in the franchise. One, Tyson doesn't get a lot to do. But when I went back and watched Scream...
Is that Daryl Chill Mitchell?
Deion Richmond. From Hatchet. Yeah, from Hatchet. He's the dude from Hatchet. And he gets a rotten deal in every horror movie he's in, but I like that he's comic relief. But Tyson, like his reactions are black reactions. Like, when he first sees Ghostface and he screams, oh shit, like, that's a better oh shit than when Julian saw Michael Myers pop out of the closet in Halloween 2018. Because it fits. It fits in something that, like, the humor you expected. But his death sequence, like, it's another one of those death sequences where when he gets thrown, first of all, Ghostface just keeps fucking him up. He stabs him in the stomach, he chases him, literally pulls the rug from under him, and throws him into the glass window, and then throws him off the balcony. And when they show his dead body, I'm like, wait, he's going to wake up soon, right? Like, he's going to be all right. I did not want him to die. The other character that I love, and I know a lot of people hate her, a lot of people have compared her to, like, Tina from Halloween 5, Parker Posey as Jennifer is fucking comedic gold. I love Parker Posey.
Who hates Parker? Posey.
Listen, there's a lot of people that call her annoying, say that she's the worst character. She is the annoying little sister to Gale Weathers that Gale Weathers never wanted, but she's kind of stuck with her because she's a lot more useful in Hollywood than Gale Weathers is. And I love that fucking dysfunctional dynamic between the two of them. Like, the cast is underrated in that movie overall, man. Like, Jenny McCarthy.
Really is.
Jenny McCarthy, man. Jenny McCarthy was in her prime in that one. I think that was before Jim Carrey got a hold of her, but it was sad to see her go just because I liked watching her on MTV. Yeah, I had to put their business out on Front Street. A lot of people didn't know that Jim Carrey was, good for him. Good for him, man. And Patrick Dempsey is a solid detective. Sometimes he comes off as creepy and, like, a little bit clingy, but I like his intensity. Like, I like the moments where he's going back and forth with Dewey and he's like, you want to have this conversation with a polygraph and shit like that. And Lance Henriksen, that was one of the biggest casting steals at that point. Like, 3 movies in and you get Lance Henriksen. They didn't give him too much to do, but I loved him in that movie. Like, given you know, his character was a fucking dickhead. Like, he was definitely an ain't shit character, but casting wise, that was smart as shit to cast like Lance Henriksen. He's hard royalty anyway. So that was
Yeah,
like,
he is.
it's a lot of things like going for, I don't know. And another thing, like real quick, Scream 3 arguably has one of the best sequences in the entire fucking franchise. When Ghostface, like that mansion shit, when people are popping up out of trap doors and secret passageways, when Ghostface shows up, he's getting busy. He punches the shit out of Dewey. He attacks Tyson. He attacks Gale. Gale throws a vase at him. He's everywhere. That's one thing I can give. While Roman, he's very whiny. He comes across as whiny as shit when he reveals himself at some point.
Mind you, that disappears midway through the movie.
Yep, and that was another thing. I kind of called it, but I was like, all right, let's wait and see. Because in the Scream series, we never find dead bodies. We don't find dead bodies. We see on-screen deaths. It's not Friday the 13th. It's not Halloween where you just find somebody dead. And all of a sudden, Gail opens up the casket and Roman's in there. She checks his pulse and he's dead. I was like, when I first watched it, I'm like, I don't know. We've never done that before. So yeah. I'm going to keep that in mind. But I did, like, when he popped up, I was like, all right, cool. But his explanation, he starts whining. Like, he starts to sound like Jill from Part 4. He's whining and he's bitching about the mother and the family that you had that should have been mine and all that other shit. And Roman's a game changer. Roman is the first Ghostface with the voice changer, with the bulletproof vest. He's got extra knives in his sleeve and shit like that. He broke some ground and he plays dirty. He killed fucking Patrick Warburton with a skillet. A skillet.
Yeah.
He killed him with a fucking. Well, he stabbed him in the back, but yeah, he beat the fuck out of him with a skillet, an iron skillet.
I just don't like that ending, and I also don't like the fact that all of a sudden we go supernatural with Maureen Prescott. Like, I don't like that. Like, she sees her mom, her dead mom, outside the window. Like, to me, that also kind of just like veers off course. Like, oh, are you trying to jump the shark? Are you teasing you're going to jump the shark right now? Because that part right there kind of ruins it, honestly.
I'm wondering, do people still feel the same? Did people still feel the same way about that when they saw Billy Loomis in Scream 5?
I thought the same way. I thought it was stupid. I thought it was dumb.
Critics, man. God damn.
Because, I mean, you base this series that's supposed to be grounded, and then you try to go supernatural, but then you disguise the supernatural in Scream 5 with mental health. She's bipolar. She might be schizophrenic. She's, hallucinating. Like, that's how you.
That's right. Because he tells her, he was like, psych meds aren't working or some shit he says when she's looking in the mirror. So yeah, she is on fucking meds. Another reason why I'm going out on a limb, Sam might be the killer in Scream 6. Somebody said, what?
No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
No, I was just about to say real quick, somebody on TikTok commented on my post and was like, what if they go the high tension route? And you know exactly what I'm talking about. He didn't want to spoil the twist for anybody. I know. And I was like, I think if it, like, go ahead.
Okay. I'm an avid defender for that movie. I'm an avid defender. And I defend that twist. Because it is earned. The problem is that the beginning of the movie does not explicitly say that that's our female and she is in the hospital and the doctor says, tell me what happened. Because if you watch the movie again and you have closed caption on, it's very faintly and it says, doctor says, so tell me what happened. So the whole thing is that it's supposed to be from her point of view. She's narrating the story. She's telling you the story. Think of it. Have you seen The Usual Suspects?
I have. Surprisingly enough, I've only seen it like twice. But I've seen it. And I remember like
everything Verbal Kitten says is bullshit. It didn't happen. None of that happened. And that's how I use it. Like, she verbal can't the movie. Like, everything she said was bullshit. It didn't happen. And when we get to the ending, we're getting the other side of it. We're getting the other side of the story. We're getting the actual victim side of the story. We're getting the other person. That's why she says, like, she can't see me, right, on the other side of the mirror. So the last 10, 15 minutes of the movie, we're hearing the other side of that story.
I feel like
but it's not edited very well in the sense where you get that she's being interrogated.
High tension, man. I've only seen it once, and I remember I caved in because everybody was like, "What? You never seen it?" I'm telling you, bro. Like, maybe after the first act or so, I knew what it was, because I'm like, wait, this girl and this killer have not run into each other. There hasn't been some cat and mouse like Great Escape. It's usually her hiding from this dude, and he can't see any parts of her. I'm like, I already know what this mind fuck is about to be. I know what's up at this point, because there was never a scene where, like, he didn't even grab her from underneath the bed and she scurries away and gets away. Didn't she hide in his car at some point?
Yeah,
or
she hid in his car. She hid under the bed. She was basically in the bathroom in the last stall.
Yeah, I'm like, I said, this just isn't, like, I said, this ain't making sense. And I said, I hope this ain't what I think it is. And it was. And the movie's got some cool ass kills in it. I won't even lie. It's brutal as shit. And I can see why people love it. It's just that I called that twist very early on, before they even, like, established the shit. I don't know. You think they could pull, like, that type of twist off in Scream 6 if they did that with Sam? I don't know. They maybe. I don't know. They probably could.
It has to be earned. I don't see how you earn that with Sam at this point.
She did say in the trailer.
I don't see how you can earn that.
She said in the trailer, this darkness followed me here, and it's hereditary that our family serial killers, Mrs. Loomis and Billy Loomis, and if they go that route, my theory is that shot of Sam in the trailer where she's staring down, like, it's daytime out, she's staring down at that bloody Ghostface mask in her hand, and then there's a shot of it on the street. That's the end. That's the ending, and that might be that, oh shit, maybe she was the killer type of moment. But like you said, it does have to be earned. They can't just pop up with Sam so fucking crazy, she's killing everybody.
Seen All the Boys Love Mandy Lane?
Isn't Amber Heard in that shit?
Yes.
Prior to that shit, literally. I've always seen the poster. I don't know what it's about. I've never watched it. I think it's on Tubi, if I'm not mistaken.
Sounds about right. It's a low budget.
Is it a slasher movie?
Yeah, it's a low budget slasher movie. It's one of her first movies. It's actually really good. I like it a lot.
Oh, this is one of her first movies, because I think she did Stepfather after this.
Yeah, I think it was her acting debut. The movie got shelved for a few years because there were no big stars attached to it. So that's what sucks.
Wait, who? Jonathan Levine. I don't know who the fuck this director is.
Did The Whackness? You ever seen The Whackness?
No, but he did Warm Bodies. Oh.
You never seen The Whackness with Josh Peck and Sarah Ben Kingsley? Where Josh Peck sells weed in New York and he's an avid hip-hop fan in 94?
The Whackness. No, I've never seen this.
Famke
Janssen's in here.
Mm-hmm.
Method Man, Aaron Hughes in here, Mary Kate Olsen.
Oh, Mary Kate Olsen. Mary Kate Olsen gives a great performance in that movie.
What is this, like drama, comedy?
It's a drama comedy.
The Whackness. No, I've never seen this. Oh, but that Warm Body shit on his resume is rubbing me all the wrong way. That movie's fucking awful. God,
I've never seen
Warm
Bodies. I've never seen Warm Bodies.
You ain't missing shit. You know me, bro. I adore my zombie subgenre, but fuck Warm Bodies. That movie is a piece of shit. I like Nicholas Hoult, man, I do, and I like Rob Corddry, but that movie fucking sucks. And I think it's based off of a book, and everybody's like, well, the book was pretty good. I actually like the twist that they put on it. Fuck that stupid ass, pussy ass twist. You mean to tell me love cures the zombie virus? Listen. Fuck
what?
Movie, man.
What?
I'm not even going to spoil it for you. I want you to experience that fucking movie, bro.
That is awesome. That's almost as bad as the high tension twist.
Bro, I shit you not. This bitch kisses Nicholas Hoult towards the end of the movie. I think like they're about to kill him or something. He's like surrounded. I've only seen this bullshit once, thank God. But something happens where she kisses him. His whole complexion changes from like dead blue and gray to just regular. And love has cured the zombie apocalypse and everything is okay. He's never eaten anybody in his lifetime, and everybody will live happily ever after. Fuck that movie, man. That shit is ass cheeks. Ass cheeks. Warm Bodies is garbage, man. No disrespect to anybody that enjoys that movie, to each their own, but that movie fucking sucks.
I am so glad that I did not buy the Steelbook last night then, because I was this close to buying it.
Bro,
they had a Steelbook release of it last night.
Whatever you were going to spend on that Steelbook, if you would have dropped that money on the street, it would have been better off than you buying that fucking movie. Like, I'm telling you, man, it's bad. And then they've got these other breed of zombies in there called the Bonies, and the Bonies are like shitty CG zombies that are like, you know how in Predators they had the super vicious predators that were hunting the other predators? It was like the Bonies are pretty much that, but they just look like shit. They look worse than the I Am Legend like zompires that were in there, man. That movie, I'm telling you, Warm Bodies is fucking garbage. Sucks. It's trash. She fucking kissed Nicholas Hoult and he turned human? Like, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Oh my God! Watch they do that shit in Renfield. You are no longer a ghoul. Aquafina cured you by giving you a blowjob.
Another bridge burned by Johnny Zuko, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, this is what we do. God damn. Listen. Aquafina, does she have a real name, or is that like on her birth certificate?
Real name. I think that's a real name.
Listen, Renfield actually, it looks like it could be a little bit of fun. A little bit of fun.
Yeah.
A little bit of fun.
A little bit.
Nicolas Cage ain't taking shit seriously at this point in his career anyway, so why not just have fun with it? I don't give a shit. If Nicolas Cage don't give a fuck, I don't give a fuck either. I know people. I know we get sidetracked, people. This is what we do. This is what the fuck we do.
So how do you feel this? How do you feel this is like as a closing for like the trilogy? Like, how do you feel like this as a closer? Because it's essentially a closer.
I do feel like if this was the last one, it could have ended a lot stronger. But they do. I don't know if they did this on purpose, but they ended in a way like, are they trying to say that maybe a killer is still out there, or are they trying to say that Sydney is so unafraid of everything at this point that she just leaves her front door open? Because she does. She leaves when he's like, Kincaid's like, come on, we're about to watch a movie, and then
she sheds some light on that.
Yeah, and Sydney just looks at the door, and then she just kind of walks off. Like, I didn't really understand what they meant like directly, but I've always just assumed a couple things were meant by that ending.
So on the commentary, I think it's Craven. He says, "We're giving Sydney the happy life that she ever wants, but then we're kind of playing with the audience by having the door open. But then she smiles and realizes it's over, and Sydney goes on to have like the life that she can finally have, and she leaves the door open because she now feels safe."
I mean, if Scream was to be, or Scream 3 was to be last movie. It could have ended stronger, but I feel like at that point, like I said, that sequence when Ghostface pops up and he catches 3 bodies back to back. He kills Angelina, he kills Tyson,
Jennifer.
and then he kills Jennifer. That sequence alone, like that was something that I feel like they swung for the fence and they hit a fucking home run with that sequence. That shit is so entertaining. You don't expect 3 people to get killed back to back. So as far as like closing out the series, they gave it one of the best sequences. The reveal, like I said, Roman, the reveal it's okay. But he just gets a little bit whiny, and I'm not really that big a fan of what's his name? Scott Foley. Scott Foley's he's okay, but I think seeing him in Dawson's Creek already, like he was already in the crosshairs on Dawson's Creek, because I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this dude's doing in here. He's a little bit of an asshole. But I like it finishes all right for it finishes okay. It's kind of like how I feel about Dark Phoenix. I don't know. I think the last time you said you hadn't seen Dark Phoenix. Oh wait, no, you did see Dark Phoenix, right?
Yeah, Dark Phoenix was garbage.
Okay, yeah, it's kind of like how I feel about Dark Phoenix, where it's like I don't hate the movie at all, but as far as the being a proper send off for these characters, it could have been a hell of a lot better. But overall, I like how I said like
this is. I like how I said that was garbage. And you're like, yeah, okay. Yeah, that was garbage.
Because Dark Phoenix, man, like I wanted so much more. I did, man. I wanted so much more, man. I think I lost my train of thought just now. I don't remember what the fuck I was about to say. That's
all right. So as far as this, what is the best kill in Scream 3?
Best kill in Scream 3? I go back and forth between Tyson's kill, because they dragged that out, and even though it's not much, I like Jennifer's death scene because she's freaking the fuck out. Like she's throwing shit in the way when Ghostface is like coming after her. She's trying to like open up doors, and then she's banging on that sound, that 2-way glass. And she sees the killer coming, and she's just freaking out. And then she tells the fucking killer, she said, "You can't kill me. I'm the killer in Stab 3." And it wasn't until like a couple nights ago when I was gearing up for this episode, I realized like how much I fucking love her character, man. Because right to the very end, she's still a doofus. Like she's goofy as fuck, and she's still energetic. Even when she's getting stabbed up, she throws like this little prissy punch at Ghostface. Like even in death, she's still like being true to her character. But I gotta go with Tyson, because Tyson, he's screaming for the cops. Like he's screaming for the cops like they can hear him. It's unrealistic, but it's some black shit. Like every reaction he gives, like even down to when him and Dewey like jump scare each other, Tyson's like he jumps up, but I never noticed he's like in a fighting stance. Like he's got his hands up, ready to fight. So Tyson's that's my favorite death scene. Scream.
Mine would be the house explosion. I actually like that. I like how that's played out. I think that's probably one of the most like creative sequences in the movie. Honestly, I really like that. Mercy is given to those who smell the gas. Boom.
Yeah, and so we hadn't seen that before. That was a meta moment too. Like you're sending them pages of the script for one of their own deaths. Yeah. Like that shit's fire. Like literally, pun intended. That shit's fire. All pun intended.
I think we both agree. I think best character is
Jennifer.
Jennifer.
I like Jennifer. I don't know how. Like I get it. She can be overwhelming, but she is the ultimate prima donna in the Scream franchise. There's never been a character like her ever. She's awesome.
In my opinion, she's like the best thing in that movie. She's the best thing in that movie, and that's why for me, like it's like really it's as watchable for me because of her. Yeah, she's the
energy, yo. She's the energy in every sequence that she is in. I love Parker Posey and everything. Like she is one of the reasons I like Blade Trinity. Like Blade Trinity is not a good movie at all, but her character, I love her character in that movie. Like she's another reason why I want to go back and watch Superman Returns. She's like Lex Luthor's like right hand chick in Superman Returns.
That's right. I totally forgot about that.
She's in that shit too, man.
Worst character.
Oh, worst character. Tom, the one that gets blown up in the house explosion because he's insensitive as shit. Like there's a scene where Angelina's like, you know, I see why David, I almost called him David Spelling. What's that motherfucker's name? David Schwimmer and Tori Spelling. I see why they didn't want to come back. And he's like, you know, he basically saying like, yeah, people died, but you got to keep praying that production, you know, starts back up. And she's like, yeah, but not at the expense of people's lives. And he's like, oh, cue the violins. And he starts laughing. It's like, man, fuck you. Like this movie, like people are dying. Like that was a real moment right there. Is people dying, getting murdered based off the shit that we're filming. And you don't give a fuck. Like you want the movie to just keep on going. That's like some really selfish shit. And then when he's drunk at the party, he's tearing up pages of the script and he's like, yeah, this scene and Maureen Prescott's flashback sequence and all that other shit. I don't like his character. He's a dickhead. He is.
For me, Roman, he's just a piece of shit, man. He's a fucking God. Just whines. Oh, mommy didn't love me. Oh, she left me at the orphanage. Grow up, fucker. You're in the Hollywood industry. You're a director. It wasn't that fucking bad for you, motherfucker. Jesus fucking Christ.
Director, yeah, he's like
I want to quote unquote successful. He's doing a stab 3
back in my career and just start murdering people. Roman. Roman. And yeah, he is Roman, like he comes off as whiny even in the scenes before he's the killer, like where he's like, look what they did. This is a message when he's holding up the award with the head missing, and he's like, this is a message. They're trying to kill my cast and they're trying to kill my film. And it's like, bitch, shut up. Shut your ass up.
Shut the fuck up, man. Seriously. Grow a pair or stop making films. That's your only two options, man. For real.
Now, that is advice that we need to give to many directors out there. I'm not saying no names, Uwe Boll. Grow a pair or stop directing.
Yeah. And stop painting Nerf guns black. We know they're Nerf guns. Stop doing that shit. Seriously. We can see the sponges fucking fly, dude. Come on. Let's just
really
keep it real, man. Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of movies where he got a couple of Nerf guns and he painted them black and silver.
Ooh, that is fucking just like, I'm all for guerrilla filmmaking, but that is just pure desperation right there.
Yeah.
Oh, Uwe.
He justifies it because he says that they're phaser guns and they look futuristic.
Oh,
I'm like, dog, we can clearly see the Nerf symbol on there, dude. Come on.
Did he do that in Alone in the Dark? I've never watched that all the way through.
Dark. He did that in another. I think he did that in a Blood Rain movie also, and then he did another one in a post-apocalyptic movie. So he has done that for a few films. Fucking
Uwe Boll, the only movie I'll give him half credit on is Rampage, and that's the closest to a Grand Theft Auto movie I've ever seen. Rampage is just brutal, start to finish. Well, not start to finish, but you've never seen Rampage before?
No. I keep thinking about The Rock when you say Rampage, but I'm guessing that's not the one you're talking about.
No. This one it's the only movie with Uwe Boll where I'm like, you know what? I can turn my brain off and enjoy this shit because it is simple. This motherfucker, Brandon Fletcher from Freddy vs. Jason, the guy that was Jason Ritter's best friend.
Yeah.
He plays this guy, just a regular Joe Schmo guy, and he orders all this Teflon. He makes a Teflon suit, gets 2 fucking assault rifles, and just goes around town murdering everybody. It is literally Grand Theft Auto. He blows up the police station. He has a remote-controlled van with barrels of explosives. He blows up the police station in this small town, And after that, he just gets out the car and starts shooting everybody the fuck up. He shoots up people in the coffee shop. He shoots up all the women in the hair salon. He's shooting people through their windshield. It's literally called Rampage for a reason. It is Grand Theft Auto. Like, you know when you beat all the missions and you just kill motherfuckers in Grand Theft Auto? That's exactly what he's doing. The only people he doesn't kill are the old people in the bingo hall. But he goes into the bingo hall completely dressed up, helmet on and everything with the guns, and orders a sandwich. And orders a sandwich and a Coke, eats the shit, drinks it, and just walks the fuck out to kill more people. It's fucking crazy. Like, that movie, I was smoking with my friend when I first saw it, and I got paranoid as shit because I'm like, yo, this could really happen. Like, it's not like there aren't mass shootings that happen all the time. This motherfucker he couldn't be stopped. When the cops that are left show up and try to, like, fire at him, shit's bouncing right off him. He's got an entire Teflon suit.
That reminds me of the 44 Minutes down in L.A. when the two bank robbers took on the whole entire LAPD with assault rifles when they had the mask and the Teflon.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Listen, it might be loosely based on that shit. What year did that happen?
That happened, I want to say 96, 95. It happened right around the time Heat came out. Actually, no. It happened after Heat.
Oh,
because people were saying, oh, they were inspired by the scene Heat. No, they were just two Russians that wanted to rob banks, and they just got carried away.
You motherfuckers will do anything to blame the movies out here. Cut it out. Don't blame the movies.
For real.
Those people were crazy from birth. It's a chemical imbalance with those people, man. Stop trying to blame movies and, oh, you gotta, like, they tried to do that shit a lot back in the 80s. Like, they were outside boycotting Silent Night, Deadly Night with picket signs and shit like, oh, my child's going to grow up to be a killer. No, he was born that way, bitch. Like, stop it. Just stop it. Cut it the fuck out.
Same thing with Maniac and shit like that. Like, holy shit, man.
And man, stop that nonsense. Cut it out, people.
Speaking of blaming the movies, we moved from blaming the movies to blame on being famous. Everyone wants to be a social media star. Everyone wants to go viral before. Thank you.
That was a great segue.
We are introduced to Jill Roberts, who wants to be Paris Hilton, the slasher version, in Scream 4.
Wow.
Now, Scream 4 did not revitalize the franchise as they had hoped because this is the least popular and the least successful entry in the franchise. It did not make as much as they thought opening weekend, and a lot of reviews panned it because they did not. I don't want to say they did not understand it, but I don't think they understood what Wes Craven was going for. Because if you think about what was going on in 2010, 2012, World Star, Vines, MySpace, Facebook, who got discovered on YouTube? Justin Bieber. Paris Hilton released a sex tape. So did China. You know what I mean? Anything to get famous. So this is kind of that story. What would you do for your 15 minutes? That is the question that this movie asked. And I thought it asked it brilliantly.
I know you've got some very strong thoughts on Scream 4. That I do know. I'll say this real quick. I can see why it's not like the majority's favorite. Like the expectations were through the roof, at least for me.
No, that was fucking roof. Everyone was like, we were waiting. Because think about how when 3 came out and when 4 came out. When 4 was announced, the horror world rejoiced. Like, oh my God, Ghostface is coming back.
Yep, we back in the game now. And they have been like hinting at it for a while. There were rumors, like I remember like the early days of like upcoming horrormovies.com, and Scream 4 was one of those movies that it just kept saying in development or in not pre-production, but it just said development or development hell, whatever it was. And I remember Neve Campbell doing an interview, and she was saying that the only way she would come back is if Sidney Prescott was in a mental institution. And I was like, oh shit, hopefully they handle this better than they handled Laurie Strode in the mental institution in Halloween Resurrection. So the the expectations were crazy for it. And I remember like the first time I watched Scream 4, I was just like, I was antsy. That was the first time probably since part 2 that I was that antsy. Like, not to take away anything from part 3, I love part 3, but something about we didn't get a Scream movie since 2000. That was when part 3 came out, and then we got Scream 4, and when did this shit come out?
I think 2010.
2011.
Yeah.
That's even, like, come on, man, that's even crazier. And, like, I just know that, like, it's one thing to be excited, but I'm not gonna lie, the opening was throwing me off. The opening, I was so fucking confused when they kept pulling out and they kept, oh, this is stab 1. Oh, this is stab 8 and all this other shit. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I thought I was watching the wrong movie at some point. But, I don't know. I feel like the wrong 2 girls were in that opening. I wish they would have had Anna Paquin and, who's that other girl? Is that Kristen Bell?
Kristen Bell, yeah.
Kristen Bell and Anna Paquin, they could have been the opening sequence victims in that shit. I don't know. And I remember they went back and said that they were reshooting the opening sequence to make it more, like, vicious and dramatic. I don't know what the fuck they shot, but from what you tell me, I haven't seen it yet. They should have kept the original opening.
The original opening was so good, man. Yeah. Because it comes out, and then the 2 friends are arguing, and instead of them bickering, the other one goes to the kitchen, the other one stays in the living room. Ghostface comes in right behind her and starts stabbing her and killing her.
Yeah, they should.
And her friend's just standing there, like, oh, okay, bravo, yeah, okay. And she says, Charlie, knock it off. Because that's one of the reasons, too, because they name drop Charlie.
Oh, they should have kept that.
Because he was their friend. He was their friend. And it was like, oh, shit. But we don't, I mean, when you're first watching that, you don't understand that. You're like, oh, that's Charlie, whatever, you know? But that sequence alone is so much better because it's so much intense. It's way more intense than that. I like the other one because it's a wink and a nod to the audience that look how far we've come. Like, look how far, you know what I mean? But I feel like you lean into the wink a little too much.
Yeah, man, and just for a week opening kill right before the title card. Like, that girl, when she's crawling down the steps, it's like, okay, you got stabbed in the back, but I don't give a fuck whether you live or die at this point. Because her character is just like, I don't know. They tried to draw it out and make it almost like this Casey Becker type of thing. And then he hits the garage door, and the garage door falls on her. It's like, okay, man. Then he turns her over, and it's like, y'all reshot all that for that. Like, it just seemed like a pointless reshoot to me.
Well, and because they were like, the MPAA would have given him an NC-17 rating for that.
Oh, we need to get the MPAA on the show. That's who we need.
I don't know, man.
That is.
I don't want to fuck with the Illuminati, bro.
Yeah,
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
We get the MPAA on the show. Our shit's just going just black out and just cut off, and everybody that's watching like all our shit will be wiped clean from the net. Like, all our fucking, like, episodes and all that, they like, listen, we got to get rid of these 2 motherfuckers immediately.
Exactly. They're exposing us.
Yeah, we're going to have to go into witness protection programs, all of that shit. I don't know.
For the MPAA, it'd be like one of those, like, most wanted caricatures that, like, is on a dark shadow with a deep voice. Yeah, I work for the MPAA.
Yo. Oh my God, man! Like, yeah, somebody standing or sitting in that room, like, with the just with the blacked out face and the distorted voice. But that'll be us. Like, if the MPAA, like, Illuminati type of motherfuckers, if they came after us, that's gonna be us. Like, when they interview us, like, so tell us what happened when they shut you down. We're just gonna be like sitting in the room behind that fucking.
We were just minding our own business, man, talking about Scream. All of a sudden, they came after us.
Yeah. I don't. That'd be a hell of a fucking spoof, though, man. Like, the MPAA is like the Illuminati of the movie industry, and they every person they shut down. Every person they shut down gets interviewed. every person they shut down gets interviewed, and we're on there telling our war stories of how the fucking MPAA just shut all our shit down. That'd be fucking gold, yo. That's gold. Oh, another thing about Scream 4, I understand Sydney's writing a book, but why the fuck did she come back to Woodsboro? Like, okay, you're doing a book tour. There's no way I'm coming back to that place ever. I don't understand. Do we still be in there? It goes back to when Gail and him were talking in Scream 3, and she's like, you said you'd never leave Woodsboro, the only place that's real. But like, they should have moved. I feel like they should have put Neve Campbell in a mental institution like she wanted to originally. I don't know. And for that to be like the comeback of Wes Craven, I feel like Scream 4 it misses a lot of marks, man. It's almost too familiar at times. Like the shit they try to recreate from the first movie.
I do agree with you because there are some like really great moments that they don't really capitalize on. Like the recording, the streaming, all that stuff. Like the idea of them recording the murders and maybe possibly putting it up on the internet. Like, why didn't they do that? Like, they should have done that. Like, that was that would have been such a great thread from a story beat perspective. You know what I mean?
That was pure genius when they came up with that, and I love that. It's Robbie and Charlie that are doing it and explaining it. Like Robbie's walking around with the fucking, with the camera on 24/7. And I love how they explain it in that Cinema Club group. That's another thing that I do give Scream 4 credit for. That whole Cinema Club shit is something that, like, they took what Scream 2 did with that film class that Randy was taking, and then they built on that, but you only get that one sequence. Like, I wish there was more sequences with Cinema Club. I know they couldn't spend a lot of time on that, but that shit leading up into, what's that thing called? The Stabathon that they had at the barn, they had ideas, man. I don't know what it was about. I don't know if it was how much time had passed between Scream 3 and Scream 4 or what, but it just doesn't, like, it's cool. I don't hate any of the movies in the franchise. It's like the Nightmare on Elm Street series. I don't hate any of them except the fucking remake, but they all give you what you want in a Nightmare on Elm Street movie. That's what the Scream franchises do. They give you what you want in a Scream movie, even though the sequels vary in quality and shit. But Scream 4 has got so many good ideas and so many good characters. Like Charlie and Kirby, two of the best fucking characters in the whole franchise.
Yes.
It's unfortunate what happens with my man Charlie, but him and Kirby allegedly right.
Allegedly.
Reportedly. Like, Charlie and Kirby, that moment between them, like, I have not cheered for two characters to get together. Like, I haven't even cheered for Dewey and Gale all that much, like the way I did for Charlie and Kirby. When they're going, like, back and forth, and she's like, I could trivia your ass under the table. He's like, who played Leatherface first? And they're having, like, that little back and forth. I'm like, this motherfucker is my spirit animal. Like, I used to want to encounter somebody that loved that, like, horror movies at the time as much as I did. Like, I love that interaction between the two. I almost answered a question that we gotta wait until the end of the Scream 4 discussion. I'll wait. But okay. You go ahead and chime in. I'll just hold out on that.
I really do like this movie, and I do think that there's some really great ideas in this movie. They're just not fleshed out enough. Like, you could have done so much with the streaming, with the viral, with the murders. Charlie even brings it up in the Cinema Club and said, like, because Gail has, like, well, how would you up the ante here? Well, the killer would be recording the murderers, but that would implicate us. And they both point at each other. Which
I love that part.
A really hilarious moment.
Yeah, that moment
Especially
is great,
how it
man.
plays out at the end. And I just wish they did that a little bit more. Just post that on the dark web and just do something with it. You know what I mean? Because it would have been such a idea that would have been ahead of its time. Had this movie came out 4 years later, I think this movie would have been gangbusters, because then it would have been the viral sensation, like YouTube stars of content creators being famous, is almost as famous as Tom Cruise and Michael J. White and being celebrities on the internet. Like, that's like you missed the boat. You didn't miss the boat, but you caught the boat a little too early, and you just couldn't ride that wave, which is unfortunate because had this movie come out in 2014 with the social media boom, this movie would have hit differently, for real. And I equate this movie to a movie called Laid to Rest from 2007, where there's this guy called Chrome Skull filming his murders and posting it and selling them on the dark web.
I've literally only seen that movie once. I never saw the sequel, but I did see the original Laid to Rest once.
Chrome Skull, Chrome Skull actually brings, it actually flushes out the idea on why he's recording the murders, because they're selling it as a fetish. Like fetish porn.
Was Danielle Harris was she in the second one or the first one?
She was in the second one along with Brian Austin Green. Oh, God, I hate that fucking guy.
From Beverly Hills 90210?
Yeah, David.
What the fuck is up with these
coke addicts?
What's up with these former Beverly Hills 9? And you notice every single time we talk about one of these motherfuckers, they are associated with cocaine. Every single time. Who we talking about? Ian Ziering last time, and he said he would do a bump. He'd do a bump off Tara Reid's chest. Now we talking about Brian Austin Green. Like, what happened to you, motherfuckers, man? God.
Yeah, but to be fair, in 90210 he was doing cocaine. So.
Oh shit! It got dark in that show. I listen.
Oh, yeah,
I didn't know
he was an addict for like fucking 6 seasons.
God damn.
I used to watch that. That was another show that I used to watch with my mom on Wednesday nights, man. We would always get Domino's and watch Beverly Hills. And then it got stupid once, like, the diner guy couldn't read. I was like, okay, I don't care if he can't read. Why do I give a fuck about Ned?
90210 was the same. Luke Perry was in 90210, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Dylan Walsh. Dylan Walsh. I remember kind of checking out when Dylan's dad died in the explosion. I was like, yo, this is just too much of a fucking soap opera.
It's very soap opera-ish.
I was low-key more of a Melrose Place dude. Like, I stuck with Beverly Hills 90210 for as long as I could, but that was like, Melrose Place
fucking crazy, bro.
It was a lot more risque, and I was like the kid who used to try to sneak and watch shit on Cinemax at night, so I was definitely geared towards Melrose Place. Plus, I was crushing on Heather Locklear back in the day, man. Like, when I saw her in the Return of Swamp Thing, I said, oh, yeah, I need to follow her and everything she's doing. Daphne Zuko. The chick from the Fly, too? She was in
Melrose
Place?
Yeah, she came in season 2, season 3.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Daphne Zuko, yo. Oh God
damn!
We gotta start doing we gotta do like retro reviews, man, for like 90s TV shows. That shit'd be hilarious, man. She damn sure is.
She'd do a watch along. She'd do a watch along for one of those.
Yo, she damn sure is in this shit, man. Funny enough, man, we're talking about Scream, and the chick that played Cotton Weary's girlfriend was in Melrose Place.
Yeah, I think she was in season. She played the what's his name?
Somebody named Megan Lewis Mancini.
Oh my God, what's his name? Oh my God, I can't remember. He was the blonde dude. He kind of looked like Alan Tudyk.
I have no idea.
That's gonna drive me crazy. I don't have my laptop with me, and I can't. But anyway, back to Scream 4. I enjoy Scream 4 a lot, especially for what it's saying and what it's doing. I just wish the ideas were flushed out just a little bit, because this movie would have hit so much harder with certain aspects just flushed out.
I don't know if I'm reaching here, but I just looked up like how we're talking about how it misses the mark on a lot of shit, and this was supposed to be the triumphant return of Wes Craven and Kevin Williamson together again for like everybody's favorite slasher franchise at the time. Could it have been because Wes Craven like lost his way at some point? Because after Scream, he didn't do another movie until 2005. He did Cursed. That was a fucking stinker. I've never seen Red Eye, but he did Red Eye the same year.
Red Eye was pretty solid. Red Eye was pretty solid.
I always hear good things about it.
Thriller. That was a good thriller.
I always hear good things about it. I just got to get around the fact that Cillian Murphy is like the lead in there. I'm not really the biggest Cillian Murphy guy. He looks like he really is Scarecrow in real life. Like, he looks terrifying. That dude looks scary as fuck. I'm not even gonna hold you. But I like Rachel McAdams though. And then in 2010, he did My Soul to Take, and god damn,
that was a rough watch. It's
god awful.
Not only that he directed, he wrote it. The problem is that when you have like I said this too, when you have a man that is like well into his 50s writing dialogue for like 18-year-olds, you're writing dialogue how you think teenagers sound. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? It's just My Soul to Take was just a rough watch. There was a good idea in there, but it was not executed properly, and I think Wes Craven just didn't care. Like, it was just whatever.
He did not give a fuck about nothing that was going on in this movie. And then I don't even like that kid that's in there. The main dude, he's the one that's in the house at the end of the street and all that other bullshit. I don't. My Soul to Take is easily the worst movie Wes Craven has ever done. Rest in peace, Shot. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, people, but what? Go ahead and say it.
You have not seen. I can totally tell that you have not seen Deadly Blessing or Chiller.
I have not. Those are his worst movies?
Yeah, those are his worst movies.
Deadly Blessing.
Chiller is a CBS TV, made-for-TV movie, and Deadly Blessing is like an Amish horror movie. It's fucking crazy.
Okay. Deadly Blessing. I see Deadly Blessing. It says 81.
Do not let the cover fool you. Because the cover is very suggestive.
She looks like she's getting the best facial massage in the world right now. She's just like she's just, what the fuck is this shit? I've never even heard of Deadly Blessing. And I've looked at, Sharon Stone is in this?
Yeah, she plays the best friend.
I think it's East. That's the guy from Pumpkinhead. Michael Berryman's in this. Okay. Lawrence Montague. I don't know, but he looks like this one dude looks like Leonard Nimoy.
Yeah, I think that's Ernest Borgnine.
Yeah, I've never heard of this movie.
Yeah, that
I see this one guy, the one Amish guy in this in the trailer thumbnail. He's just looking like, what the fuck? But he's got like the Amish hat on, and it looks like I don't think that's a pentagram behind him. What the fuck? I don't know. Is this worth a drunk watch?
Yeah.
If you had to pick this or what's the other movie you said he did?
Chiller.
Chiller.
That's on YouTube. Man, that's a fucking tough one to watch too, because there's like
Jill Schoelen? Jill Schoelen.
Yeah, but he's so underutilized in the movie. And Michael Beck's in the movie, so is Paul Sorvino. It is not a good movie, man.
Poor Wes Craven. Humble beginnings, man. I mean, look, I feel like all our favorite horror directors, nobody has a track record that's home run, home run, home run. Like, I'm a George A. Romero guy. Like, that's my GOAT. But even I know George A. Romero, like, even movies like the Dead Saga, they are ranked as they are released for me. Like Night, Dawn, Day, Land, and Land of the Dead, I like that movie, but that's when it's like, you kind of gave George A. Romero too much money. Then Survival of the Dead, it's like, that movie's awful. I love the guy's work. He's responsible for, like, why I wanted to do what I do today, but it's like, and then Diary of the Dead. I didn't like Diary of the Dead. I know you kind of like, I think I remember you kind of saying like you like Diary of the Dead.
I like Diary of the Dead.
It's okay, man. I just like the characters are just annoying as shit. Like, I hate the guy that's holding the camera. The guy Jason. He's just like, listen, I know that zombie's biting your face off, but let me like keep screaming. Like, put some energy into it. Put some. Oh no,
I thought that was fucking great, man. When he's all like, "Hey, can you struggle just a little bit more with that zombie? I'm trying to get this shot."
like,
Like, fuck you, man. Get this fucking zombie off me.
man. Oh my god, man. What they should have did, the whole movie should have just took place on that farm with Samuel. That dude, the deaf guy, the Amish guy, he's fucking amazing, and they only keep him for like one sequence. That's it. They should have fucking.
And he saves her ass.
Yeah,
saves.
He's like, I'm Samuel. After he throws the dynamite, and he just holds that shit up while it's all this debris coming in his face. Like, I love that shit. But yeah, that's what I was about to say. Scream 4. We always
Scream
got
4,
sidetracked.
Did this revitalize the franchise for you? Did this renew interest for you? Did you at the moment when you saw this movie? Were you excited of a prospect of a part 5 after you saw this movie, or were you just like, eh?
No, I felt like after Scream 4, I'm like, okay, it's a Scream movie, but it's not even better than part 2 for me. And I'm like, at this point, yeah, I need a part 5. Because I wasn't all the way satisfied with how Scream 4 played out. Like that third act, the third act is okay because Kirby steals the show when she's naming all those remakes back to back to back to back. I love that scene. They mirror back to the first one when Charlie's like tied up the way or taped up the way Steve is. That's cool. But Jill, her reveal takes away from a lot of this fucking movie. I already had problems with it. But when Jill reveals herself, I was like, oh, the niece or the cousin, whatever. I was like, okay, why? And then when she starts to explain her motive, I'm like, bitch, like shut up. This whole, you had your 15 minutes of fame, now I want mine. And it's like, oh my God, you sound like the biggest brat of the entire franchise at this point. Charlie, that made sense. Like him being a movie geek, and I love when he reveals himself, when he killed Kirby, people called me crazy and was like, oh, you're fucking stupid. Kirby's dead. Fuck y'all, because I knew she was coming back.
I see her take her last breath.
Exactly.
Never see her take her last breath. And she's still moving. She's still moving when Charlie walks in the house.
When Charlie grabs Sydney, and I love that fucking line, especially from his character, where he says he's got the knife to her neck, and he's like, you learn a lot when you watch horror movies over and over. All the plots are about trying to kill you. And I'm like, that was hardcore. Like, for a reveal and a line to say to, like, Sidney Prescott, that shit was hardcore. But Jill, when she starts her shit, first of all, she allegedly killed my man Charlie. But, like, that whiny brat diva shit, I couldn't stand it. But she did redeem herself. When she starts fucking herself up, like when she runs into the knife and slams her face into the glass pitcher, and drops, she pulls her fucking hair out. And she shot Trevor in the dick. I was like, oh God, this girl, she definitely is not the girl you cheat on, because she shot that man in the pee-pee. And I like that was like one of the hardest like gunshot wounds in the series to watch, hands down. Like that shit, fuck a headshot. That was bad. That was bad. But I just didn't like Jill. Like I did not like her reveal as the killer. They did not show any of the when they're revealing themselves, and Charlie's like, yeah, I got a lot of footage from my Robbie kill, and then they take the cameras out the mask, and it's like, we didn't see any of that shit. Like you said,
that's what I mean about not being fleshed out.
They had a lot of great ideas on paper and a lot of ideas presented that they just didn't follow through with. And then when you think the movie's going to be over, like they could have just as easily killed Sydney, and people would have been like, oh shit. Like, first of all, they should have killed Gail. Gail should have died in Scream 4. I'm sorry. Like, if she dies in Scream 6, I know I'm going to be emotional as fuck. But to raise the stakes, again, they played it safe as shit, like they always do. Gail should have died. And that barn sequence, and watching the trailers, I thought she was going to die, where they cut it up in a way where the Ghostface is on top of her, and she's like, do it if you have the guts. And then you see Ghostface stab down, but they cut away in the trailer. And I was like, okay, Gail's going to die in this one. But she just gets fucking, like a little shoulder wound. And they didn't kill Sydney when they had the opportunity to. We get a second, third act sequence in the hospital.
We get a fucking monologue. Like, again, stop monologuing. The fuck is your guys' problem? If James Bond villains taught anyone anything, it's to stop fucking monologuing.
Right. Stop explaining your entire scheme and your entire plan and shit. It just doesn't.
The best villain monologue of all time, and I hate this movie, is Watchmen. He explains his plan, and he says, "I did it 35 minutes ago, bitch."
Watchmen. I love Watchmen, but I hated that fucking villain. I hate that dude.
Yeah.
Oh, do I hate that dude? Especially when he reveals that he put that fucking cyanide capsule in that dude's mouth, but he's just the way he's selling it. I'm just like, you're full of shit. He's like, don't bite down, you son of a bitch. Like, who says that? Like, you know, you put that shit in there and you're closing his mouth shut. I hate that fucking dude, and I hate his outfit too. He whooped their fucking ass though. When Rorschach and what was his name, Night Owl or something?
Yeah, Night Owl.
He whooped their asses. They came in there like they had to drop on him. He said, no. Beat that ass in slow motion in a way only Zack Snyder can do.
These cats are all fucking horror movies, but yeah, they need to start watching spy movies to realize, okay, I need to stop monologuing because then I can actually kill Sidney Prescott if I just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, every single time. Every single time. I would have much rather like Robbie killed or Charlie killed Jill, and then, well, I guess they wouldn't have had such the family ties and all that type of bullshit. But if Charlie killed Jill and then he monologued for a little bit, like I would have been sold on it. Even though they shouldn't monologue, I would have been way more sold on that if he, like, because you just reveal him as the killer just for him to get murked off by this little pint-sized ass brat. Like, I just don't like Jill. I think Jill, sometimes I go back and forth between her and Amber, but Jill is one of the worst fucking reveals in the whole franchise for me. I just don't like her reveal. And it's like, okay, how did you do all of this? Like, how, like, these frail ass characters, like Charlie, okay, he can get by, but Jill, there's no fucking way that you're just running up on people like this. You would get tossed some fucking where. That's why, listen, I can't. Ghostface, I know you said the hubris is what's going to get us caught up and killed. I'm not. I would be pissed if Jill revealed herself to me, and I'm just like, that was you fucking me up throughout this entire movie. Like, no, you owe me a do-over at this point. No,
the costume gives them superpowers.
Yeah, it gives them superpowers, and it makes them the clumsiest motherfuckers ever, because everybody that puts that fucking costume on, they're tripping all over things, and they're falling all over things, and they're getting their asses kicked. Like, who was it that Jill kicked in the face? It had to have been Charlie. Or not Jill.
Charlie.
Yeah, Sydney kicks him in the face. Yeah, because Jill was at the house. That was when she got stabbed on the arm on the staircase. And but she kicks the shit out of Charlie in his face. I just don't like Jill. I don't like her. I don't.
Best kill.
Oh, Olivia. Hands fucking down. When you're watching Olivia get killed across the street, oh boy. That shit, she gets it bad. And I heard that, obviously, the MPAA strikes again. They toned her shit down. But I'm like, if that was toned down, then I want to see what originally happened.
It's a little bit more struggle, but when Sydney walks into the room, you see what happens. It is like the room is covered in blood. It looks like Johnny Depp's room in Nightmare on Elm Street.
Nightmare on Elm Street. Yep. Damn.
Yeah.
That's what it should have been.
It's fun.
That's what it should have. That death scene, I remember, like, when Ghostface pops out the closet, like, it was a good jump, but it wasn't until he stabbed her in the fucking hand, and I was like, oh shit, like, she's trying to, like, fight back and shield herself, but that's realistic though. Like, you can't just dodge a knife and all this, and that shit went straight through. Then the way he like kicks her or throws her into like her dresser, like, that impact is crazy. Then he throws her through the fucking window, and it's almost in slow motion when he does it. He throws her through the window and then flips her body over while she's on her back, and then looks directly at Jill and Kirby. And then when Sydney walks in the room, you see her fucking intestines are like laying on the bed right next to her. And that, hands down. I almost said Anthony Anderson's kill, But what ruined his fucking kill is when he said "fuck Bruce Willis" at the end. And I watched like Scream 4 the other night, and I'm like, that does not even make sense. Like, I understand the reference they made to Bruce Willis and like him being a cop prior, but that was just ill-timed.
You know what he should have said instead? You know what he should have said instead? He should have said "fuck LL Cool J" from H2O.
Why would he fuck LL Cool J? What?
Because he was a security guard in H2O.
Oh, he was, and he survived.
Yeah,
he did survive. I just didn't I didn't understand like Kevin Williamson writing that. I'm just like, what? And that scene works because it was a weird death scene. Like, Adam Brody gets killed, and then Anthony Anderson gets fucking stabbed in the forehead, but he doesn't die right away, and he's kind of like winding down. He's still looking for his partner, but he swings a punch, and Ghostface is in the background, like, kind of looking at him like, well, I don't really have to do shit else. I'm going to just let you topple over.
Yeah,
it was a weird... Yeah, exactly. It was a weird death scene, man. Like, but Olivia's was just non-stop fucking her up until it was go time. Like, that was vicious. And she was the one that everybody, like, I guess they thought she was like the glamour girl, because Robbie calls her, he's like, Olivia, don't look at my tits, I have a mind, Morris. And then the cops are looking at her like all googly eyed when she gets out of her car, which is fucking weird because technically in the movie, I don't know how old she was, but in the movie she's a high school student. Why would these fucking cops be looking at Olivia? Maybe that was Harvey Weinstein saying, hey, just put that in there. Put that in there. He was over Kevin Williams. He was over Kevin Williamson's shoulder, and he was like, "Yeah, can I put something in this script real quick?" Kevin Williams is like,
"Yeah, right."
He's like, "Yeah, don't worry about it. Just put it in a movie. Put it in a movie. It's nothing. This isn't reflective of my life at all. Just put it in a movie." Fucking Harvey Weinstein.
I think we're in agreement with this one. Best character is Kirby.
Kirby, yeah. And when I do want to say Charlie, Kirby just Kirby. They brought her back for a reason, man. I love Kirby's character, and her haircut is definitely popping in that movie. Kirby, like her, and I love for Charlie to be the killer. I don't know if this was him naturally being nervous, or if this was just him in character trying to not be the killer. But when they're watching the movie and Kirby like whispers, she's like, "Hey, Charlie," and he jumps up right away and answers her. The way she's staring at him, I'm like, bruh. If Trevor wasn't cock blocking, you probably could have got some before you went on a murder spree at that house. Because Kirby
was, probably would have murdered her by then.
Exactly. You could have saved yourself. And I was rooting. Like, I was like, and then Trevor walks in and was like, "Hey guys, did you see my phone?" or whatever he says. I'm like, I was so rooting for Charlie and Kirby to just, it's something as small as a kiss. I wanted all that shit to happen because she gives him such a hard time throughout the whole movie, and then she finally caves in when she's like, "Yeah, you kind of cute when I'm drunk," and all this other shit. Like, I love those two fucking characters, but Kirby takes the cake, yeah.
And sure. I also think we're in agreement. Worst character is Jill.
Jill, yeah. It should be Trevor, but Jill, fuck her, fuck Jill. No diss to Emma Roberts. I had a better time watching Emma Roberts in The Hunt. I don't know if you've seen The Hunt. Blumhouse movie.
Is that the one with Betty Giplin and Hilary Swank? Yes. I love that fight scene, bro.
Yo,
oh my god,
crazy, right? I saw it for the first time. I watched it like 2 weeks ago. My girl had seen it. I didn't see it, so she was just like, "All right, well, we'll just watch it right now." And when they're whooping each other's asses at this in this fight sequence, and I love the part where the girl is about to throw Hilary Swank through the glass, and they both stop. She's like, no more glass. And then one of them just opens the fucking door up, and then they keep fighting after that. Fucking love it, man. If it was one thing I didn't like about the movie, it's when the movie slows down. When they get to, the refugees on the train and all of the military shit where they're on the base. That's when the movie slows down, and I'm like, I don't really give a shit about any of this. I know they're trying to put things in context and explain things.
Mm-hmm.
But like the way it started, I was on go. I'm like, okay, it's fair game. These motherfuckers are getting killed right away. Jill, I almost called her Jill. Emma Roberts they put her in the movie. You think they screamed her ass. Like, you think she's going to be, oh my God, that's the girl from Scream. She's going to survive. No, she gets her fucking head blown off right in the beginning of the movie. And I'm like, yes.
It's so hilarious because you think all
like
those characters are going to like make it through somehow, but then they all get wiped out within the first 10 minutes.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I was really pissed off, man, when the dude, like the guy dies in the gas station. I think he gets hit with the shotgun, but he's like, you think he's kind of gonna be like maybe like a douchebag alpha male dude, but he gets fucking killed in the gas station. And then the other couple, like, you can tell something's not right with them. But when they try to clean it up for the girl, and then she comes in and she's like, "What state am I in?" And she's buying a pack of cigarettes, and then she starts fucking shit up. I'm like, yeah, this is one of the underrated final girls. Definitely one of the underrated final girls.
Definitely an underrated movie.
Yeah, Blumhouse did a damn good job with that movie, man. And it just goes to show they don't always pump out bullshit. Sometimes they pump shit out that is actually worthwhile. And that movie's brutal as shit. Brutal as fuck.
Well, talking about toxic fandoms, because we both hate Blumhouse.
Oh, I listen, don't. He said that shit, not I. I do not hate Blumhouse. I have the utmost respect for Blumhouse. I just hate when they insult my intelligence. We know when you're pumping out movies where it's just like, yeah, let's just put this shit out here. We don't give a fuck about it. We're gonna make money back. Like Truth or Dare and all that type of shit. Nah. Like don't ever. Truth or Dare could have been something, but that movie just fucking sucks. It's bad. It's so bad.
Truth or Dare is pretty bad.
Blumhouse. Yeah.
Well, moving on to Scream, the first movie without Kevin Williamson and without Wes Craven.
Yeah.
Scream.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were very worried about this particular entry because they're like, well, no Williamson, no Craven. How is this a Scream movie? How are you going to recapture the magic of the first 4 movies? Like, how are you going to do that? I had faith in Radio Silence because I am very familiar with some of their works. And I thought if anyone can pull off the Scream, it's these guys. These guys are really good. They know how to balance humor, gore, horror, and I mean, just look at their work. You know, from VHS to Ready or Not, man. This was the right crew for Scream, in my opinion.
God damn, I don't know how I forgot just that fast that they directed Ready or Not. That's when I didn't see Ready or Not until after Scream 5 was already announced. And I did commentary for Ready or Not, and like the first time I watched it, and by the time I was done with it, I was like, whatever red flags I had, because I had a lot of red flags about them jumping on this shit, whatever red flags I had, I said, oh no, all that shit's out the window. Because like you said, horror and humor, they know exactly what the fuck they're doing when they balance the two of those out. Because Ready or Not was probably, even though I saw it late, it was one of the best movies that came out that year.
Yeah.
Hands fucking down. That movie was amazing. And I was like, these guys, they get it. So I'm going to keep the faith in them. I went back and watched their segments with on VHS, which VHS movies they did. And I was like, all right, man, I'm going to trust it. Then I remember the trailer dropped, and I was like, this looks like it's still in conjunction with the other movies. And then when I saw it, man, I'm just like, it took me a while to get my review together because I'm like, this is a lot to unpack. And I said that it was a seamless transition. Like, it seems like Wes Craven directed that movie. They take a couple liberties with like camera angles and shit like that in certain shots, but it's seamless, man. It seems like Kevin Williamson wrote it. The dialogue is still like hip and witty, and the humor's there. But one of the things that stood out, like Scream 5 was a little more brutal than I expected it to be. That shit, the opening sequence, it was something about, I don't know if it's just because of how Scream 4 left me, but the opening sequence is just creepy to me. And the opening sequence has not been creepy since the first movie up until part 5. And it's just how calm Roger Jackson's voice is as Ghostface before he leads up to the attack. And it's fucking creepy. Like, I thought I was going to be pissed off because when she started talking about elevated horror, I'm just like, cut it the fuck out. Like I like all of those, you know, the horror hipsters is what I call them. Her character's one of those, but I was like, oh my god, can we not? But then I forgot what type of movie I was watching. I'm like, okay, we can let that shit fly.
You forgot what type of movie you were watching.
Yeah, I'm like, they're gonna mention all types of horror because I was just like, the Babadook though, really? Like, nah.
Yeah, I'm good, man. A horror movie about motherhood? What?
Yeah, I'm
nonsense.
All the way good. Mama and the Babadook and all that.
I haven't seen Mama, so I actually want to watch the short first though. I heard the short is really fucking good though.
That movie's not great. At least I didn't think it was. Andy Muschietti, he's a visionary guy. He's got a knack for the genre, but Mama is just like I can go fucking watch Darkness Falls and see if I like that better. Like I can go revisit that movie because Mama is just weird. It's just a weird, boring ass movie. It starts off like, you remember that movie Nell with Jodie Foster and fucking Liam Neeson? It's like Nell, like these two little girls who were raised in the woods and all this other weird shit. They take them home and they clean them up, but Mama don't like it. And Mama starts creeping around and doing her supernatural shit. It's like a throwaway movie. I don't know.
It's interesting to me because like I know that a lot of people in the horror community especially hate that term elevated horror. But when you think about elevated horror, I mean, it is a real thing because we used to call it art house horror in the 90s. It's a real thing. I mean, yeah. I even made this argument about Misery, Candyman, Silence of the Lambs, where these are horror movies that are elevated by story and performance. They're not your typical horror movies in the sense that they are supernatural and slasher and they rely on horror and gore and stuff like that. These are movies that are real. These are movies about real people that can really happen. Annie Wilkes is one of the most terrifying antagonists in horror. She is one because she could be real, and she is real. That's what makes her scary. The thing is now, if you remake Misery today, she'd be one of these fucking Twitter accounts talking all this shit, stalking all these filmmakers, saying, you ruined my childhood. She'd be one of those people. And that's what I kind of like about it, too, because it pokes fun at those kind of fans. That this is what Scream 5 does. It pokes fun at those kind of fans. Star Wars fans, anyone, Transformers, TMNT, you know, whatever, you know what I mean? Any fan out there, every fan has toxic fans. It doesn't matter. You're not going to escape toxicity. You're just not. But I like how this movie really leans into it and makes the toxic fans the killers in this movie. Because what is their motive? They got away from the essence of what the movie is. We're going to remake the movie in our image. And we're going to do it the way we're going to give them the right source material for them to work with. And what's the biggest complaint with what's the biggest complaint with most fandoms? You got away from the source material. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you went off the. And that like the movie even pokes fun at itself when Richie's watching. I think he's talking to Sam and he's eating pizza and he's just like. He's like, yeah, I'm watching the stab movies. If you ask me, this series completely goes off the rails at by the fifth one. And I love that line because that is going back to the fact that we know what this is. We're not going to make you guys have a bad time. We're going to make you guys enjoy it. We're going to poke fun at ourselves and this, that, and the other. And like, man, Radio Silence, they need a lot more praise. There's a few people that I've seen online that say Scream 5 is the worst one and it missed the mark. I don't see any of that argument. I don't, man. I don't. Scream 5 everybody was all concerned because they were like, oh, it's coming out in January. I never understood like why people think January movies are always going to bomb.
Because most of the time January movies are either Oscar baits or they don't do well. When you often try to release a franchise movie in January or February, you are signifying not only to the fans but to the studios that we do not have faith in this movie that's going to do well. But
shit, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Because every time there's a January release, like like if you ever noticed, when you watch Double Toasted, when they ask when a movie's coming out and somebody says January, they start panicking. Like not panicking, but they're like, oh, you know what this might be. But
Yeah,
Scream, like,
January. January and August are often considered dump months, and
damn.
if your movie is released in August or in January, and you're like a franchise, you need to be worried that you're gonna be released in one of those 2 months because that signifies that the studio does not have faith in this movie. Like it doesn't think it's gonna make money or whatever. And there are exceptions to the rule, yes. But you're coming off the holidays, you're coming off Oscar bait, you're coming off all this other shit, and you're going to release a horror movie or a tentpole franchise in the middle of winter? That's crazy. Or at the end of summer?
In the case of like August, Halloween H2O cleaned up. That shit came out August 5th, if I'm not mistaken, of 98 and racked the fuck up. I don't know how much money that shit made, but they made a hell of a lot of money for them to, you know, and the tagline on the poster said, this summer Tara won't be taking a vacation, but motherfucker, like people about to go, like kids are ready to go back to school in September, and you released it like you only had 1 month.
They're not already back in school, you know?
Yeah, but the movie, I mean, that movie did well though. But for them to release Scream 5 in, you know, in January with 2 brand new directors on board, and you know what I'm saying, they were writing and directing like the movie. Like I'm not gonna lie, man. Like I still, while the trailers had me sold and Ready or Not had me sold with what Radio Silence could do, I was not prepared for that fucking movie, man. Like I came out of that movie like these characters, like I remember when they showed the cast, I was like, these look like CW knockoff characters. And Dylan Minetti, I didn't like him. He had already rubbed me the wrong way because I had just recently watched Let the Right One In, and I know he was a lot younger, but I'm like, he was a fucking asshole in that movie. Just because you dye your hair, you still the same character until proven otherwise. I liked his character. He didn't get a lot to do, and I liked that his character was named Wes. That was like the Wes Craven tribute they threw in there. They brought Deputy Judy back, which I was like, okay, because Marley Shelton is just straight up MILF material in that movie, man. I don't know what it is about Marley Shelton. Like ever since Valentine, I was like, something about this girl is like she's so mousy, but she's got like a little bit of toughness to her. But as Deputy Judy, like she died in that little yoga outfit, man, because that shit was fitting her right. It really was, man. And that's another thing. The death sequences, with the exception of Kyle Donner's character, because I know there's deleted scenes that add more context to who he is and what happens with him, but the way they edited everything, he's just there to get killed. And you can't get a break in franchises because you were in Nightmare on Elm Street remake, and they did him dirty in that. And in Scream, you see him by the car, you see him in the bar, he takes a piss, he gets stabbed in the neck. It's a vicious death scene, but it's like, who the fuck are you and why are you here?
Yeah.
Then you find out, oh, Schumacher's. It's like, all right, man, whatever.
Again, Space Liberace. Oh, hell yeah. I'm vaping nicotine, bro. MILF material. Zuko approved.
Zuko approved. Listen, man, yeah, Marley Shelton, man, I don't know, man. And I'm so sad to see her, like, you know, when she was, like, crying on the phone to Ghostface, and she's like, please don't hurt my boy. I'm like, oh. I was like, please don't. I was like, don't cry. Like, don't cry. It's going to be all right. We're going to live through this. And then they killed the Ghostface. Like, you would think Amber and Richie spent time in prison. The way they kill people, it's multiple stats.
At least Richie. Like, goddamn.
Yo,
I have a theory about Amber, but which we'll get to her in a little bit.
Boom.
Got it the first time.
I did for once. I'm getting the hang of this video shit.
So, let's see, where was I? Yeah, the series got back on track with this.
Yeah,
I feel like. Also, too, I was rewatching the ending to this movie, and Amber says a peculiar line that got me thinking. I watched Dewey die, and he died like a pussy.
That wasn't Amber.
Yeah, she says she watched. She didn't say she did it.
Ew. Whoa, 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 whoa. Uh, is this going to be one of those things where we do a flashback to Dewey's death sequence, and then
it was Stu?
Oh my God, man! Yo, listen, I'm telling you, if Stu Macher, I hope he doesn't show up because all the theories are just so like I was telling somebody like a couple weeks ago. I said the theories are overwhelming for Stu Macher, man. I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about that shit. I really don't. But she said he died like a pussy. I don't like. Are we going to do a flashback to that sequence, and then we see like Amber in the corner watching, like we see her point of view, seeing like literally watching Dewey die? I don't know, but that wasn't like come on, man. Like I know they play around with the sizes with Ghostface, and you're just like when the reveals happen, it's like okay, how did that person kill this person, and they're that small? But Amber is not a great reveal as a killer. I don't know. She's kind of annoying too. Richie,
yeah,
like Amber's kind of annoying because like she speaks for the, like you said, that toxic fandom. When she says, no, I just wanted to be a part of something. I'm like, you are every fucking internet troll that just wants to have an opinion for no reason. Oh my God. Like they nailed that shit. Richie, he almost is cringy when he does his reveal because he's in, like when he's all in Sydney's face and he's like, and why they make fun of us because we like something, and I'm like, you look like Dwight Schrute from The Office, so I can't really take you seriously. Like what's his name, Jack Quaid? He looks like Rainn Wilson. He looks like Rainn Wilson. Just like if Dwight from The Office, like if Dwight and Angela had a love child, then it's Richie.
That'd
It's
be
Richie.
him.
Yeah, it's him. But he's cool because like he has this unhinged thing. I'm not going to say he tries to like duplicate what Stu Macher does, but he's kind of like the tall character who's goofy, who's probably having more fun than he should with the whole killing people shit. I don't know. It's all right. And plus, hey, like you're not that crazy that you just brush off a gunshot wound to the leg. Like when Sydney shoots in the closet and she's like, "Come on, get up. What are you doing in here?" He's like, "Yo, I would hurry up, but you shot me in the leg." Like, and you just bounced off of that like it wasn't nothing. Like it wasn't nothing.
I actually like Scream 5. I think Scream is a really good movie. I don't understand the hate that it gets, but
I don't either.
I understand the hate that it gets because it's making fun of the same people that are critiquing this movie because what they're doing, and it's so interesting to me too because when I watch their reviews on this movie and they're criticizing this movie, they're bringing up the exact same fucking points that they're making fun of you for. Like, take your fucking head out of your ass and remove yourself from the equation and just really kind of take it for what it is because they're really hammering home about fandom and the toxicity of internet trolls. Like, that's what it is. It's okay to be critique and criticize the movie. I'm not saying that you can't criticize or critique this movie, but to use their points is actually proving their point. Like, come on. And that's why I like this movie a lot. And it's so funny because when we did our review for it, me and Elisa, I pointed that out to her. It's like, you are making the exact same point that they're making fun of you for. That's exact. Everything you're saying is what this movie is making fun of you for.
Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like everybody can have their opinions and all that type of stuff, but I feel like as horror fans and as fans of the franchise, we should be so lucky that we got Scream 5. Shit could have been a wrap. Kevin Williamson could have been like, fuck y'all, I'm not giving nobody my seal of approval. Wes Craven was my right-hand man. I don't know if they necessarily had to go through him to get the movie made, but to have his blessing, it's like, you had that for a reason, whether he wrote some like lesser sequels in the franchise or not. So to get Kevin Williamson behind that, man, that was like that was major. Every red flag I had, first of all, I like red flags aside, there was one thing I did have a feeling that was coming, and you already know that was Dewey. Like when I saw that trailer, and Dewey is like they edited it so that Dewey is approaching Ghostface when he's emptying the chamber of his gun, and they made it seem like they're having a showdown in the hallway, and I was like, okay, we're going Wild West. Like Dewey doesn't look like the happy-go-lucky bumbling guy that he's been in all the rest of the movies. He looks like he's tired, he's fucking fed up, and whatever's about to happen, he's ready to die for this shit. And I'm mad that he died for the girl who couldn't act, Jenna Ortega, who's amazing, and the guy who turned out to be the killer. And I'm just saying, like Melissa Barrera, like nothing against her acting chops. Like I hope they're a lot better in this movie because Jenna Ortega was acting circles around her in every scene they were in. When they're in the hospital room, Jenna Ortega's barely saying anything, and she's just like, "You mean?"
And she's saying everything
now. Yeah, I can't like. I just hope Melissa Barrera's acting gets better because if you are going to lead this franchise as the next final girl of the franchise, then you definitely need to step it up a couple notches and make me believe you. Like make me believe you in every single scene you're in because the people around you they're acting circles around you. The majority of the people are. But Dewey's death cried real tears. Straight up real tears I did not expect. Like I expected Dewey to check out in this one, but not like that. Like, and they made it. The build up was
like
so
a
bad.
Fucking G, bro. He went out like a fucking G.
That build up, like,
and you know what? Again, nice continuity touch by targeting the spine.
Oof, yeah. And there's another theory. I don't know if you've seen this or not, and this goes back to that Stu Macher shit. Somebody. They stitched a video together on TikTok, right? And they said it was when everybody was talking in the first Scream movie, and Sydney's like, "How do you gut someone?" And then Stu's like, "You take a knife and you slit them from groin to sternum." Cut to Dewey literally getting slit from groin to sternum in Scream 5. I was like, I said the way that people are trying to tie this shit in is really pissing me off, but. I don't know if that was supposed to be a callback. I don't know if that was literally a in our face type of thing telling us, yo, this is Stu that's killing Dewey. But yeah, that I thought that Dewey was would he stab him in the front or the back first? I don't remember.
Front and then the back, and then he.
Yeah. So when Dewey, like, first of all, it was a fucked up sequence to begin with because when he holds that elevator door, I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, you got to shoot him in the head. And Dewey, like, Sam is speaking for everybody. She's like, Dewey, who gives a fuck? He's like, I do. When those elevator doors closed, I knew.
It was a wrap.
I'm just like, no. Then he's emptying. I was like, okay, hurry up and shoot this motherfucker in the head so you can get back in the elevator. Then when that phone rang, I jumped because when the phone rang, Ghostface jumps right up into action.
Yeah, and when he fucking Gail. Thanks, Gail. You fucked up.
She fucked his life up in real life and in the movie. That's some meta shit right there. Yeah, that's some meta shit right there. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I do want Courtney Cox on the show one day and David Arquette, but I'm sorry. Like we gotta put that out there. She did my man dirty, and I love Courtney Cox, man. I do. But listen, we gotta talk about it. We have to.
Yeah. Holy shit! Shots fired.
She was the death of him, like literally.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna make it through that shit though, because when he got stabbed, I was like, oh, he gonna survive. But then when that second knife went in, I was like, oh, this is for real. And then when the knife started cutting up, I said, oh, okay, yeah, Dewey's dying, like literally dying in front of us. I was in shambles. I was in fucking shambles.
Also, Dewey, why do you have a fucking revolver? Why do you have a revolver? What the fuck? You fucking dirty Harry?
I think he had a regular.
He had a revolver in every movie. He had a revolver, but I'm like, come on, bro. Come on. Seriously? You couldn't upgrade to a 9mm?
Yeah, or a fucking grenade or something. Like, Dewey should have been Oh man, but you know what? I wasn't ready for it because I did a lot of bitching, man. Like when Randy got killed, I always said, "Oh, it's Scream 3. Yeah, they killed Cotton, but you know, everybody survived Scream 3. Everybody survived Scream 4. The franchise ain't got the balls to do what they did with Randy. They need to keep that same energy." And when they did, I was not ready for that. The way they killed Dewey, and then he's dead. Like you see the toe tag on his fucking foot when Gail's pulling up. And I knew that was going to happen because there's a shot in the trailer of Gail running, screaming, but it's in slow motion and somebody's holding her back. And I was like, I said in my trailer reaction, I said, I think Dewey's going to check out in this. Like piecing the frames together, I said, Dewey's probably going to check out in this shit. But the way he died, it's fucked up. That just means Gail's got to die in the next one. She's got to go be with him.
Yeah. She get a fucking...
It's gotta happen.
I don't know, man, unless they're going to pull an Ant-Man trailer where, like, they fucking don't do it. You know what I mean?
Oh Ant-Man. Shout out to Paul Rudd. I have nothing bad to say about Paul Rudd, but Peyton Reed.
Goddamn.
Peyton Reed, you got to do better. You got to do better. I think they should have somebody else direct Ant-Man 4. Peyton Reed.
Or write it, at least.
Yeah, his time's up. Yeah. So a whole nother fucking movie for another time. It's Quantumania. Matter of fact, we talked about Quantumania in the last episode. We talked about it pretty early on, I think.
Yeah.
We did.
Cutting that up too, so I'll be posting that up soon. Yeah, I think Scream puts the franchise back on track. I like this movie. I like what you're saying. I love the meta commentary. I think it was the right move, the right way to go, honestly, especially with social media being such a big part of everything, and especially legacy sequels are a thing, and requels and remakes.
Yeah.
How the commentary on that is very strong as well. And we're introduced to our next generation of Randys, which is Mindy. And she stole this fucking movie.
Yes, she stole this movie. Yes, she did, man. That whole monologue she's got, you know, it's a reminder of who she's fucking related to. And it's shots fired in that scene where she's like, she's naming movies. She's like, Child's Play, such and such. That shit doesn't work. Like, I'm like, yeah, let's get back to that. Let's get back to what Wes Craven and Kevin Williamson did in the first fucking Scream movie, where they're talking about Nightmare on Elm Street, and Drew Barrymore's like, yeah, well, the first one's good, the rest sucked. I'm like, let's fucking go, Wes Craven and Kevin Williamson, shots fired in this draw. Let's go. But that, like, I love that, you know, Mindy makes so many good points, man, where she's talking about, like, legacy sequels like Halloween and Ghostbusters. Like you said, it is a thing. I mean, it wasn't really a thing. I think H2O was probably one of the first legacy sequels that we've had where something was just retcon and everything. And Children of the Corn 6, if you want to count that. I don't know how many people have seen that outside. I just gave you Vietnam flashbacks.
You gave me fucking PTSD, bro. And I'm gonna fucking watch that remake. I think sometime this week.
Yeah, me too. We should definitely give our thoughts on that. I mean, the trailer.
We fucking sat through fucking 13 of those. I mean, we might as well make it 14.
I mean, look. Can it be any worse than the other ones at this point? I don't know, man.
I don't know, man. If it's worse than Reborn, bro, if it's worse than Jeepers Creepers Reborn, I'm like, yo, no. Who authorized this bullshit? Nothing can be bad as that.
That's literally like one of the worst fucking movies ever made. Like,
yeah.
I think I said this before. I can turn on Return of the Living Dead 4 and I could be like, oh, the practical effects for the zombies and the gore, at least that's decent. But with Jeepers Creepers Reborn, it is nothing. There's no. That is literally
get the fuck out of here. The fucking CGI, cathedral CGI. Oh, dude, don't even get me started. Don't get me started on that.
I'm telling you, you thought I was joking. I said you have to see this shit to believe it, sir. That movie, I don't give a fuck if we ever get any of those people on. The only person that is exempt from what I'm saying now is Dee Wallace. because maybe she had to pay her phone bill or something. I don't know if she owed somebody a favor who was
And
in
I
the
need to know
production
when she
crew.
said, I want to go home, if it was in character or out of character.
You said she was really saying that shit in real life. Like, yeah, like, D. Wallace is the only person exempt from that bullshit. Anybody else, I could give two shits whether we get him on the show or not. Fuck that movie, man. That movie was a straight up insult. Like, how you make the pedophiles movie look better than yours? Like, that's terrible. That's awful, man. They didn't even try.
That is awful.
I told you they didn't try. They didn't give a shit. They didn't care. They got everybody,
Nope.
but they didn't get everybody's money. But they, oh, that's rough. Yeah, I think we all had flashback, PTSD flashback.
Yeah, for real. Best kill. What's the best kill?
Ooh,
there are a lot of good ones in this one.
Oh, goddamn. I might have to go with Dewey. I almost said Wes because of the build-up. A lot of people didn't like that, but I love that every time they had like 10 false jump scares. I love that shit. And it was slow. It was a slow.
It built up.
Yeah. Damn. Well, Chad obviously didn't die. Yeah, I might stick with Dewey on this one. A part of me almost changed it to Richie, but Dewey's just hit home. Dewey, same thing with Scream 2, while Randy's the best death scene for me because I did not expect it. I kind of expected it, but the way it happened, I was not ready for that shit. And that shit pulled at the heartstrings, and it was brutal at the same time. It was beautifully brutal, if that makes any sense. And the fact that he looked down at the phone and saw Gail still calling, and he's like, yo, this bitch really got me killed. Like, that hurt even more. But, yeah, I'll go with Dewey. I'll go with Dewey as best death scene for me.
I got Judy. For me, Judy really. I was not like, what? That's crazy. I think Judy and Wes have like the best sequences in the whole movie. Honestly, like just the sequence alone and the build to both their deaths is honestly really, really well thought out and planned out. The suspense. By the time she gets to that door, you think she's gonna save him, and then boom, you get sucker punched.
Too.
Yeah.
All day, like I didn't, and I'm not gonna lie, like I kind of like I didn't jump, but it was like, oh, like because the way Ghostface jumps out and stabs her, and then just like prison shanks her after that. That's why I said Richie and Amber spent time in prison. Yeah, he prison shanks her, and it was so sad because like what makes it even sadder is when she's already dead. Wes is setting up dinner, getting plates, and putting a little hirachi sauce and shit out. Like, it's just like...
Makes it even more heartbreaking. What makes it even more heartbreaking? Because he's, like, waiting for his mom. It's like, oh, my God, dude, look out the fucking window. Look out the door. Answer your fucking phone. Like, oh, my God. That build-up is crazy.
That definitely was a good-ass build-up, like, from start to finish. Like, you think... Judy's about to get attacked, but then it's Wes, and then they have the little mother-son conversation, and she's like, here, put this in the drawer for me. You got your taser. Don't forget to lock the door. And it's so innocent. Like, it's so mother-son, never get into any trouble type of shit, and she's just going to get sushi, and then Ghostface calls her. That probably is, like, one of the... I'm telling you, man, Scream 5, I know people, like I said, can have their opinions, but that shit's a home run for me. Like, the series overall, even with the ones that I don't enjoy as much, they're all home runs as far as I'm concerned. Like, they're all solid slasher movies at the end of the day.
Best character. I think we're both in agreement. Mindy.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Mindy, like, and Mindy's confident as shit. Like, she's confident, like, in a geeky Randy type of way because I think it's Chad that's leaving out, and she's like, yeah, I'm also going to smoke some weed and probably make out with this girl over here. And then the girl kind of looks at her like bashful, but she still like signals her over, and she ends up making out with the girl. And I'm like, let's go, Mindy. Like, I'm rooting for Mindy to win. I don't know how.
Mindy can pull, man. Mindy can pull.
Yeah, Mindy probably gets more pussy than any of the male characters in that movie, for real. But, like, yeah, man, like from her monologue to like the little things that she does in the movie is fire. Like she's got this scene where Kyle Gonner's like hanging out at school being all creepy and Mindy grabs her phone and she like takes a picture of him real quick. Like little small shit like that. Like I laugh at. Like I love Mindy's character, man. Jasmine Savoy Brown, man, she's a great actress overall. I've never even seen her in anything outside of the Scream stuff. I haven't seen her in anything. I don't know if she's like
I think she came from Disney. I think she came from Disney.
Oh Lord.
I think she came from Disney. Don't quote me. But if I remember correctly, I do remember seeing a bunch of TV credits for her before she made the jump to movies.
And then there's a scene with her and Kirby in one of the teasers or in the final trailer where, and I'm like, it had to happen. You had to have two of the biggest movie buffs in the franchise talking to each other. And Kirby's like, so I heard you love horror movies. And Mindy's like, yeah, it's been said. I hope that's just not a throwaway moment. I hope that they actually have time to have a conversation. That shit's going to be epic. Yeah, she does have a lot of TV credits to her name, too.
Okay, worst character. I think we might be split on this. Mine is Liv McKenzie.
Oh, God.
Like Mindy said, she's like a fucking blank wall. You're the least uninteresting character in this movie.
Yeah, she does say that. Yo, you might be right, yo. Because I didn't feel anything at all for her. There were times where I forgot she was even Chad's girlfriend. Yeah, and even there because she doesn't really have a personality. And what? Yeah, I think we can both be in agreement on this because while I do want to say Amber, another part of me wants to say Kyle Gonner's character, but there was something with those characters. With Liv, like I don't know if that was obviously that was written before they casted her, but what if it wasn't? Like, what if that line was just thrown in there because they were like, I don't know, we just need a fucking actress to play this guy's girlfriend. I don't know, but there's nothing to her. There's no memorable parts in there. What could have been a really memorable moment was how she reacted to Chad saying, I don't want to go upstairs and sleep with you because you might be a killer. That could have been her moment to shine. But when she came back and Mindy was like, where's my brother? And she's like, I don't know. He took off somewhere. She doesn't have the opportunity to do shit. But like if you took her out of the movie, I wouldn't bat an eye.
It play out the same way.
Yeah. Same way. I can agree. Liv McKenzie, I don't know if they're gonna like tie her into like the McKenzies into anything. I don't know. I guess it was just a one-off thing where
I think it was just like a throwaway.
Yeah, they wanted to
like
go back to the McKenzie house from the first one.
How fucked up is that to make one of your characters an Easter egg?
Look.
No, that's exactly what she is, dude. She's a fucking Easter egg.
Yeah. A living, breathing Easter egg. There's nothing to her character. It really isn't. Like, even when you are introduced to all these characters, when they're having the conversation out in out near the benches and shit like that, there's still nothing to her. When not Wes, what is his name? Chad. When Chad's like, yeah, so I could stalk you like a jealous boyfriend and all this other shit. She doesn't have one line in this movie where, like, even when she says I'm not the fucking killer before she gets shot in the head, it's just like, I know you're not. Like, I know that. And I think everybody else here knows that.
You knew that. Yeah, for real. What shit as Amber gets? I love that sequence because you're like, I'm not the fucking killer, and Amber's like, I know you're not. Boom.
Yeah. And then the camera like kind of tilts and zooms in on her, and she's like, "Welcome to Act 3." I'm like, "All right, yeah, we're in the game now." I didn't see that coming. Like that shot to the head, I was like, "Okay." But Amber pulls the gun out just so regular. She's just like, "I know." Bam! I was like, "Oh shit!" She just killed the shit out of the character nobody's ever going to remember. Like, I don't know. And no disrespect to the actress, man. It's just like, you should have called for a more in-depth role. It's a fucking Scream movie. You want to be the most memorable character in the movie. Like, you got to go to the writer at some point.
Having a memorable look and a memorable hairstyle is not going to fucking do you any favors. Especially
Yeah, I mean,
because
I
the
liked her
movie
hair.
is really personality based. You know what I mean?
I liked her hair. She looked like she was like one of the Misfits or one of the holograms from Gem and the Holograms. I don't know if you remember that cartoon with those punk rocker chicks. They made a movie out of Gem and
No.
the Holograms, and it was terrible. Yeah, they made like a live action based off the cartoon, but she looks like one of the she looks like somebody from Gem and the Holograms. Don't stay away from the movie. If you're gonna watch anything, watch the '80s cartoon. The movie's terrible. Juliette Lewis is in it though. I don't know if that's like incentive for you to watch it, but Juliette Lewis is in it. She plays like their music producer or some bullshit like that. It's stupid.
Lewis?
Yeah, she's in that movie Gem I'm talking about. She's in it. It's Juliette Lewis.
I don't know. That's not much of an incentive for me. Not a huge, big Juliette Lewis fan.
So somebody was telling me to watch. Oh no, she's not in California. I'm thinking of Natural Born Killers.
Yes. Yeah.
She's in California.
She's in California.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
somebody was telling me to watch.
The reason she got Natural Born Killers was because of California.
Okay, so she's in both. Yeah, I gotta go back and watch both. I've never seen California. I've seen bits and pieces of Natural Born Killers, and that movie is fucking crazy. Oliver Stone was on everything when he made that movie.
You want to see a filmmaker on cocaine? That's a movie.
He is, god damn, that movie was crazy. That shit used to come on HBO a lot, and I remember the first time I tried to give it a go, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm watching. This shit feels like Space Odyssey or something.
Tarantino hates that movie because it doesn't follow his... Natural Born Killers.
Does he? Why? I mean,
he wrote it.
Gotta go back and watch it, but you said he wrote it?
He wrote it. Yeah, he wrote the screenplay for it. And it's not. He had to sell Natural Born Killers and Crimson Tide to fund Reservoir Dogs. It was True Romance and Natural Born Killers that he had to sell in order to finance Reservoir Dogs.
He did write True Romance, didn't he?
Yeah.
Damn, man. R.I.P. Tom Sizemore. He definitely was in that shit, too. True fucking Romance, man.
Him and Chris Penn, dude.
I know. Chris Penn's going, too, isn't he?
Yeah.
Tony Scott.
My God, dude.
Damn, man. That's
Chris Penn.
Vicious.
Tom Sizemore. I wanted to see like a fucking crazy ass buddy cop movie with them too, man, or some kind of gangster movie with them, or some movie, some type of movie with their partners, because that would have been great.
They were great in that movie, man. Like that when they finally get that guy, is that Balky from Perfect Strangers or not?
Balky.
That's Balky.
Yeah,
I knew that motherfucker looked familiar. I knew it, and he's the dude from Beverly Hills Cop. The dude that I don't know if he was in the other one, but he's definitely in part 3. Yeah, he's definitely in part 3.
He's in 1 and 3.
He's in 1 and 3.
Yes.
I wonder how 4 is going to go. I don't know. Eddie Murphy. It's going to be all stunt work, but I'm gonna give it a chance. I'll give it a chance. I mean, they got like Judge Reinhold to come back. He's like 98.
They got John Astor to come back too.
Yeah, they got the same players to come back. I just don't know how that's going to go. I think Netflix is picking it up, so hopefully.
No, it's Paramount. I think it's Paramount.
Oh, it's getting a theatrical release.
I think it's Paramount. Yeah.
All right, Eddie. Okay, Eddie. I mean, we'll see.
Eddie's still a star, man. Eddie still has name value, so
I'm glad to see him back.
We'll see if that holds up. We'll see if that holds up still.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Eddie back because he went through a patch where his movies were just garbage at some point.
Ever since he did Dr. Dolittle, man, that motherfucker's just been on a downhill slope.
Yeah, like
there's actually There's one gem in his filmography in the late 2000s, in the late 90s, early 2000s, and that's Metroid. Metroid does not get talked about enough as one of his best movies.
Michael Wincott's the villain, right?
Yes.
I saw that movie for the first time last year, and I was like, why have I never seen this shit? That movie's fire. Like Eddie
Yeah.
Murphy's like he's gritty in that shit. Like it's not all fun and games with him. It's like the stakes are pretty high in that movie, man. And Michael Wincott as the villain. Oh yeah, I was
I love the
surprised. Like,
dynamic between him and Michael Rappaport also. I love that dynamic. Like, I love that partnership. It's just so interesting to me. It's like,
damn,
that's so weird.
would you put that in top 5 Eddie Murphy movies?
Yes. Yeah. My number one would be Coming to America, 48 Hours. I put Dr. Dolittle there because I'm a sucker. I think as much shit that I give him for that, I do think that's a solid fucking movie. I really do think that's a solid movie.
Entertaining. It is definitely entertaining. I like the first one.
Vampire in Brooklyn and Metro. I will die. Much as that you like to die on that hill on Scream 3, I will die on that hill for Vampire in Brooklyn. I think that is a solid fucking movie.
Listen, I'm right there with you. That's in my top 5 Wes Craven movies, and a lot of people are like, "What the fuck? You don't like Serpent in the Rainbow?" It's like, no, I don't. I'm sorry, I don't. But Vampire in Brooklyn, I remember seeing that when it came out, man, as another one of those movies where I'm like, this is. I hadn't seen Blackula at that point in time, but I'm like, okay, this is the closest to a Black Dracula with a lot of humor as I'm going to get, and that movie is funny as shit. Kadeem Hardison, like if we gonna talk legacy sequels, I know Kadeem Hardison's a little too old to play like Julius again, but I never got my sequel. I never got my sequel with Julius Jones playing the new vampire.
It won't be the same without Pop, though, dude. It won't be the same without Pop.
That's right. John Witherspoon was in it, man. Uncle Silas. Damn. And the voodoo guy, he passed away.
Yeah. Zeke Moses.
They know what we trying to say because I can't pronounce his fucking name either. Something with a Z and something with an M. He passed away. I would love to see a fucking sequel to that. But you're right. It's not gonna, John Witherspoon is the glue to a lot of fucking movies that they can probably never touch again, man. That's why I can't see them making another Friday. Like everybody else that passed away is sad, but when John Witherspoon died, that was the last straw. You can't make another Friday without him. Ice Cube wants to do it, but I don't know.
I think it's more about Ice Cube wants. It's more like how we were talking about earlier about Stallone wanting to own Rocky.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing with Cube. Like he wants to own Friday because that's his movie. Like he wants to own it. Like that's his movie.
It's unfortunate.
I don't think he would do Friday without John Witherspoon though. Like I don't think he would.
He said he still wants to do it, and he said that one of his biggest regrets is not getting it off the ground before John Witherspoon passed away. But he doesn't talk about like Tiny Zeus. I mean, he might, and I might have just missed the interview, but Tiny Zeus is gone. AJ Johnson's gone. Bernie Mac is gone. Roach from Next Friday is gone. Yvette Wilson from the first movie is gone. There's so many people that were big parts of that movie, whether it was like cameo appearances or not. Ronaldo Ray, the one that played Red's dad in the first one, he's gone. There's too many motherfuckers. Really? He's gone, yeah. He passed away a couple years ago. He's gone. Ronaldo Ray, he passed away. 2015, May 28th.
God damn!
It's so many fucking key characters. If you were going to do a Fourth Friday movie, everybody's got to pop up. It's got to be the Mortal Kombat annihilation of the Friday movies. Only it has to be. Don't say that
because everyone's going to get recasted. Even Cube will get recasted
in his own fucking movie. He's gonna get fucking recasted like in between cuts and shit, and not even know nothing about it. God damn.
Oh, you know what they could do? You know what they could do? They could do Clerks 3 and make the making of Friday. Craig has the idea to make Friday a movie. And you have O'Shea Jackson Jr. play Ice Cube, play Craig.
you might be on to something. I would rather have that than everybody's like, oh, let's do a Friday reboot with O'Shea and DC Young Fly, and it's like, no, let's not do that. But if Craig that's crazy. Like if Craig, because they live in LA, right? I think they do live in LA. Like that is like fucking land of opportunity. So imagine, yeah, that's crazy. Like imagine Craig wanting to be like, yo, we should make this into a movie, and that'll just like, I don't know, that could work. Ice Cube, we need you on the show, sir. Ice Cube he don't respond to none of my tags on Instagram, so I don't know. If we get Ice Cube on the show, that's a game changer right there.
I will look up his business email and message him. Next Friday after Friday, the Making of Friday idea. I want to pitch it to you, Ice Cube.
All he's going to say, he's going to say that Time Warner is not going to come up. They're not trying to come up off the money to have him, get this movie made. Like he's always asking the fans, but they're not trying to finance this shit. And I really don't like. While I say they shouldn't do another one without all these people, I don't see why the fuck they don't give them the money to make the movie. Like it's a household name at this point. He's trying to put money into y'all pockets and give the fans what they want at the end of the day. Like that, it'd be stupid to not give him the money for that shit. I hope he gets to make it though, just to see what he's gonna do.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it'd be too. I mean, Chris Tucker doesn't even want to come back, so I don't know.
Nope. Chris Tucker.
He got a Rush Hour 4 to deal with.
Are they still doing that shit?
Yeah, they're doing Rush Hour 4. They're gonna do Rush Hour 4.
They better hurry the fuck up, man, because I would watch it, but we don't really need it. It's like when they announced Bad Boys 4, I'm excited as shit, but 3 was so good that if 4 is ass, doesn't make a difference to me because we didn't need it in the first place.
If we don't get Mike Larry slapping Mike Burnett, it's not worth it.
Oh my God, if they put that type of shit inside the script, that's gonna be golden humor right there. Like oh dear, and they got to get the same guys to come back. Those dudes did a decent job. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce their name. Well, let me not be disrespectful here.
I think it's Michael Bay directing it though. I don't think it's the guys that did Bad Boys 3. Yeah. I think Michael Bay's doing it. I don't think it's the other guys.
Oh, if Michael Bay comes back for this shit, oh yeah, I'm sold. Adil El Arbi and Bilal Falah did Bad Boys for Life. And that's another thing, like with Radio Silence. It was 2 directors. It was kind of a seamless transition, but I think Bad Boys for Life was a lot flashier than the other 2. Like,
no, I still think Bad Boys 2 was flashier than the others.
Yeah.
I think Bad Boys 2 has a much sleeker look to it than Bad Boys for Life and Bad Boys. Bad Boys is still gritty. It looks gritty. Because it's a low-budget film. Well, not low budget, but low budget for them at the time. I think Bad Boys with the whole Dr. Dre and the nice cars and all that stuff, and the digital filmmaking, I think Bad Boys 2 makes it look sleeker.
Bad Boys 2 is this is a bold fucking statement. Bad Boys 2 is like the Terminator 2 of that franchise. That shit, I saw that in the theater too. That chase sequence where they're going after the dead bodies and all of that shit, and they take the car from Dan Marino. Not even that. Fuck that. The sequence before that, where they're throwing they're throwing cars off the back of that truck. That's Terminator 2 shit. That's Terminator 2 level action. Not supernatural sci-fi,
YouTube. What is the name? Tactical Narcotics Team. Where was your tactical?
Keyword. Tactical. Oh man, I was so fucking mad when Captain Howard got murked off. But
oh dude, that was sad, bro. I did not think I didn't think Bad Boys for Life was gonna make me emotional, and then they hit me with that 1-2 punch with Mike Lowry getting shot, and then Captain Howard getting shot like 10, 15 minutes later. Like, motherfucker, seriously?
Did you
Like, I just got over it.
Did you buy the whole son angle? The whole this is Will Smith's son.
Not really. But I'm like, okay, that's fine. Whatever.
That's probably why Will Smith signed on for it. Like, Will was probably like, listen, I'll do it, but you got to make this geared more towards my character. Because Will Smith didn't need it. He didn't need it. He doesn't. I don't want to sound the type of way when I say this, but Martin Lawrence needed that movie more than Will Smith did at the time.
I agree, but Martin Lawrence was the one that was more hesitant to come back, though.
Was he really?
Yeah, well, he was the one that was like, I told Marcus Burnett is in a better place. Why would I want to go back?
I love when actors do that, man. I love when actors do that because you can tell they didn't do that movie just for the money. They did that movie like they both said, listen, we're not coming back. We decided we couldn't come back unless they did it right, like unless they had a good script and they had a good director behind it. And that shows like how dedicated they are to the characters. Like, it's not just a cash grab for them. Plus, it took them fucking 87 years to even get a sequel off the ground to begin with.
Yeah. I was still in high school when that sequel came out, dude. No, I graduated high school when that movie came out.
Yeah,
Holy
that shit. That shit. It was worth the wait, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, Bad Boys 2 was just crazy. Like, a lot of people didn't like it. Like, they said it was too over the top.
I thought it was a little long.
It was. It was because you think what you think is the end of the movie starts a whole nother act of the movie. Like, when you find out Gabrielle Union gets kidnapped, it's like, God damn, the movie's not over yet.
Yeah, we still got a whole half hour.
And then the favela chase sequence was like 17 years long. That shit was long as fuck.
Yeah. Good stunt work, but still, man, I was like, man, like, you could have cut some of this shit off, man. Like, seriously.
Yeah, it's definitely long as hell.
Well,
they've got a Teen Wolf movie that nobody's going to watch. Yeah, I'm alright. I can't do it. First of all, Teen Wolf is cool. Teen Wolf 2 is like, all right, y'all pushing it, but I like that they brought Mark Holton back, but then when you make a TV show out of it and then you make a movie based off the TV show that you made that was already shitty to begin with, nah.
Have you watched that Wolfpack series yet on Paramount with Sarah Michelle Gellar?
I have not. Is it any good?
I don't know. That's what I was asking you.
I don't know. I mean, I like Sarah Michelle Gellar, but...
There's werewolves, there's vampires. It's like a monster show, apparently.
It's a monster mash.
Yeah. I can already see that, like, whatever.
Because, man,
I actually been hearing a lot of good things about it.
I'm still trying to make it off the shows. Like, I haven't finished watching Wednesday. I want to finish watching Velma. I haven't finished watching Halo. I haven't finished watching You on Netflix. There's so many fucking shows. I want to go back and watch the Swamp Thing series from 2019. I want to go back and watch Lovecraft Country. Somebody told me to watch Stranger Things and give it a chance. So I said, okay, I'll do that. Even my daughter told me to watch Stranger Things. And I'm just like, all right, man. Like, I'll give it a chance. I got like 12 seasons to catch up on.
My stepkid's been trying like hell to get me to watch Game of Thrones, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm not gonna do it. I can't do it.
I tried. I did try. I only made it probably like 2 episodes in, and I said, yeah, this is not my cup of tea. It's not for me at all. The cast is fire, though. Like, Natalie Emmanuel's in there at some point. Jason Momoa's in there at some point. I think Peter Dinklage is great in every fucking thing he's in. But I can't get past that dialogue. I'm not ready. Like, I'll just go watch Braveheart or some shit. Like, I'm not about to sit through a whole bunch of Where Art Thou period piece dialogue. But it is brutal as shit. Like, there's a sequence I watched where they were in this Coliseum type of thing fighting, and the one guy busts this dude's head open like a grape. Like, pressing down on his eyes. And, whew, yeah, and I was like, okay,
there's
the
also another crazy ass scene too, man, with Jason Momoa. He plays this King Barbarian, and he gets one of these princes that are exiled, and they're like they think they run the shit, right? And so Jason Momoa comes on against his other barbarians and they hold this dude down, and they fucking open his mouth and they put hot iron down his throat.
Blah.
Oh, it's fucking crazy.
Damn. I was about to say, does he
now
die?
He can wear that crown. He can wear that crown.
Whew.
Yeah, that is rough.
What a way to go. So not only is he burning your trachea apart, but that shit's going to harden soon. Fuck.
Yup.
That's all bad.
All right, man. Well, I got to head on out, man. As usual, it's always a pleasure. I love doing these with you.
Sir.
And
this was a good one.
We'll be back, what, 2 weeks, right? The 22nd?
22nd? Yeah, 22nd.
And what are we doing our 90s?
Oh, yeah.
Are we doing our 90s or are we doing something else?
No, we can stick with the 90s ones. I've started like mapping out what's what, because I hope that whoever was like talking shit in our on our live stream the last episode, who made them little comments, the name shall remain nameless. But I hope they tune in, man, because we are definitely gonna put out there, people, the fact that the 90s was the best era for horror, and we are definitely going to explain why. We're going to give examples why. Because there's tons of fucking movies. When I tell you I'm categorizing movies, like we got zombie movies that made the 90s poppin'. We got slashers that were carrying on from the 80s. We got the new wave slashers and monsters and the creature features and when animals attack. Like, it's the 90s. It's where it's at. It's where it's at. I hope that person tunes in. We're doing this for you. We do it for the people. We do it for the viewers.
For real, man. We do it for y'all, and we'll be back on the 22nd. Until then, everyone out there, be safe, stay hungry, and keep making moves. Till then, we'll see you in 2 weeks. Deuce.